be dead, man. You've been missing something.
What are you doing here?
Hey, we made it. I love you, Brian. I always love, like, you guys can't see it, but in the green room, you can see everybody's reaction. So anytime I got a little dig at Brian, the whole time I'm just like, looking down at him.
I was sat there thinking, oh, typically he's inserted the image of me in between the Dumb and Dumber clip. I was like, well done. And then, yeah.
Oh, that was actually, that was subconscious. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
We finally made it, guys. We're here to do the debrief on 31 on 31, a night of comedy. So if you guys are unfamiliar with what that is, usually twice a year, one in May, one in October, we get together and we pick a theme, 31 franchise films, rank them on the 31st. And this past May, we did a bunch of comedies, chose a bunch of the big prominent comedy directors of the last number of decades and did 2-3 films per director. And now we're going to go over our group averages, discuss, debate, argue, ruin friendships over all of the different massive difference of opinions that we have on these 31 films. And look, for those of you guys that have been watching us for a while, we often have some divide. Never like this. This list is ridiculous. Like, even just the averages, I had to double check the math on about half of them because I'm like, how does that work? I look at, like, you have some people that are down towards the bottom, some people towards the top, and somehow it ends up in the top 5. Like, it's just, it is absolutely insane. So we're gonna have some fun. I'll go around the horn. Charles, how are you today?
Hi, I'm here. We're late because of me.
No, we're not.
But I'm here.
Oh, well, technically late. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
The time of year. Yes.
There we go. Yes. It's okay. We're finally here. Rudy.
What up? Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Doing well. Uncle Sean.
Hello. Finally talking about these movies. I had to, like, remember, what movies did we watch? What was it? Night of Comedy?
Open up the notebook.
Have I seen?
I threw my notes away. I don't have it.
I got nothing to say. I forgot everything.
There we go. Brian Lomax. There we go. True Brian fashion. All right, everybody. So really quick before we start, I'll get to the couple of super chats that we have, but for the most part, we're probably going to save the super chats to the end because it takes us a while to get through these. But really quick, we got Lee B Films. Can't wait for Simon Pegg, Brian, and Steve Burns Charles to fight. I don't know. We might be fighting in some different little mashups today. Me and Rudy got some major bones to pick, especially with one film. Sean's got a couple crazy ones. We're gonna get rowdy today.
I felt like my list was the list on this one.
Oddly enough,
I was very sane and.
Oddly enough, I'm going to get to it at the end of the show, but the stat that we always have about who's closest to the group list, there was one person who was close, and the rest of us were not even in the stratosphere. John Connor, a huge shout out to John, by the way, because John is our awesome compadre that does a lot of the math and the averages for us. It saves us a ton of work. So all of the graphics and all of the cool little fun stuff at the end is all because of John. Can only see minimal parts live, just dropping in to show my appreciation and to dare you to make a 31 list that is more split than this one. I don't know if we're going to be able to.
Not possible.
I don't know if we're going to be able to. Thomas Jones, can't wait for this one. As a fellow Brit, I agree with Brian's list the most. That's on brand. It's also on brand for me to go, I don't get it. Disney nerd, let's get it going. CP and Brian start arguing. Nobody wants to hear your individual thoughts on these films. I'm totally joking, by the way.
Wow.
I don't know how like me and CP have had like what two spats on these things.
No,
people seem to think
no. I think on all but maybe one or two of them, you guys have.
It's like a yearly
moment.
thing, Brian.
Yeah, there's always one, and I could usually see CP's wheels turning. So like, if we're already 2/3 of the way through the show, he's like, "All right, I gotta start some shit." So like, RoboCop, what? No.
The funny thing was, we were together, and I thought it was cute for us to go see Civil War, and we both liked it. And it was like, oh, there's nothing to do here.
Oh, one more at the last second. No Friday, Superbad, Black Dynamite. How dare you, Brian? Well, we weren't picking our 31 favorites. There's a ton of them that I think all of us were like, damn, we only had one Eddie Murphy movie. I think we only had one Adam Sandler movie.
And why do I
so-
get the blame for that?
One of those.
There's no one else to
could have been
shoot, Brian.
Yeah, that's
All
this
right,
is
guys.
probably the one where the most people were like, "Where's this movie? Why isn't this in here? Why isn't
Yeah.
this in here?" Like, so, I was like, the decision making mechanism, it kind of shifted during the process to try and make it a little bit more balanced, and so then I don't know. It turned out a little bit interesting what the list was, but I don't know,
Yes.
it is what
It
is.
became more complicated once there became
Yeah.
5 of us and not just 3, because it's
Yes.
like everybody wants, oh, but I want this one.
It's the beauty and the curse of our little group dynamic because all of us are so different. Like Rudy really was adamant about the parody, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" But you know, we put it in there, and it brings this whole new flavor. And then Brian's got guns to our heads and says "In Bruges," and so you know, we always have some crazy ones in here just for how different that we are.
When it started, it was going to be basically comedy directors.
Yes.
These big comedy directors, and it kind of morphed from that. That's why the list is a little bit different. It's just it started with that and morphed into let's all of us have kind of our thing we definitely want to be in there. So it is what it is.
Yeah. The only one I fought for was Blazing Saddles because there was one moment we were considering not placing it in there. I'm like, no, we need to keep that because it's such.
And then there was the moment we wish we hadn't placed it in there.
yeah.
All right, guys. Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and kick this thing off with 31, and this one breaks my heart. We've got Weird Science that came in at 31. So Sean was correct on this one, saying that it ruined his life. You got Rudy and Brian not too far above him there. CP a little more generous, and then me trying to do God's work and failing miserably, having it at 13. You know, Weird Science for me is one of those John Hughes movies that I grew up with that I've always enjoyed. It's kind of different for a John Hughes movie because it's a little more guy movie than some of his other ones. His other ones are kind of more family oriented, and this one's dealing with a lot more like mature, or I guess immature, really, teenage boy fantasy stuff. And I guess it just hit me at the right age where I've always found it funny. I've always thought Bill Paxton was hilarious. Kelly LeBrock, of course, is gorgeous. And so it works for the whole concept there. Me and Sean got to meet Anthony Michael Hall at MegaCon a couple years ago, and that was the picture I got him to sign, was the bras on the heads. And he didn't have a line at the moment, which shocked me, but I was standing there holding everything up because I was like, where is Weird Science? I see all this other stuff, and then luckily I found one. So I don't know. I like it since I'm the oddball in this one, but I'll kick it over to Sean. It was a first time watch for you, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. Just didn't work for you, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it feels like a classic example of if you grew up watching it, if you saw it when it came out, I'm sure it plays dramatically better.
Yeah.
And so, you know, certain types of humor with the nature of them are just so timed to a time period, a phase of life or whatever. And you watch them detached from that and it just feels out there in left field. Like I'm watching, like this feels like it was written by a 14-year-old boy for a 14-year-old boys. So if you watch it when you're 14 for the first time, in particular decades past, it probably plays dramatically differently. And, you know, some of it's just so random. It's so loud. You know, all of a sudden we got a goblin troll thing at the end of it. And it's like, we're getting into like, just like base level humor. But most importantly, I was just deeply offended by the implications of these little boys creating a woman that they can control, and then that girl taking a shower. I said something like that not that I was offended in my video. It's like, this hasn't aged great. People are like, when did Sean turn like this? Why is she like? If you like the movie, I don't care. I don't care that the movie exists. It was a different time. We did all sorts of stuff. That's why comedies were funnier in the past, because we were so inappropriate. We're not anymore, but. It's still, I'm watching it for the first time, like, yeah, you wouldn't do that now, and just observed it. And like, comment sections can be wild. Like, if you like the movie, I don't care. I'm not trying to cancel the movie.
Yeah. Written by 14-year-olds for 14-year-olds, and if your comedy taste hasn't evolved from 14-year-old, it's awesome. So, anybody else want to chime in on this one?
Sean, what is your favorite curse that rhymes with truck? Trying to make money here.
Hey. Only Cody gets to hear me say those words.
And it's awesome.
That's a
much is
special
saying
thing
it worth
between
to
the two
you?
of us. If you guys can make it out here to Fantastic Fest, then you can perhaps hear me say one of these fun words.
I
This is
tried.
a true story. So
That is an in-person original.
last year at Fantastic
Exclusive.
Fest, Sean was in the living room with his wife, and he was going off on something, and I was at the other end of the house in the restroom, and I could hear him. And so all you hear is me in the other end of the house going, "Good job, Uncle Sean." All right, moving on to number 30, and this is another one that actually kind of shocked me. Two of us had it at 31, but Road Trip came in at 30. You had Brian and CP were not a fan.
Interesting.
Sean wasn't too much more forgiving on it. Rudy right there in the middle, and me yet again failing miserably to boost it a little bit. This is another one, just a product of my youth. This came out right in that American Pie era where, you know, I was probably too young to be watching movies like this, but that's what made me love them even more. I was a big fan of Sean William Scott at the time, and he was just doing all these comedy roles, trying to do that Stifler thing in different movies. The only part of this movie I have never liked and will never defend is Tom Green. I've never found that guy funny.
He was at his apex when this movie came out.
Yeah,
Exactly. But I mean, this and Freddie got
There
fingered.
was 6 months
That's
where we all
someone's
thought he was
apex,
really,
wow.
really funny.
Yeah. But the concept of this one I've always found to be funny. You know, again, it's one of those stories that only can exist in that era of comedy. You know, we're going to go across the country to conceal the fact that we're infidelity. But it's I've always found it to be funny. Yes, it's low brow, you know, shock humor. You know,
No,
jokes.
there's lowbrow.
Yeah.
There's Road Trip. It's like
Go
I
ahead,
hate
Ryan.
that your
hated
opinion
it.
on comedy just doesn't scratch any surface.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, you guys agreed on this, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Rip Road Trip to
that's-
shreds.
that means your opinion counts for nothing because we agreed. I just found the film completely offensive, to be honest. I just think, for one, a comedy should make you laugh, and I didn't laugh once watching this thing. It just hurt all the way, and I hate the characters. And the film gives them a complete free pass. This douchebag, who, as you say, infidelity. And what, we're supposed to root for this guy? We're supposed to want him to achieve his goal, which he essentially does at the end. Like, he gets off scot-free, essentially. So it's just like, there's no lesson learned here. It's not... I hated it. Absolutely hated it. Just trash.
The lesson to be learned is if you ever have sex with Amy Smart, don't film it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I figured it would be the
All
opposite.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, I better write that down.
Anybody else for this one?
To me, it's just like one of those movies that's totally fine, but it's like just forgettable. Like, that's kind of, to me, a movie like this, it made it onto this list because of the original concept, which was these big directors. So Todd Phillips, it's on here. But if you were making a list of the greatest comedies of all time, you would never be like, Road Trip, let's throw that one on there.
Don't speak for me,
Yeah.
Sean. But no, yeah, you're right.
I
You're right.
enjoyed it. It's a testament of its time. And when I saw it, I laughed my ass off when I saw it. And again, some of the jokes didn't age well, but I enjoyed it. And I love how it's just, 20 years? It's like a 24-year-old movie, and just how far along we've come along with technology. The fact that he's sending videotapes to talk to her, like, now we can just do it on our phone. But I don't know. It's pretty cool. And to see them have a getaway scene with ska music playing in the background ages it perfectly.
Yeah. All right. It's in my top 10 now. I forgot about the ska music.
The
See, back
scene
in
in
the
this
day, I
movie.
was in a band called the Amazing Skosmonauts. Have you guys heard of us?
No.
We were a pretty great third wave ska band. We were trying to bring in the fourth wave, and it never happened. But you mentioned the ska, so this is in my top 10 now.
I think Cody and Rudy are the frat boys of the group, and I
Yep.
think that's why
Definitely.
this
Proudly.
crap movie kind of
Proudly.
appeals to them most. So
The one
screw
scene in
frat
this
boys.
movie I'm surprised didn't make you laugh, though, Brian, because it has nothing to do with anything crass, is where they're trying to jump that bridge. That's always my favorite part of the movie, where they're just like, we got to get up to 70. This car sucks. Trying to get over it. Anyway, I guess that's just my taste. Moving on to number 29. This one didn't surprise me too much. Zoolander. So we with the exception of Sean, we all kind of agreed on this one. You got CP there pretty low at 30. Me and Brian agreed at 25. Rudy at 23. Sean at 10. This is one of those movies that I always got to be in a very specific mood for. Like, we're going to find out I'm a big fan of Ben Stiller as a filmmaker. And I really think that he's underrated how brilliant he is with satire. And this is satiring just the vein of, or the vanity of the modeling industry and even acting to a degree. And it's his silliest and dumbest movie, which is, I think, what makes it tough for me, because there's a fine line for me on what's funny and what's just dumb. And a number of movies on this list toe that line. But Zoolander, there's times I watch it, I think it's really funny, and there's times that I watch it that I get kind of exhausted with it about 40 minutes in. So it just depends on my mood. So Sean, you had that one really high.
Yeah. I'm the only one with a sensible placement. I'm wondering why I have it on so low on my list. It's Zoolander. Who doesn't walk around quoting Zoolander all the time? How dare you? Can we boot him from this? I don't know. It's like a perfect example of smart, dumb comedy, of just finding that line of just something that's so stupid, but there's a wit to it. And it's quotable. And I mean, it's the sort of thing that just people randomly, if you make like this face, people, oh, Blue Steel, like they know the name from, like, there's all these little bits, like, what is this, a school for ants, that people just quote. And there's all these other little additional bits in it. Like, I don't know how many times I've gotten into a gasoline fight with my kids and then remembered this movie and been like, I better not start smoking. And that's saved our lives. Like, this is a life-saving film. And so, yeah, I mean, I want to hear from CP. Why does he hate Zoolander?
I didn't say I hate. I just don't reenact
this is
it.
Egregious.
Every part of the day, I'm just not thinking, oh, let me talk about David Duchovny, the hand model.
But, I mean, that's where me and you are
hilarious.
fundamentally different.
Best bit of the film.
You
Best bit
saying
of the
that
film.
makes me want to raise it higher. That's hilarious.
I will say that this movie, seeing all the Ben Stiller's movies again, just had me appreciate Cable Guy. I know where I ranked it. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but I appreciate that all of his movies have a theme. It's like really the audience, us having obsession with what cable TV, the fashion industry, or celebrity with Tropic Thunder. So I love that there's a constant theme with that. And when I see it in that light, I appreciate it more. So I don't, Zoolander is not on my top 10, but again, it's something that I appreciate when it's on.
Yeah. All right. Moving on to number 28, we have Kingpin. And this is another one that's interesting for me. For as much as I grew up in the era of the Farrelly brothers, this is the one that I always kind of missed. And so I kind of had to get introduced to it later in life. You had Sean down at the lowest at 28. Me and Brian and Rudy all pretty damn close there. And then CP trying to yank it up the list and failing a bit. CP, I'm going to let you take the lead on this one. Kingpin.
This is probably my version of Weird Science for You, or Road Trip, I guess. It's a movie that I saw on DVD as a kid, and the DVD has extra stuff in it. And as a preteen kid watching crass humor, that there's this one bit that is only in the DVD that it just killed me as a kid watching it. When the landlord they show you more of that sex scene, and a lot of crass lines, and it's me, the 13-year-old, just loving every second of it. So it's just got it's nostalgia more than anything. And there are moments where it's crass, and there are lines in that movie that hit harder than things like Something About Mary, which is really sacrilege to say that. I understand that, but it just hits harder to me for some reason. And I'm pretty sure that it's strictly being an infant watching stupid crass
You
language.
watch infants?
The most
weird,
iconic
man.
part of this movie to me has always been Lynn Shay. That's the one part that I always remember.
That's what I was. Yeah. There's a line that's in the unrated cut where she says, "What it is about great sex that makes me have to crap?" And she goes, "All that pumping, I guess. Pump and dump."
You knocked something loose. Right? Or something.
You jarred something loose, Tiger.
Rent's due next week. That's the one part of the movie that I always remembered, and then every time I rewatch it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's some other funny stuff.
It's
It
the one
doesn't
movie
hit-
where I hate Bill Murray, and I don't hate Bill Murray. I love
Yeah,
Bill
I
Murray,
know.
but it's the one movie where I can't stand him.
I love that one line though, where he's like, "Isn't this illegal?" I don't know. It's fun though, isn't it?
I like when he's when the cream corn has to leave and he goes, "Hi, not you." It's just a silly little line.
It's kind of an on-brand like
Yeah.
Bill Murray role, where it's just like the asshole, but kind of funny about it. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, it's one that I don't remember it and revisit it as much as some of their others, but when I do, I always have a good time.
Yeah, I think the lines are stronger for me than the movie is. But
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on to 27. We go back to Todd Phillips with Old School, and apparently, unless it takes place in the DC universe, Brian is not a big Todd Phillips fan. We have 30. We have Sean at 26, and then the rest of us are pretty close there, hovering around 16 or so. So this is another one that, I was already a fan of Road Trip, and so this one got marketed a lot when it came out from the director of Road Trip, and I thought the trailers were hilarious. This was actually the movie that made me a Will Ferrell fan. I was not sold on Will Ferrell at all until this movie came out. He was already big on SNL, and he was doing a lot of like Superstar and these little smaller roles. But this is the one that the Frank the Tank character that made me go, this guy's actually pretty damn funny. And it's something about like the way that it's grown men trying to hang on to the immature adolescence that was kind of funny for me. I wasn't at that stage of life yet, but I still got a lot of kicks out of it. I love the scene at the beginning with Juliette Lewis, like totally on brand for her too. As much as I love her, she's always kind of like the trashy character that comes in for 5 minutes. But I don't know. I've always found this one to be fun. It's very on brand with the Road Trip humor. So I get why Brian would not like both of these if he didn't like one of them. But I do. So I did. So let's see who, well, I'll go to Brian. So Brian, anything really different with Road Trip, or is this just kind of more of the same?
It's like, it feels to me like there is a slight improvement in filmmaking. I think I said this to you guys just after we'd done 31. I've not seen the Hangover sequel, so I can't comment on them. But every other film, if you look at it every other film on Todd Phillips's CV, if you look at the quality, I think it has a curve that goes, it just keeps on going up. I do think he gets better and better with each film, and I think these early films of his, he's literally just, okay, the scripts aren't great, but he's just trying to learn, and you see a massive leap between this and Hangover. Like, Hangover was never one of my favorite films with regards to content, but just in terms of filmmaking and what he's able to do as a filmmaker within that world, you can see a definite incline in his skills and abilities. But
CV means resume.
Yeah. So I just, on that, in that regard, that's why it gets higher, because there's a slight kind of uptick in the quality behind the camera, but it's essentially just all the same crap. Will Ferrell was the funniest thing about it. I think I laughed 3 times during the movie, and all 3 of those were a result of Will Ferrell. So
I think the scene with Sean William Scott with the dart gun is kind of the iconic scene for me. So to get an opinion on somebody that knows a lot about debauchery, Uncle Sean,
Yes,
what are your thoughts
yes.
on Old School?
Speaking of this, yeah, it's totally fine. It's a totally enjoyable little film. It's just, if a list like this, where it's supposed to theoretically be 31 of the great comedies, that's theoretically what we're doing here. You should have a bunch of movies that you really enjoy. So for me, like, Old School is a totally fine film for me. That I've seen it, probably every 5 years. I've watched it since it came out. It's like, oh, that's fine. Like, I'm in no rush to watch it again, but put a little smile on my face. The cast is fun. There's some jokes that land. But once again, in my mind, if you were to sit down and make a list of the great comedies of all time, even the great comedies like The Zeros, I wouldn't immediately think of Old School. Outside of Frank the Tank being, that's memorable and iconic, it's just like, it's just like a men behaving bad comedy. That's kind of the predecessor for what Todd Phillips would have more success with The Hangover.
I
But,
think
you know,
you said it earlier, Sean, that it really kind of depends on what point of your life you've seen some of these movies.
Yeah.
And when I saw
And
Old School, go ahead.
and I mean, like I saw Old School in the theater when it came out, but so I can't even play that card on this one.
When it came out, I was like 3 years married, along with all my other friends, and we were all newlyweds. So it was one of those things.
I was 13.
I know you were. I'm the old bastard, remember? So it was one of those things we could all relate to it. I mean, you have a bunch of guys really what pathetic attempts to relive their youth with the sorority house. So, you know, a frat house. So it's funny. It's like we wish you could do that, but we can't. But it's hilarious. One of my favorite lines is when Vince Vaughn is in that room with that one girl, and he's like, "I'm married," and he's like, "Well, wait a minute, can I have your number in case my wife disappears?"
Just in case something happens to my wife.
Yeah, that just cracked me up. But again, it was made at the time where it was really impactful to all of us, and you know, it still cracks me up to this day.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, this was actually the movie that kind of got me on to Vince Vaughn as well. Because Vince Vaughn, I actually knew more as a dramatic worker than a comedy worker, because I had only seen things like Domestic Disturbance and movies like that. I missed Swingers and Maid. And so this movie, I was like, he's actually pretty damn funny. And that made me go back. Yeah. And now, of course, we all know him more as a comedic guy with things like Wedding Crashers. But so I got kind of two intros out of this movie, which is probably one of the reasons why I value it a little bit more than some, because it was like, oh, two of the better comedy actors of my generation. This kind of opened my eyes to them. All right, moving on to 26. This one was interesting. So we got Spaceballs. We got our first Mel Brooks movie. And you got me and Sean here.
All y'all suck.
Pulling it down. Brian not too far above us, and then Rudy and CP. So I'm gonna kick this over to you, Rudy, because you were the one who was very adamant about Mel Brooks, and sell everybody on it why we're wrong.
No, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to sell anything to y'all. But anyway, it came out at the perfect time again, because again, what I love about Mel Brooks is all about parody and satire, really, about materials. You had Young Frankenstein, which is one of my favorites as well. But this one, I had just understood Star Wars, because everybody at the time just had HBO, so we're finally able to see all three of these movies, because you know they weren't on VHS, they weren't on Laserdisc. So HBO finally came out, so we finally understood that all three of these movies was one story. So when then Mel Brooks made the movie, we're like, oh, he's making fun of Spaceballs, just like he did Blazing Saddles with Westerns and such, and Young Frankenstein. So we went and saw it, and we thought it was hilarious. And what I love about it is that he uses like I guess, key cornerstones of the franchise of Star Wars, but he makes his own story, like the Schwartz, the Spaceball City. It's a movie about capitalism. And I just love that he brings his own sense of humor to it, and that nothing's safe. He even makes fun of Star Trek. So it's a fun satire, but again, he doesn't have to like hope and use every resource from the Star Wars, I guess, filmography. He's using references and makes his own story with it. And he makes characters that are hilarious. He even spoofs aliens, which I love, with the "Hello, my baby." You remember the "Hello, my honey"? I think it's hilarious. And at the time, it landed, and I think it's one of the all-time classics. My kids love it. There's a lot of young people that loved it as well. So I was really shocked that everybody was so against it. It to this day, it cracks me up. There's so many things I find out and I discover about it, and I still laugh about it.
Water my ass. Get this guy some Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this was one that I was actually kind of looking forward to. I made it pretty clear, and I've never really shied away from the fact that I'm not the parody guy. You know, it's just the style of comedy that is very, very rarely works for me. It's just not how my brain works. But this one, being that I'm a Star Wars fan, I was like, okay, it was the first time watch for me. I was hoping to have a lot more fun with it. And there were certain bits that I thought was kind of interesting for the time, like where they put in the tape of Spaceballs and they're like looking back and forth at the camera. Like there was some creative stuff there that I liked. Of course, the alien scene was fun. And I don't know. It's just, I have a hard time appreciating past the stupidity of it all. And some of it, I think, is just product of its time, where a lot of the things they're riffing on are so far in the past that it's not as biting for me to watch it for the first time now. So yeah, I thought it was fine, but I kind of walked into this one knowing that the parody movies probably weren't going to fare too well for me. So
like
I was on brand.
They're like prehistoric versions of multiverse movies, because you have all these like movies that take place in space. Mel Brooks figures out a way to get all them involved in this one, overarching theme.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a big Star Wars fan. I saw this one way back in the day, and I've just never thought it was as good as it should be. Or there's always been things about it that just felt like Pizza the Hut. Like
That cracks me up. You're delicious,
like,
boss.
Barf.
Dumb. I love it.
Like it's kind of in that ballpark of just some of it is you have things that are really sharp and smart, and others that are just like what? And that's, to me, I think the disconnect there of just for whatever reason, despite so many things about it potentially being right there up my alley, I've never thought it's as good as it should be. And that might even be a bias against it, that there's a disappointment level that the Star Wars parody movie comes below what I think it should be. So maybe I'm knocking it lower for that reason, but
yeah, I guess you had to be there because, again, I still watch it to this day. I can we curse on this live? No.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many things like it's Mega Maid, sir. She's gone from suck to blow. It just like cracks me up because it's a Mega Maid and she's sucking the air. Y'all suck.
Well, it was Spaceballs is a better made movie than the prequels were. I mean, they had actual sets and things. It's quite an accomplishment if you look at all of the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, but it looks cheap. It looks like Doctor Who.
ILM helped make that movie.
I just, for me, it's just I'm in Cody's camp. I hate parodies. I feel like the majority of the jokes are obvious. I feel like it's somebody on stage, kind of, when they're looking at the audience, telling you, "Hey, this is the bit where you're supposed to laugh." It's like, yeah, I know, I get that I'm supposed to laugh here, but the fact that I saw it come in or it feels so obvious is just it's not funny.
When was the first time you saw it, Brian?
First time I saw it, I was 14.
I'm sorry.
Hey?
No, I love that Adam comment. That's pretty funny. Adam Bruce.
So you expected a lot of the jokes that were in the movie at 14?
Me? Or Brian,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like they just seemed obvious. Like, oh, we're gonna get them to comb the desert, and then they jump to the desert, and they've literally got a big comb combing the desert. That'd be fine.
the disconnect between, like, we list off something like this is the dumbest, most obvious joke, and then Rudy busts out laughing 35 years after he first
We
watched
ain't
the
found
movie.
shit.
I think this is the difference between Brits and Americans, to be honest.
Oh, there's a difference for sure.
big difference,
'Cause,
man.
yeah, British humor. I'm the Brian where I'm like, what?
Yeah, I just think, I feel like it's so obvious. Like
The Planet of the
and
Apes
it's-
is hilarious too at the end. Like,
But
you know,
but they don't even do that once. They go, oh, hey, we got away with that once. Let's do it again. So they do the thing about bogeys on the screen, and then obviously there's
guy from Police
like,
Academy. Yeah, he was real popular.
yeah, and what is it? There's something's jamming the signal, and then you go outside and there's literal jam on the. It's just like, well,
It's just dumb.
I think Brian's
It's not smart, it's just dumb.
Brian's recap of the jokes makes it funnier because it's just a dry delivery. And it's like the fact that he's trying to very seriously and consciously tell us how stupid it is, contrasted with Rudy just busting out laughing, makes it funnier to me.
it's stupid.
I was wrong.
It's just
It's not 30.
stupid. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Merchandising, where the real money's made. It's
Brian, do you know what you're supposed to see? What Rudy's doing? This is what you're supposed to do with comedies. They're supposed
Yeah, and
to be.
I do it. I do it.
We'll get there
Look,
eventually. In
things
Bruges,
things-
10 or 15 away.
It's just, to me, I like something that is intelligent, that gets to the punchline in an intelligent way, that makes you laugh because there is some genuine intellect behind it, not just some obvious ass gag. It's a series of knock jokes. That's what Spaceballs is. It's a series of knock jokes. It's like it's the lowest common denominator. Hence the reason Frat Boy there really loves it.
Well, knock. Somebody help me. Knock.
There.
who's there?
Rudy and Brian fighting. Guess we got 25.
Ding.
And we got Senior Rudy, 31. This was the worst of the bunch for Rudy. Brian's got it really high up there at 6. Me and CP pretty close there. Sean a little bit lower at 25. And I'm going to kick this one over to Rudy to start off with. Rudy, was this a first-time watch for you?
I saw it in pieces, but I never sat and watched the whole thing through. And I will admit, it's a good movie, but it's overseas its welcome. Like it's at least 45 minutes or an hour way too long. And I get the character is going through like he's finding out he's ill and he's going like reflecting on his life. He's trying to pass on his legacy to something. But when I stopped rooting for him is when he was trying to break up a family and sleeping with some guy's wife. And it was like, okay, am I supposed to be rooting for this? What's going on? He's in this guy's house playing with his wife, with his kids and all that. That's when it just got stale for me. Like I lost total interest in it. There are some fun moments in it, but as far as a comedy, like on this list, it's a good mix of funny and drama. I think it's more of a drama than it is a comedy. But again, when you have a protagonist that he even admits at the end that he was in the wrong place and he appreciates what his protege was saying, but it wasn't just as funny as I thought it'd be. It became more of a drama, more of a character piece on Adam Sandler. So that was just for me. But again, I wasn't rooting for him at the end. Like, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Brian.
I just find that the best comedy is born out of drama. I feel like pain produces comedy. Like, it's just when you look at comedians, stand-up comedians, they pull the funny stuff out of life's drama, out of the things. CP, you're talking absolute shite, mate. It's like you think he's going to put. I'm waiting for him to pull that card. Hey, as a comedian, as a professional comedian who's actually been on the stage, it's like, yeah, okay, great, we love it. But I watch stand-up comedians too. I've seen them do it, and I know what they do. They take the world, they take the drama in the world, and they see the funny side of it. They take something that on a normal everyday basis would annoy us, would bring us down, and they twist it and they make it funny. Comedy is born out of drama. I don't care what you say and what silly little faces you pull. The best comedy comes from drama. I just think if there's no drama in it, then it is just a series of knock-knock jokes. Hence, Spaceballs, parody movies. I think any one of these like comedies on here that we like, that I think are really good.
Brian, do me a favor. Try to do stand-up, open with 9/11 and close with Israel. Tell me how much you kill an audience with that drama.
If you're
that would
let's go to the highest extreme.
Seems like because it's so inappropriate that
there's so much drama there. There's so much drama.
And I bet somebody's done it. And I bet somebody's done it. I bet somebody's pulled it off. Someone with the skill has pulled it off. But the thing is, it's like again, it's like a straw man thing. Let's pull the most obscene, the most, and stand-up comedians took loads from September the 11th way back in the early.
You just said that it comes from drama. Considering there's so much drama, it should be a barrel of laughs, but it isn't.
So you're telling me that no comedians did any gags about September the 11th? So you're talking crap, aren't you? You're talking absolute crap. You are, because you're pulling
Eddie Griffin has
I've been a
brilliant bit
stand-up
on
comedian
9/11.
comedy card, so I know everything about comedy.
I have to say a word about that. You're talking about what comedy's born in drama. And yes, I do understand what you're saying, but it's not the exclusive key to humor.
No, it's not the exclusive. I didn't say it was the exclusive key to humour, did I? I'd made a comparison. I said there are different types of humour. There's those that are born out of drama, and there are those that are knock-knock jokes. I don't like the knock-knock jokes. I like the stuff that's born out of something real, because it makes the humour relatable. It makes the crap that is in mundane life seem a little bit lighter, because you can take it and laugh at it. I don't like a knock-knock joke about jam being stuck on a bloody signal.
Raspberry.
I really wish I had a clip right now of Ted 2 where they're doing the improv and they're like, talk about 9/11. Robin Williams on 9/11. Here, I'm just going to say, I absolutely love the fact that the whole time Rudy was talking, Brian's just sitting over here loading the fucking shotgun. And he says one word against both barrels of it. That was the moment. That was the first moment. I love you all. Funny people for me. I remember being hyped all to hell.
Oh yeah, the movie we were talking
because
about.
I love
9/11.
I love 40-year-old. I love 40-Year-Old Virgin. I love Knocked Up at the time it came out. And so Funny People, it was like, okay, we're getting that guy with Adam Sandler. There's no way this is not the best movie ever. And it was kind of, it was a movie I had to watch a couple times to fully appreciate, because it kind of disarms you with how dramatic it is and how dark it gets. I really love the first part of the movie where it's focused on stand-up comedy, and it's kind of a self-aware parody of Adam Sandler's own career. Like where he's got the chick, she's like, fuck me like merman, and he's like, you know, doing the silly voices. Like there's some really good stuff. But I'm also with Rudy, where as soon as it turns into the let's try to have an affair with Leslie Mann side of the movie, there's still some good bits there, but it goes full drama, loses a lot of the comedy for me, with the exception of a couple of spots. Like I love where Eric Bana's chasing him around the yard and he's like, fuck you, traitor, go get more cigarettes. Like there's good stuff, but it does drag a bit for me. And I think that was just something that Judd Apatow got a little self-indulgent with. You know, he's famous for just burning a lot of tape, letting a lot of improv and letting a lot of multiple takes. And I think he stopped editing his movies as much. So everything after Funny People is like a borderline 2.5-hour drama with some jokes with him. I mean, King of Staten Island, I think, was like 2.5 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a movie that I like, but there's a tighter version of it that I probably would enjoy more. All right. Totally different style of comedy here. Number 24, Anchorman. And this is another one where we're on opposite ends of the earth. You got Brian and Rudy that appreciated it pretty good, and then me, CP, and Sean. This is a movie that I have just never really been able to get. And the funny story is, like I told you, Old School turned me on to Will Ferrell. And when I saw Old School, Anchorman had just come out. And so I got really excited for Anchorman because everybody was talking about how great it was. And it was the first Will Ferrell-led comedy that I was going to watch since becoming a new Will Ferrell fan. And I remember me and my dad bought the DVD, and we hated it. I mean, we were sitting there watching it, and it's like, the stupid level of comedy in here is like the most that I've ever seen up to that point. And so he's talking to his dog, and like, what, you ate the cheese wheel and you pooped in the refrigerator? That's amazing. And I'm like, this is gonna get better, right? And then it just never does. You know, where'd you get those clothes? The toilet store. And I'm just
Cody, there's so much drama in that. What are you talking
but I was just like, what is this? I don't get it. And my whole life, it's like Anchorman, top 10 comedy of all time. And I'm like, I don't get it. And so I watched it for the first time since it came out for this list, thinking maybe new mindset, you know, being a couple of decades older or whatever, like, and it just same thing. I'm like, you know, there's a couple of bits that I think are kind of stupid and funny, like milk was such a bad mistake. Like there's a couple of stupid bits that I was like, okay, I kind of get it, but this is kind of like on the parody level for me, where my brain just does not operate on the wavelength that this movie is marching to.
Mm-hmm. For me, when it came out, I didn't see it at the movie. Somebody had the DVD and said, "Yeah, you have to see this." It gave me Napoleon Dynamite in that movie. And I'm like, okay, I hadn't seen either. So I saw Napoleon Dynamite. Of course, I loved it to this day, right?
Double feature from hell for me.
No, and then I saw Anchorman. Anchorman, and I thought, this is the stupidest fucking movie I've ever seen. Nothing made me laugh. And I saw about halfway through it, and I turned it off. Mm-hmm. And this is when people started talking about it, word of mouth, and then it started becoming a meme. And I go, let me see it again. Then HBO started rerunning it. And this is the first comedy. That's why I have it placed so high, that grew on me. The humor grew on me. I understood that it wasn't to be taken literal. It was just like a parody. Is this dumb guy? Who does Steve Carell play? He was an idiot in the movie. Said anything he said, anything he said was going to be like idiotic. But I got the humor, and the more I watched it, the funnier it got. And that's the only comedy that's ever happened with me, where it got funnier the more I watched it. So, and to this day, I quote it. You can quote it with anybody, and you can start a conversation with anybody off the street if you just say something from it. It's awesome.
It is a very easy movie to win with if you have if you guys have ever played the Blockbuster game. It's a little board game. Me and my family, I love playing it because I always dominate. But it's like movie charades, and so this one's always easy to throw in the movie quote section and just say something absolutely outrageous because everybody recognizes it immediately. Mm-hmm. So I think Brian, you had it up fairly high. I'm actually surprised that you like this one.
I'm surprised. Like, it's not one I'm ever going to choose to watch. Like I would only watch it because I was doing something like this. Like
Jesus Christ.
What an endorsement!
I know,
Yeah.
man. Wow.
It's but it's when it comes to stupid comedies, when it comes to it's okay, it makes me laugh. I think it's mainly due to the actors. Like, I like this collection of people, Steve Carell, Paul Rudd, Will Ferrell. Like, I like them. They can make me laugh. So I think that's probably the biggest thing about it. But it is pretty dumb. And the first half hour, I was kind of like you, Cody. I was like, please get better, because I remember this being better. Why is it I'm not laughing at all that first half hour? But once we get into the news room and the sexual politics, the women in the workplace and the men's attitudes in the workplace, there's humor in that stuff.
The drama.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes it so funny. It's that it's so, of course, inappropriate, and it just the sexual dynamic in the newsroom. So,
well, I've seen variations, or obviously not to like this extent, because this like takes them kind of things and then amps them up to ridiculous levels. but essentially, what it's discussing, I have seen in the workplace, where this kind of makes you go, oh yeah, we are kind of sometimes dicks, aren't we?
Yeah.
But it's funny.
I like the bits more than the movie, and even the bits are like so hit or miss. Like, there's so many things in this movie that I think are really funny, and then there's something else that's like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
And when you even understand how they made the movie, it was just like, let's get a bunch of really funny people, put them in a ridiculous scenario, and riff for 2 months straight, and then cut it together into a film. And some of it works and some of it doesn't.
Yeah. I think that's part of what's funny about it, is that you sense the ad-libbing that's going on. And so like when Steve Carell looks like he's going to break, you know that's not a character thing. You know that's something's happened there, and the actors are just trying to hold it together.
It's almost like a Saturday Night Live bit in movie form. Yeah, for sure. So the interesting thing that these movies ended up right next to each other. So moving on to arguably an equally stupid Will Ferrell movie that for some reason I find to be absolutely hilarious while not appreciating Anchorman at all, and that's Talladega Nights. This often competes with Step Brothers for me for like best Will Ferrell. We got Rudy and Brian down there pretty low, CP a little higher up, and then me and Sean being the saviors of this one. I don't know what it is about the difference in the delivery or the difference in the material between something like Anchorman and here, where Anchorman, I just am straight-faced and disappointed for 90 minutes. And then Talladega Nights, I am holding my side. Like all the different bits where John C. Reilly calls him up. He's like, hey, man, I think your house is haunted. And he keeps getting stuck in this conversation with him. He's like, wait a minute. I hate you. Why? What do you mean why? You took my house and my family. Oh, come on, Ricky. That was last week. Like, there's something about that, the different ways that he does it. Hey, man, you want to come play G.I. Joe's? It just kills me. And then the not so subtle way that they kind of are sending up male insecurity towards gay people. And you have Jean Girard come in, I believe is the name. And then you have the whole payoff at the end where he like kind of embraces him and kisses him. And they're talking about Highlander and shit. Like, it's so random that I'm like, I don't even know how you write this. Like, how do these two ideas come together as one? But this is a comedy classic to me. So Rudy,
correct. Not
a fan.
No.
Brian, also not a fan. Brian, what's the difference between Anchorman and Talladega Nights for you to have 15 place difference?
That question can go back to you as well.
I've slept so much since then, but I
really
remember I can't remember the specifics of it, but I remember feeling like they dug a little bit too hard at the whole Christian kind of side of it. I felt like there was a few shots.
Oh, the baby Jesus segment.
That stuff didn't sit well with me at all. And then
I had a buddy in high school that had the same problem. He works in the church to this day, and he loved this movie but hate that scene. So
yeah, but it's just yeah.
I used that bit at the intro to several of my sermons back in the day.
for a totally different approach, Uncle Sean.
I think also I can relate more to Anchorman because I've worked in TV. I've been in TV stations and things, whereas NASCAR and all that, that's nothing to me. It doesn't register. I have zero interest in that. So I think maybe a lot of the gags around it maybe go over my head. I don't know.
NASCAR's not gigantic across the pond.
No. So it feels like maybe a cultural thing that I'm just not I'm not jiving with, because all of the stuff around NASCAR is of so little interest.
It's American as hell for sure, with the fast food jokes and Mountain Dew and all that. So I can understand that one. Charles, I don't remember what's the difference on. Let's see here. So 28 for Anchorman and 21. Not a huge jump, but this one works better for you. So
it's lines. I don't value either movie incredibly well. I laugh more at Talladega Nights than I do Anchorman. And the more we get of Will Ferrell, the more I just kind of it grates on me.
I hear you. Best in small doses.
Yeah.
For a while, I was that way too. Like his spot in Wedding Crashers or his spot in Starsky and Hutch. Like if he has a segment, a bit, it was gold. It was always the best part of the movie. But it was, with a few exceptions like this, I get that a lot too.
Wedding Crashers is probably the one where I probably like him the most.
Yeah.
You know, I would say if the question you asked, Brian, like, why is it you have Anchorman so high and this so low? It's the same thing for me. I'm thinking, like I said, initially, I didn't like Anchorman. Like I said, it eventually grew on me. So maybe that's what it is with Talladega Nights for me. I haven't seen it enough. Maybe I just don't know the scenes and have them memorized like I do Anchorman. So I'm trying to think why I have him at such a discrepancy. But again, I don't find the characters appealing. They're not as like I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I got to think about that.
This is the one super chat that I'll bring up unprompted. Fun fact, Talladega Nights is one of Christopher Nolan's favorite movies, so I'm surprised Brian had it so low. I do remember him saying that, and that was that was funny to me. I was like, oh, wow, cool. Ringing endorsement. Moving on. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
I should probably chime in since I'm the one that has it way up, like in my top 5.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's just, why do you guys hate this movie? Let me say why. So for me,
and we watched this together at Overlook, didn't we?
We did. That's
okay.
right. That's right.
Yes.
So I was going to rewatch it with my lady friend and maybe find a way to trick my kids to watch it with me. And then I watched it with my side lady that I met in New Orleans. But yeah, I like what I like about the movie is that it's a film that is so unbelievably silly, ridiculous, over the top, but also the whole thing is like anchored in on daddy issues. Mm-hmm. And so like from beginning to end, it's like all about his deep insecurities based on things that his dad told him when he was young. Mm-hmm. And that runs throughout the whole exactly. Like an actual through line. And as much as so many scenes are improvised and we're just riffing and how do you write this craziness, they still have like a thing at the center of it. And I do find all the individual bits really funny, quotable, laugh out loud. So I just find it very watchable. But then there's that other layer to it that I also really appreciated about it. And I drive a car and there's cars in this movie. So I just connected with that.
And I just want to note that since you two saw a movie together, I actually saw a movie with Sean called Zack Snyder's Justice League.
It's true.
One of the greatest experiences of my life. So
it's true. Right here. We watched it right here. We moved the couch over and sat there, held hands, and we wept a great deal.
Yeah. I was the one who was weeping more than you. So yeah.
Oh, speaking of weeping, number 21, Airplane. This was my 31.
Is this the biggest gap we have?
Yes, it was.
Like,
yes, it was.
This is the full spectrum right there.
Yes, It was one away from being a full spread. Brian had it at 26, and CP and Sean there in the middle, and then Rudy desperately trying to yank it up to the top of the list. This was it was the first time I watched the movie from start to finish. It's not the first time that I've attempted to watch it. I don't really have anything else to say that's going to be different than any of these other parody movies. It's just humor that doesn't quite work for me. The one bit that genuinely made me laugh, though, is where he's sitting next to that lady and he starts telling the story of how like his romance, and then it cuts to her with her feet. And it caught me so off guard that I actually laughed at that one. So I think for that alone, I probably should have put it higher than the other ones.
We've got to go backwards, Cody. After this, you skipped 22.
Oh, whoops. Okay,
Oh,
my bad.
wow. That's...
Well, well, recycle everything that I just said here in a second. 22. We got Knocked Up. So this one you had CP and
what is CP gonna have in his top 10? Like there's so many of these movies he has at the bottom.
I know it's too much drama.
Fascinated.
In this one.
Now I'm curious. How's this gonna go again?
27 for CP, 25 for Rudy, and then the rest of us kind of cycling there in the middle. And so I'll push this over to CP then.
Yeah. So the theme of the list is comedy. While these are probably better movies, I don't go to them to laugh. That is basically the answer for a lot of these movies in the 20s.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of good jokes in Knocked Up. I find Knocked Up to be kind of a 40-year-old virgin to me is very much straightforward comedy that has some good heartfelt drama in it, but it's very much that bridge in Apatow's style between 40-year-old virgin and Funny People, where this is a very relatable, dramatic event. There's certainly some drama in the movie, but they always find ways to kind of have a lot of really great bits. I love his relationship.
Knocked Up's funnier if it's funnier if you've actually
had
gone
kids
through the whole process of having kids. Because again, it's taking all that stuff in the real life situation that actually scares the crap out of you, and it's finding the humor in it. So
if we were judging these movies, if we rank these 31 based on the quality of their movies, I mean, Funny People would be top 3 for me. It's just I ranked these based on what I would go to laugh, and this just wouldn't.
That's fair.
Not that.
Yeah.
I like how in this one they had it was kind of an ensemble with all these up and coming comedic actors of that era. So like Jonah Hill, Jason Segel, Jay Baruchel, and they're all kind of just playing themselves to a certain extent. So
well,
this
even
was
sometimes their name is literally their name.
It is. Yeah, it is in this movie. So yeah, I always get a good time out of this one. Brian, or you already kind of gave your piece a little bit on this one. Anybody else got something with Knocked Up?
Yeah, I mean, if back when these came out, I mean that Judd Apatow dramedy, that's kind of what was refreshing about them, is that he made these movies that were just like this strange combination of being very raunchy but also kind of very wholesome. And there's a lot of humor in there, but they're also like very deeply grounded in reality, sorts of in other senses. And that was just kind of like refreshing to have something like that at the time.
I think it's refreshing too, because this is a movie that plays a lot on the whole like the fear of pregnancy and comes along with that, but also like relationship issues, and kind of extrapolated because they're forced to be in a relationship more so than like organically. So like the part where she is hormonal and kicks him out of the car on the highway, and he ends up at the doctor's office like 30 minutes later and trying to crack jokes. He's like, I just walked 18 miles to fucking Koreatown to get here, so try to lighten the mood.
Is it? Well, it's the notion that like that they can fool around and everything when they're single and have fun and games, but the moment a child's involved, it forces them to have to grow up and be responsible. So yeah.
And I love how Seth Rogen and it's Leslie Mann and Paul Rudd, who have been married, they have kids. So it's like two polar opposites of couples, like one family, one couple starting a family and the other's established. And I think the dynamic between Paul Rudd and Leslie Mann was so much funnier. I actually prefer This Is 40 over what's the two movies we talked about? Knocked Up and then Funny People.
Better drama too.
Oh yeah. So That's a better movie, in my opinion. So
I do not prefer This Is 40, but I do think that their chemistry as a couple is
oh, it's great.
awesome.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that she's actually Judd Apatow's wife. So like
Yeah.
I think that they had, you know, the difference between a new couple drama and the drama of a couple that's been married and had 2 kids.
Is that yours, Sean?
Yeah. Which kid is that?
It's mine.
Yeah. All right, so moving on to Airplane. I won't repeat what I just said, but yeah, kind of the same thoughts as the others, but that one bit did make me laugh. So yeah, I'll push it over to Rudy because this almost got the crown. For
Yeah,
you.
almost. I grew up with this movie, and I think a lot of us, the common denominator I've seen with all of us regarding what's funny, it's when we saw it and who we saw it with. It really kind of like helps it cement where it feels or lands in our heart. And with this movie, I grew up seeing it with my parents, and whenever my parents would laugh, I'm like, okay, that if they think it's funny, let me check it out. And I love the humor. I love deadpan humor. I love things where there's not necessarily a punchline. It's more or less how the line's delivered, and that's what I think the Zucker brothers excel in. Like this movie and Top Secret are my all-time favorite comedies, and I love how the visual gags are smart at what's going on behind them. So you have to be paying attention to what is being said, but also what's going on in the background. The background could be just a gag. It could be a picture. It could be Robert Shack walking out of a mirror that you totally missed when you first saw it. It's just ridiculous. I love how it's a parody, but you don't have to see the original parody to get the humor. The jokes land. I love inappropriate humor. I love like the racial humor with the jive scene. I love that. Well, you know, I speak jive, all that, which you couldn't do nowadays. But it's a classic in my opinion. I love it.
Quick question. You don't have to elaborate too much, but given what you know about my taste in comedy, but I also adore 80s action films, would I enjoy the Hot Shots movies? Or that probably going to not land for me the same?
No.
No? Okay.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe. Because you like action movies and they're parodying action. So at least watch part 1, which is a parody of Top Gun.
Gummy bears.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, any thoughts on Airplane?
Again, suffers from the problems that I had with Spaceballs.
Same as me then.
I feel like of the parodies, it's the one that chucks the most jokes. Like it's literally like just chucking joke darts at the board, and it's like out of every 10, 1 lands. So I feel like there are more laughs in it than there are in Spaceballs, but that is because they're chucking so many. For me, the biggest laugh came from the jive talking black dudes. It's just
I don't have a rap.
I proper laughed at that bit because that just cracked me up. But other than that, I was just thought.
Rudy or Sean got any thoughts on Airplane, or moving on?
It's a lot of iconic bits in here. Just a ton of like little iconic bits in there that just to become part of the popular culture, that you just know these jokes that are even repeated in other movies and they go back to this film. I would say that while it kind of has that dumb humor of Spaceballs, I think that this has more wit to it. There's more of a setup, a punchline to it, and less just kind of like a random thing or like basic wordplay. I think there's more kind of going on in this film, and so just a lot to it that, you know, it's not one that like I randomly just throw on a lot, but every time I watch it, I go, oh man, there's a reason this is a classic. And especially when you realize when the movie came out in terms of what comedies were like at that time versus what they kind of turned into, just how important it was and things like that.
I actually saw the Ted iteration of the dance bit before I saw this movie. So when I first watched Airplane, for like half a second, my brain's initial reaction is, oh, they're ripping off Ted.
What I love about the movie is I've seen it countless times, and I have the 4K. I discover something new every time I watch it. That's how smart it is. There's a gag that I missed, and it cracks me up, dude. I would compare it almost to like an Edgar Wright comedy. It's just brilliantly designed, storyboarded brilliantly to where all the jokes land and make sense. They put a lot of time and effort, especially in the gag scene, not just the screenplay, but in what is being said, but what's going on in the background.
Yeah,
it's a great film.
It's dense. Like
Yes.
there's the thing that's happening in front of you. There's always the background joke or like what's on the sign behind them. What's on like. There's always a little bit more in every frame.
The PA announcements at the airport.
It's perfectly safe, Elaine, right?
I love that you love it.
And it's the movie that completely rebranded Leslie Nielsen, who was not this like comedic actor. That's his whole legacy since this and Naked Gun has been as deadpan parody guy, and he'd had a career for 30 years before that as not that.
Yeah.
I mean, the scene itself where they're looking for a doctor, and this is when we first meet Leslie Nielsen. Sir, excuse me, are you a doctor? He's like, yes, I am. And he's got a stethoscope. Come on. It's just...
Again, the recaps are funnier to me than the actual movie. Like my initial reaction to seeing that would not be to laugh, but you explaining it is kind of funny. So that's how my brain's wired.
Laughter contagious.
There you go. Moving on to number 20, one that I was hoping would be a little more contagious is Multiplicity. And I had it up the highest. Rudy definitely did not like this one too much. And then CP, Sean, and Brian had it there in the middle. Multiplicity is perhaps the most quoted comedy in my house. It's not often
that I
watch.
Quoted in my house.
Yes, it's not often that I watch a movie with my wife and she starts to be the one quoting it. And she touched my Peppy Steve is something that I say constantly in our household, whether it's appropriate in the situation or not. Or like I want that pizza. Like there's all these things that they do in this that is absolutely something that my whole household gets a laugh out of. I think it's probably the best showcase of Michael Keaton's comedy chops, because he's known much more as a dramatic actor nowadays, and of course Batman. But he did a lot of comedies before this with Mr. Mom and Night Shift, things like that. I think this one is his best. And I just like the message of it. You know, we all have these points in our lives where we think, like, if I just had more of me, I could just get some more things done and it wouldn't be so stressed. And this kind of explores that, and also what you lose. Very similar to like Click. Like you lose a lot of the nuances of life when you try to skip through all of the hardships. And so I just think it's a movie that's got a lot of great bits, and it's got a lot of good heart to it. So Rudy, number 30.
Yeah, like I said, I think I just missed the window of the age and time where I had to see where I thought it was funny. I love Michael Keaton. I love him to death, right? There's no argument or question about that. I think with the right script, in The Flash, yeah. I think with the right script, he's funny. I mean, there's Beetlejuice, there's Mr. Mom, there's Gun Ho. I mean, I love all his movies. He's funny when it is, but this particular concept, I think they were relying more on the novelty of having more Michael Keatons. And I think it just kind of... it was cool at first. Yeah, it's funny. Hey, there's two of them on the screen. But after that, the comedy just kind of ran flat for me. And then with everybody kind of, I can't say throwing a train on his wife, right? I can't say that. What can I?
That's so funny to me, though. So funny.
Okay.
All right. The third one, she's like, wow. Okay, you ready again?
I laugh at it now, but it's ridiculous, man. I don't know. And it's a typical 90s movie.
I love the masculine one trying his best to not break rule number 1. He's just like, no, I got to get up. Okay, I'll stay for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's so good. Brian, where did Brian have this one? Somewhere in the middle. 15.
Yeah, I liked it. I like Michael Keaton. I think he does a really great job of creating 4 separate. Is it 4? It's 3 clones, isn't there?
4.
There's 4 of them all together.
Yeah.
There's
So he does a really good job of creating 4 separate, distinct personalities, where literally just by the way he walks into a room, you know exactly which person you're dealing with, which is. And he pulls that off. So I liked it. It's kind of like one of those mildly amusing throughout type of comedies that just keeps a smile on my face the whole time I'm watching it. I do think the bit where the stupid one kind of ends up getting into bed with the wife, just it pushes it pushes the boundaries of believability, because it really makes the wife look stupid.
It does. It does, man. Like,
so she does not come off well in that situation. It's like, are you serious right now? You're not picking up on the vibes. It's like
It's got such great payoff. It's like we had to bend it a little. Yeah, I think we bend it a lot. Damn near broke the thing off. CP,
Yo,
go to you for this one.
it's a shame we didn't have like one extra spot for another comedy, because we could have had like the Nutty Professor, Eddie Murphy's Nutty Professor, and like have these as parallels, because I think Multiplicity is like a preemptive, prehistoric version of what we eventually get.
Good point. Good
from
point.
Nutty Professor. If only we had one spot to put Nutty Professor in. But yeah, it's perfected by Nutty Professor, but it's certainly,
Well,
like Brian said,
Eddie Murphy kind of does it in one of the comedies we have on here, though, doesn't he? Because he's playing like
sort of.
Another
multiple
precursor
characters
to
in-
Nutty Professor for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as the CG effects and getting that many versions of somebody on screen,
yeah.
it's a little bit. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Coming to America is similar, but
Oh, you're talking about having them all on screen
the
at
dinner
once,
scene,
interacting.
yeah,
with each- yeah.
that's a really, really impressive. It's a
Yeah.
feat. But yeah, this is a prehistoric version of that, and I like Michael Keaton as a humorist, and it works. I'll save it for later.
So
I really like.
this,
Go ahead.
Like, this is a movie I on one of the movies on this list I probably rewatched the most times. Some of that is my
Same.
wife likes it, so we put it on quite a bit. I kind of put it in the same category as some of the ones I had lower on the list, where I kind of said, like, if you're making a list of greatest comedies of all time, I just can't imagine that this is one that you would throw in the conversation. But at the same time, it's one that I put on it's like a comfort food comedy for me and my wife.
That'd be a really weird list if we just did comfort food comedies.
Comfort food.
Oh
Even
yeah.
worse.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Those are some of my favorite movies to throw on if you're sick or if you just need to like unwind or you're stressed. Just throw on a comedy that brings you some joy. That's not necessarily, top of all time, but just
Three
comfort
Amigos is
food.
mine.
Hmm?
Three Amigos is mine. Yeah.
Coming in at number 19, Edgar Wright's first entry on the list, At the World's End. So I had it the lowest at 26. Brian had it at number 2. That's another pretty massive split there. And then we've got CP and Sean there pretty close, and Rudy right there in the middle at 14. So Brian, I'm going to kick this one over to you because if I'm not mistaken, is this your favorite of the Cornetto trilogy? So I don't hear that very often. It's interesting.
It's helped that of the three genres they explored, this one is sci-fi, and that's kind of my wheelhouse. But I also think that the skills that Wright has developed as a filmmaker by this point are so on point that he's making it look easy at this point with the way that he edits. But also for me, it was the most relatable in terms of you've got these guys who they're all grown up, they've got lives, they've got some of them have got families and that, and then one of them just hasn't. He's just refused. He's stayed the same. And there's a group of us at school, and I can kind of see each of us in these guys. And there's a friend of mine that I see that I see Simon Pegg character in that he's just not changed. He's still the same now as he was when we were at school. And it's this kind of constant tension of between being who we were and being who we are, and who we need to be. So all that stuff is really relatable to me. I get a lot of humor out of it, and just on a technical level, I feel like it's a much better film than the previous two as well.
Interesting. Uncle Sean.
Yeah, I mean it's a good Edgar Wright film. There's bits that I liked. I thought that this one was just I kind of say the opposite of it, of the treatment of the genre that it's tackling didn't work quite as well for me as the other ones, and I think it tried a little bit too hard on some of the drama where it's too heavy-handed. And so it's solid, but I mean of the three, I think this was easily my least favorite of the Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah, it's the Cornetto trilogy is interesting for me because it's movies that I've tried to watch multiple times, and there is one that I genuinely enjoy that I had fairly high up. But I didn't really lock into Edgar Wright's style as something that worked for me until Baby Driver, interestingly enough, which is
Really?
probably the most American of his movies, and maybe that's why. But kind of similar to Sean. When The World's End, when I got to that one, I was kind of excited by the sci-fi aspect. I think Pierce Brosnan being in there, I was like, oh, that's cool. And there is something interesting about that whole like group of friends that have matured and everybody kind of moves on to a certain degree, but one hasn't. And I think most of us have a friend like that where your brain kind of plays tricks on you, where it's like they're still the same friend they always were. They necessarily haven't done anything to like lose your friendship, but because they're not caught up with you as far as like life, your brain is like, I don't know if life has room for them as much anymore. Like, you know, hey, let's hang out, let's go do this. And it's like the dad husband side of your brain's like, I don't really do that anymore though. So it is an interesting thing on the drama side of things.
I will say, as far as characters, this is one of the characters that he's written that I feel the most sympathy for in a way, because again, the early part of the movie, it's my generation, Gen X. I mean, they graduated the same year I did. It's shot like a real world episode of MTV, and I love that nostalgic feel to it. And looking back and just having that fear of like, I passed my life up, that was my peak. And, you know, and it gets a little deep where they touch on how he attempted suicide, and this is all he's got. This is all he's got, just finishing this task. So I kind of feel like some sympathy for that character. So of all his movies, that's the one character that's really layered as far as you understand his motivation. Yes, it's simple and almost, you can say, idiotic, but that's all he has.
Charles? At World's
End?
Again,
if we're ranking the quality of the film, this is much higher for me. But to go and laugh at, as well made a movie as this is, as smart and witty as it is, it's still not something that I will put on to chuckle at. It's a brilliant movie. It's just for a certain mood, this doesn't fit for me.
Gotcha. Moving on to go ahead.
So when you ranked these movies, like, were you like the way your brain was working? Were you ranking them purely on what's funnier? Like, because we're doing 31 comedies, was that where you were at? So you would rank a film, if you think this is a better film, but this one's funnier, you'd put this one on top.
Right. So that's why Kingpin is so high for me, because I laugh a lot at that. Like I said, if we're doing film quality, World's End is top 3. Right. But I don't go to it to laugh. Again, it's very smart. Like, a lot of the jokes in there are very sharp and witty. Like the way they pay off a lot of jokes with the two blondes and a redhead in the middle. Like, Edgar Wright is
You've got a critter behind you. I've only just noticed.
I was waiting for you to notice.
You've got a critter behind you. Oh,
yeah, it's yours whenever I bring it with me.
Oh,
my luggage situation.
And I will say, I do love Pierce Brosnan in this movie, and I love how he had, for 2 movies, like 2 former 007s. He had Timothy Dalton in Hot Fuzz, and then Pierce Brosnan in this. So
Pierce Brosnan just adds something to anything.
Oh man, he's awesome.
It doesn't matter. Like, you
Yeah.
have Black Adam, and I'm like, I like it a little bit because he's in there. Coming at number 18, we have Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And we were a little all over the place on this one. So you had me and Brian down a little towards the bottom, Rudy there in the middle with Sean, and then Charles had it the highest. And, you know, for as much as I adore John Hughes movies, this is one that I always enjoy, but I never really love it the way that a lot of other people do. Like, it's just not on that level of things like Breakfast Club, Planes, Trains, Weird Science even. And I don't know exactly what it is about it. But one thing that I think is part of it, I'm actually going to kick over to Rudy, because Rudy made a whole video on this subject. Rudy, why is Ferris an asshole?
Well, again, when I saw it as a kid, everybody wanted to be Ferris because he was confident, he got what he wanted, and hell, they made a show, Parker Lewis Can't Lose, and then they made Saved by the Bell, which is more or less a hybrid of Ferris Bueller, the smart, witty kid that gets by, gets what he wants. So I loved it as a kid, and I love the theme of the movie, which more or less is enjoy life now. Life flies by pretty fast. Before you know it, you're going to be old, and it's going to, you know, enjoy life for what it is. You know, make each day the best it can possibly be. But as you get older and you watch it, he's an asshole. I mean, he's more or less manipulating his kids, his friends into getting what he wants. I mean, look at what he put Cameron through. The guy didn't want to leave his house, but again, just kind of bullying him. He got him to take his dad's car, which is priceless, and got it wrecked at the end. He even slapped Cameron a few times when he messed up on the phone. So it just comes off like a narcissistic asshole who just is using people to get what he wants. So as an older person, I don't like it. Like if my son had a friend like that, I'd beat the shit out of him.
As a younger person back in the day, that's why I never liked Ferris Bueller.
Really? You recognize that as younger? Wow.
Dude, so I first saw this again, probably around 13, 14 years old, and all I could think was this guy's a douchebag. And for the longest time, I could not stand watching Matthew Broderick in anything because of this film.
Wow.
I get like right off the bat, like he's lying to his parents, the way he treats his sister. His friends are just a stepping stone for him to do what he wants.
Get what he wants, yeah.
And it's just and the whole time he's just this smug, cocky, and it's like I get the whole idea of saying, "Oh, enjoy life while you can," because you're not young forever. But enjoy life while you can because you're not young forever, whilst treating people respectfully. You don't have to be a douchebag in order to enjoy life. So, yeah, I've never been a fan of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And we spend far too much time on all that nonsense crap with the teacher trying to break into his house and all that stuff, when what we should be doing is spending more time on developing the stuff between, between the friends and all the stuff that's going on with, I can't remember the guy, the Ferris's guy friend. Cameron, all the stuff between him and his father, like the end when he tosses the car, should be a real payoff moment, but I don't think it is. I don't feel it because I don't think they've done enough to earn that moment. Like
they don't do enough to make you buy into the fact. Like they're trying to phrase it like his father values things more than his own son.
Yeah.
But you can value your kids and still have a priceless thing that you value, like a car that's priceless. They do fail to kind of fully get you to believe that. And as a parent, you're like, that like my kid could come in here and smash my whole streaming setup with my laptop. Like that would be the equivalent of that car. Yeah. But I love my kids way more than this stuff. So like as a dad, you're like, I wonder if the dad really deserved that. Yeah. And then
we don't see we don't see the dad. We never see the dad.
Yeah.
We don't see any interaction. So there's no real reason to. Yeah.
Beyond that, something that always makes this movie a little strange for me, because I only saw it once back in the day, and I've since watched it the most times, like as an adult, is that part you talked about, like how so much of the movie focuses on the principal's like obsession with getting to Ferris and breaking into his house and stuff. The fact that the actor who plays it had that whole thing happen makes it a little weird too. I don't want to get into it here, but if you know, you know. It's a movie that I can enjoy. I can block all that out, but it's just never landed for me on the way of some of the other John Hughes. Uncle Sean. Go ahead.
No, again, just seeing it again, you like Brian touched on, you see Cameron in a different light. The guy's been neglected his whole life. He doesn't have parents that love him, and he even attempts suicide by jumping in the pool. I mean, I don't know if he was really trying to, but he just sinks to the bottom of the pool, and that's kind of like a weird moment seeing it as an adult. Like this guy is really going through a lot, and the fact that Ferris is more or less kind of manipulating him and bullying him, making him do things. And I get Ferris's point, he wants him to live a little bit. I get that, but just the emotional state he's in, you see it differently as an adult than you did as a kid.
Mm-hmm. Uncle Sean.
Yeah, I mean, it's an iconic 80s movie, but to make kind of a strange comparison, it's a little bit in a totally different way, but what I said about Talladega Nights, of you have this movie that is this silly escapist fantasy about trying to, doing all these tricks to be able to take a day off from school and have this big wild adventure, and at the same time it's anchored with very human relatable interactions and dynamics that teenagers struggle with. And so then you have silliness, and you have also moments where it's like, well, that's really dark, where it's kind of talking about where Cameron is at, and so kind of its own different way, kind of touching on both aspects like that.
Gotcha. All right, moving on to one that I was very excited made the list. We have The Cable Guy. So I had this at number 4. I am one of those weirdos. This is my favorite Jim Carrey comedy. 26 at Rudy down there. Sean even lower at 27. And then Brian and CP almost agreeing there right in the middle. And this is one that I saw pretty late in life. I was a teenager, so I was probably like around 13 when I saw it for the first time. And it was one that kind of had to grow on me because you think Jim Carrey and you think Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, The Mask. And this came out not too long after that era. I think it's 97. And this is very dark for a comedy. And again, Ben Stiller, underrated genius when it comes to satire and talking about, you know, a generation of kids that were raised by television. And I love the dynamic in this movie of how dark and how serious it is versus the slapstick, you know, animated Jim Carrey. And it gets a ton of laughs out of me, like the scene where he visits him in prison, and the fact that he relates everything to movies, I kind of sympathize with, because I was that annoying person as a kid, especially. Everything was a reference, everything was a bit. And so when he, you know, I'm here for you. What are you doing? You're gonna get me killed. Like, those moments are great. Jack Black is the friend in there, kind of grounding it all, and again, Leslie Mann as the love interest. I love her. But this is one that it's a non-conventional pick for a Jim Carrey favorite, but I just love what it brings. So I'm going to kick this one over to Rudy again, too, because I think he had... Oh, no, Sean. We'll start with Uncle Sean. So 27.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this one when it came out in the theaters. I saw it a lot back in the 90s because Jim Carrey was just ubiquitous, just so a presence. It's one of those movies that, you know, as time passed, it just like didn't sit with me as one that I wanted to go back to. Just the blend of comedy and stalker thriller. It's kind of an odd mix where I guess it strikes me as kind of a spicy food kind of formula. That it's the sort of thing, like, if you like this, it's like, this is a really interesting blend of genres, comedy, satire, and everything like that. And for me, it was like, I just can't really latch onto this because it's I don't know, it's too many different things and not quite funny enough in the right ways. So rewatching it for this was probably the first time I'd watched it in 20 years. And it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, there's things in here that I still dig, but like, there's a reason that it's not one that I've gravitated back towards.
There's just something about it. Like, again, like I'm very... It's a very fine line between stupid humor that I just adore and get a lot of kicks out of, and stupid humor that doesn't work for me. And this movie just finds that line so many times. Like, I love where after he's kind of turned on him and he's talking to him in his van, and he's like, hang on, I got another call. And he's like, I know it's you. Oh, I'm back. You know, little stuff like that. That kills me. Anyway, Rudy, I think this was a first time watch for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I know, again, growing up in the 90s, I recognize and remember how big Jim Carrey was. Every movie he did was a hit. And this is the one that I skipped because people were talking negative about it, how it wasn't funny. So I just never got a chance to see it. So until this, I saw it because of the 31 and 31. And I didn't get it. I mean, you walk in thinking it's going to be a Jim Carrey comedy, and it's not. It's something totally deeper. I mean, we've touched on a few narratives, like, you know, kids growing up with no parents, but raised by the television. And as I stepped away in hindsight, thinking about it, it's like a relationship movie, somebody who's obsessed with somebody. And when you see it in that light, it's a little bit funnier. But again, I just wasn't expecting it to be so dark. I mean, at the end, he kidnaps Leslie Mann, and okay, what the hell's going on? Is he going to kill her? Where's this going, man? It's supposed to be a comedy.
Staple gun.
Like, what's going on? But it's got its moments. It's got its moments. I mean, and Jim Carrey, again, going to the relationship theme of it, I love the part where he's making breakfast after that big party. He's like, hey, my treat.
By this time, you buy next time.
Yeah. But I love how he finds out it was a prostitute and things like that. He's like, things were going so well. That cracks me up if you look at it from a relationship standpoint. You just try to keep somebody in your life. So it's got its moments, but again, it's way too dark for me, man. It's way too dark for me. And again, you have to be in the right mood to see it.
Yeah. Brian.
When I first saw this, I probably would have been 17 or 18. I saw it fairly soon as to when it came on. Right, as soon as it came out on video, really. So it would have been like 98. So I would have been 18. So I was deep into my love affair with movies by that point, but it was very immediate in the sense that it was current films. It was all things that current. So like all your classics, they kind of lost on me. So a lot of the references in here to films were lost on me. And that's where I find a lot of the human, like watching it now, because now I do get the references. It's like, but I think it's more intelligent than I first gave it credit for, and it is a parody because it came out like at the arse end of the 90s, and in the 90s we'd had so many of these kind of thrillers. Like I think Jacob mentioned it actually. Oh yeah, just like Single White Female, Pacific Heights, like Hand That Rocks the Cradle, The Fan. Like there was so many of these kind of movies. So when I watched it at first, I was like, what's going on with this thing? Because it's playing like one of these Single White Female type movies, and it's not serious enough or dark enough to be that. So, but it's watching it as an older guy and realizing that okay, actually it's coming at the end of that period, so it's parodying those movies whilst also being a semi love letter to movies in general, and I just think as a movie fan, I can appreciate it a lot more now with what it's going for. Whereas when I was like essentially a newbie, you know, when you're 18 and you suddenly say, yeah, movies are my everything, but actually, you know, you like you've got a lot to learn still as an 18-year-old movie fan. So yeah, it's at 18, you think because you've seen a Hitchcock movie, you're an expert at, you know, in cinema. But it's like when you get to like in your 40s and you've seen a heck of a lot more, you are a bit more versed in different kind of areas of cinema and stuff. I just think this lands a lot better. I appreciate it a lot more with what it's going for, alongside being, as I say, a parody of that 90s thriller that we got so many of.
Yep. Charles, any thoughts on Cable Guy?
I think Brian and I are very close in ranking. And I said it in my video that, yes, that if we were to make if we had 31 like black comedies, I think Brian and I would be pretty close to each other because this is dark. It's very dark, but there is still, if you can get past the absurdity of what's happening, there are a lot of laugh lines that really hit if you can get past the seriousness of it. And there's just, like Brian said, there's things where they take riffs and homages to things, like the horror way that it's shot when he breaks into the door and they give him the black lighting. He's like, I just want to hang out, no big deal. It's lit like a horror movie. It's hysterical. It's fucked up, but I'm fucked up, so it played right to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was also a big Jefferson Airplane fan as well back in the day. So when Jim Carrey does his "Somebody to Love" rendition, I just thought that was immense. I was sat there laughing my ass off at that one bit when we first saw it, and my parents were like, "What's he? It's crawled up his ass like?" Cause
somebody to love. All right, Brian, we have arrived, sir. Number 16, In Bruges. Brian got it at number 1. Most of us got it around the 20 mark. Sean a little bit higher. I'm going to let Brian kick this one off. So for those that, though I think it's not really an inside joke, most of these Brian holds us hostage for at least one entry, and this was the one. For this one,
I like how this one even Sean has the right number. That's bullshit.
Yeah, Sean was pretty on point with matching the list for this one. So I'm going to let Brian kick it off because I know he's going to have the most to say about In Bruges.
It's cheating.
Right, I had somebody message me just the other night actually on Facebook because they just watched In Bruges. They went through all the McDonough movies because I convinced them, and he messaged me back. He's American, and he's like, dude, is this meant to be a comedy? Because I'm no. Hear me out. He goes, is this meant to be a comedy? Because I'm feeling a bit weird because I'm laughing my ass off at this. And I was like, no. It's a comedy. That's the right reaction to go for. And he's like, phew, thanks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's funny. And I think that's the issue. I think that's the problem. I think so many people watch this and it is hilarious. You are meant to laugh, but I feel like people feel uncomfortable to laugh. And I feel like that's the difference maybe between a British audience, an American audience. Possibly, I don't know. It's like I have no problem laughing at the guy saying there's midgets out there. It's like, it's like, and things like that. And it's just, there isn't a minute that goes by in this film where I don't laugh hysterically. And CP's talking about what makes a comedy. You have to laugh. Well, that's me with In Bruges. Who can explain it? I don't know. It's just when I watch In Bruges, I laugh my arse off. Colin Farrell is hilarious in it. He's a child trapped in a man's body, and he's now having to deal with the real world because of very murky waters he's gotten himself into due to bad choices, and that just creates some absolutely hysterical moments between him and Brendan Gleeson. You got Brendan Gleeson, who's like a more mature kind of worldly guy who's a bit more cultured. He knows a bit about Bruges. He appreciates it more. And then you throw into the mix Colin Farrell's child in a man's body, who just doesn't get any of it, doesn't want to be there, isn't having fun, and it just creates comedy gold. And then throw in midgets and gangsters and all that. It's hilarious. How can you not laugh your ass off at that? That is
the cocaine-fueled conversation had me laughing. I love that.
It's hilarious. I just like how anybody can come away from this and not call it a comedy is beyond me. It's a dark comedy, but that is a kind of comedy.
It's very dark comedy. I think a lot of people like
it's
a
Jet
lot
Black.
of what you got.
It's Jet Black, but it's still. But if you're laughing your ass off at something that you're meant to be laughing your ass off, like the writer director is literally trying to get you to laugh, and you are laughing, then that's job done. That is
Brian,
a comedy.
Have you seen Coffee Table yet?
No.
That's a Jet Black comedy.
Okay.
I don't think Brian.
I don't think that's a comedy at all, dude.
But anyway,
It's a lot of drama. So
I think what some of you guys were saying about Cable Guy is kind of how I am with In Bruges. Like I did get laughs out of it. I watched it a number of years ago for the first time because Brian was so adamant about it, and I especially got a laugh out of the end where, like, I forget exactly what the line is, but Ray Fiennes sets himself up like, "I'll kill myself if this happens," is like a joke, and then it literally happens, and he's just like, yeah, really? Like that actually kind of made me laugh in the third act. But it is, for as dark as we were just saying Cable Guy is, like that's as white as snow compared to In Bruges. And so it's a movie you have to be in a certain headspace for. And if I'm operating under, which I kind of did with my ranking, if I'm operating under Charles's rules, like what movie do I pop in if I want to laugh? This is not high for me.
This is number one for me.
Oh, I know. We knew. Whenever you suggested it, we were like, well, I know what Brian's top 4 are going to be. Yeah, I don't know. This one, it's interesting for sure. Sean, was this a first-time watch for you?
It was. It was.
Thoughts?
You told me I needed to watch it after a Fantastic Fest a couple years ago.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I mean, I really had no idea what to expect going into it because all I had really heard was you guys bickering back and forth. Is that even a comedy? Like, what? I don't even know what to make of that. I hadn't really seen a trailer, so just threw the movie in, like, let's see what happens. And, you know, I don't approach a ranking like this kind of using the CP meter. So, like, I did find it was funny, but also, like, that wasn't my only criteria. I was like, okay, that's an interesting little film. I like these kind of, what are you going to call it, the post-Tarantino, post-Guy Ritchie kind of underground crime, comedy, banter movies. I like the genre, so I dug the movie.
Rudy, was this a first-time watch for you too, I believe?
It was, and the first 30 minutes were just incredibly painful. Like I was like this close to just saying I watched it and lied and just would have made up something, but I'm glad I hung out and watched it because again, I do love dry, witty humor and I love dark humor. But again, I didn't know what to expect with this. And I messaged everybody at the end of it, like, I don't know why I'm cry laughing, but the fact that a small person whose head was shot off is cracking me up is just, it speaks volumes about this movie. Like, why am I laughing so hard about it? The material's dark. I mean, Colin Farrell's character accidentally kills a kid. So, you know, that's not funny whatsoever, but just the delivery and Ralph Fiennes, I think, is the one who makes the movie, in my opinion. When he shows up, that's when the movie gets really good. So that's just me. But again, I had it high. I think I had it at 24. So it was
Hi.
that's decent. I mean, what is 22? It was a genuine surprise. So
Martin McDonagh is very unique. We'll just say that his blend of drama and comedy and everything. Like whenever we saw, and we don't have to elaborate on this, but whenever me and Sean saw Banshees of Inisherin, like that was labeled as a comedy, and even more so than In Bruges, it's like, okay, like, I don't know. So yeah, he's interesting for sure. Coming in at number 15, Blazing Saddles, and this was Rudy's number 1. We had Charles there at 8. I had it the lowest. And then Brian and Sean there tied right there around 20. So Rudy, I will let you lead this one.
Oh man, the pressure on this one. Okay. What I love about this movie is that it takes a very sensitive topic that's still relevant today, right? Racism. And it creates a satire from it. It takes one of the most used words in racism. It takes its power away and makes people who use it and think this way look like idiots. And I think if you can do that in a funny manner and it land, it's a masterpiece. I mean, because again, I think comedies nowadays, I think we all can agree, are now playing it way too safe because they don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
But this movie, not only if it offends you, it's supposed to, and also the narrative is poignant as far as like, hey, the people that actually believe and think this way, this is how you look. So I love that it's a parody and it's a satire with a lot of social narratives that are going on, but it's also timeless. Like I said, growing up, poor Hispanic, my neighborhood was mainly Black and Hispanic, low income. And everyone just loved this movie. They cracked up about it whenever it came on TV. They were just laughing at it because it was funny. Because it took a lot of material that a lot of people had encountered in real life, racism, and we laughed at it because, again, somebody has said earlier that comedy, in a sense, is kind of like drama. It originates with drama. You bring up drama, tough situations, we can laugh at that. So the fact that we can laugh at this is brilliant, and I think it's timeless. And I have a fear of one day it actually being banned and removed from streaming sites. I just have this horrible feeling that may happen one day, but I think it's relevant to this day, and I think it tells us what comedy can do. It can have a poignant narrative, a point within the comedy and within the offensive material, and it does that brilliantly. And again, I think it's timeless, and I think it's the most important comedy ever made, in my opinion.
It's always interesting to me because this was a first time watch for me, and I had always heard, you know, the stigma around it and everything. It's always interesting to me where you have a movie that's controversial, and for me, it's very clear like what the message is, but the message that everybody portrays it as is the opposite. Like a lot of people call this like a racist movie, a problematic movie. It's a movie that celebrates that word, and you watch it, and like within 5 minutes, you're like, no. And so it's always kind of frustrating when, I don't know if people just don't understand humor or if they just decide to be willfully ignorant to it to have a point. Like, but that was yes, I actually enjoyed the movie quite a bit for the first 45 minutes or so. I was laughing a good bit, like the bit whenever he's first coming into town and you got the guy on the roof. And he's like, "You got up," and every time the bell would ring, like spots like that, or when he comes, "Where are the white women at?" Like there was pretty damn funny little bits there.
I mean, think about that scene right there. Again, you have that word being repeated, and then they shoot a Bible. You remember when the preacher comes and like, no, stay away. They shoot a Bible. So that's, I mean, how offensive is that? I mean, it cracks me up because that type of humor I love that.
Yeah. So I was actually the first 45 minutes, I was like, wow, am I actually going to have this one not in the bottom 4? And then it kind of lost me after that. Again, creative, same way with Spaceballs where they're doing the double take and the tape where they burst out of the movie set and like
The fourth wall break. Yeah.
Yeah, but once it got to that point of the movie, it kind of lost me a bit. Like I didn't feel like the satire was as biting. It just kind of became about hijinks. So again, I won't develop anything further than that. Like parodies aren't for me, and so this one ends up lower for me. Charles, you had it up pretty high.
Yeah. Well, I agree with the sentiment that Rudy's talking about. I don't think humor like this will be outlawed. I just think a lot of the bigger studios won't take risks with this because, like you said, Cody, people view the risque humor and they just think, oh, bad word. But they're not factoring in the thing that Rudy brought up is they're showing you, yeah, bad words, but look at how stupid the people are who use them. It's the same thing when people talk about Archie Bunker. They don't realize that Archie Bunker is the villain in that show. Like everybody's around him to make him look like a moron, but they don't factor that in. They just hear the words, and people for the wrong reasons just soak that up. There's plenty of stuff that you can watch in the last 10 years or so, but they're not like popular movies because they're not getting any play. But like you said, Rudy, this is really important for a ton of reasons. And, because it set a precedent, it showed that you can still push boundaries. And if people are really soaking up the messaging, it's there. It's telling you how silly we are for being racist.
Yeah.
Brian or Sean, any thoughts?
This was essentially a first-time watch for me. I believe I saw it 25 years ago, but essentially it was a first-time viewing. There's plenty of things in here that I thought were very funny, like really funny stuff. And then even just to the point of a movie that's able to take something offensive and turn it on its head. I also thought that somewhat to what you said, Cody, to a lesser extent, but kind of lost me as it went along, and they're doing dance numbers and it just kind of gets weirder.
Madeline Kahn, yeah.
yeah, it just kind of like went off, and I was like, this is not as much for me.
Yeah.
You have Mel Brooks as a Native American talking to black people, and it's just
in Yiddish.
Broken.
He's speaking Yiddish. That alone is priceless, man. Come on.
Brian, any different thoughts on the other parodies for this one, or kind of just same issue?
I think I had this higher. I think I had this the highest in there of the three parodies.
And I wouldn't call this a parody, to be honest. It's more of a satire.
Yeah,
I would say that.
Potato.
Yeah. It's taking the Western genre and using the tropes of that genre to kind of hold a mirror up to the problems with society. And I think in that regard, it does a better job. I think it's more hard hitting than Airplane or Spaceballs. Like if you're going to show one of these three movies, this is the one that's got bite to it. This is the one that makes you go, oh, hang on, can you do that? Can you say that?
Yeah.
And because of that, it kind of makes me go, you know what? Some of the gags don't land for me, but I like Rudy pointed out the Bible shooting one for obvious reasons. I'm not going to like that gag, but I would never say don't do that gag. For me, I would support having that gag in there because I support freedom of speech. I think people should be free to say whatever dumb crap they want to say, and it shouldn't be suppressed, because if you let stupid people talk, they'll dig themselves their own grave. And I just yay. So yeah, for me, I'm all for freedom of speech, and I think a movie like this is a celebration of that in many ways, and it's sadly lacking in movies today. Is that I think there's the desire there by filmmakers to do that, but there's such a fear that they're going to get cancelled that they don't. So everything's played safe, and it just turns everything into dull, lifeless kind of stuff. So for that reason, I appreciated this one, and that's probably why it's as high as it is for me.
There's a lot of firsts for it. Like I said, the shooting Bible, only who dare would do that, right? But it's just showing the idiocy of these people that are so racist. They're shooting the Bible. It shows abuse to the elderly. They're literally beating up old people. They're punching a horse. And there's also
Man, the
flatulence. It's the
best
first
stuff.
movie to ever feature a fart scene. There was never any fart scenes prior to that. So it's a first on many levels. And again, Richard Pryor co-wrote it as well. He was supposed to star as the sheriff, but again, because of his behaviors outside the studio, they couldn't insure him, so they went in elsewhere. But again, it's historic, and the fact that it's still relevant to this day speaks volumes about it.
There you go. All right, moving on to number 14, we have The Hangover, and with the exception of Sean, we were somewhat close on this one. We got Sean at 5, we got me and CP there at 17, Brian at 19, Rudy at 20. This is one of those movies that I always say a bad remake never affects the original. Like for me, I never have that issue, but bad sequels can. And this is a movie that when the existence of Hangover 2 and Hangover 3 made me like it less. I was kind of burnt out on the group. I was burnt out on the dynamic. I was burnt out on the style of humor. And I have not watched, as much as I think Hangover is a great comedy. After watching the third one in theaters, I haven't watched the first one since, except for when I prepared for this video. And so it's hard for me to separate that sometimes. Taking it on its own merits, I think it's a very good comedy. I remember at the time it was like this huge surprise hit. Like I thought it looked funny, but then all of a sudden it was just killing it at the box office. And it was like, oh my God, okay, what is this thing about? A lot of great iconic bits there. You have Zach Galifianakis this was like his big breakout role, and all of a sudden he was in a lot of stuff. This was also the movie that made me like Bradley Cooper, because before this, he always kind of played a dick, like in Wedding Crashers. And so I never really latched into him too much. And this was the first time that he got to play kind of like a fun, cool character. And then, his career's skyrocketed since. But it's a funny movie that just for whatever reason, the existence of the comedy is always I'm still kind of burnt out on it. So I don't have it quite as high as I would have if they never did sequels. Sean, you had it at number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is just my men behaving badly comedy of choice, where it's just of movies that there's several on this list, even a lot of them are directed by Todd Phillips. This is the one that just has the right ensemble for me, the right setup, even though it's like a very silly, simplistic, where'd he go? Where let's find the guy. And what happened last night? I don't know, it just works. It's charming in its simplicity, but there's just enough of a hook to it that you going from each episode to each episode, looking forward to it. The bits make me laugh out loud. So, and I don't know, I might in some ways like agree with you on this is a great example of where the sequels just kind of sucked some of the life and the energy out of things. But then maybe that's also why it was a little bit higher on my list of rewatching it after a decade of like, oh man, those movies really weren't very fun. And then you watch this one, I was like, no, this was fun. Like I remember having so much fun seeing this one back in 2009.
Yeah. Brian, weren't a fan of the other Todd Phillips comedies. Had this one a little bit higher. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw this movie way back, I hated it. Absolutely hated it. I think it's a movie I took offense to. I just like back when this came out, I would say I was a lot more on the left leaning side, and now I'm a bit more on the right leaning side, slightly right of center, I would say. But I was very I was one of those that if I felt something was an injustice or whatever, I'd sit there and fold my arms and go, no, I'm not. So obviously,
I can believe that.
when this came out, it came out just around all that period when Mike Tyson had been, he's had up on charges for
did his time
for beating his missus. So I just did not like the fact that this guy was being put up on a pedestal in this movie. And I was just like, why are they bigging up Mike Tyson as if he's something, And then and then other jokes like the baby getting hit in the face with a car for some reason. I was a very different person. Yeah, so when I watched it, I wasn't people change. People, yeah. I wasn't the same person I was when I first watched this to what I am now. I think I've relaxed a bit more in my attitudes to things, and I watched it, and this was no way near as offensive as I found it to be all those years ago. And I was like, I need to pull that cork out of my ass, because clearly I had one stuck up there somewhere when I first watched it. But it's still not, it's not great. It's a slightly above average kind of movie. I do think that Phillips by this point is showing a visual flair as a director. I think he's starting to come on as a filmmaker. I still think his best comedy, and it's still a dramedy kind of thing really, but I still think his best comedy is Due Date. I find that film to be his best of this ilk. But
there we go. Charles.
I would have lost a bet having Brian bring up politics this late for the first time. While the chat, I'm kind of with you. I don't think of any politics when it comes to The Hangover, but that's interesting. I'm dying to watch it through your lens, but it's one of those things where I have the same lens that you do, Cody. Mm-hmm. The sequels have tainted the original for me, and Zach Galifianakis, his character in that one film as a small dose is fine, but like that shit gets old. And again, unfortunately and unfairly so, rating the entire franchise against that, like, I guess I can't erase my thoughts of the sequels, but it's just like, oh yeah, this never goes away. But on its own, as a comedic short-term version of Christopher Nolan, Memento, pardon. It's fun. How silly can people be when they're hungover on a really fucked up night in Vegas? It is an unofficial sponsored Vegas trip type thing where, like Sean said, boys being boys and the silly things we do in Vegas in one night, and they're trying to something as absurd as losing your friend.
We've all been there.
Vegas, am I right?
Yeah.
I just say, so the stylish one says, why bring politics to The Hangover of all movies? Yeah, I agree. So I just want to clarify, I wasn't bringing politics to The Hangover. I was pointing out the political ideologue within myself that, like, if I saw something I deemed was offensive, then I would march against it. So I was more pointing out my own flaw rather than any kind of political thing going on in the film. There's nothing political about The Hangover, but there was something very political about me, I would say. That
I understood what you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
It's hard with the chat. You say politics, they're like, what? Can go wrong very quickly.
Yeah, the way you phrased it the first time was, I was like this when I watched that, and therefore I interpreted that through that grid.
Yeah. Rudy, The Hangover.
I don't think I've got anything to add that hasn't been said.
Okay.
I mean, so I'm good.
All right. Yeah. Moving on to something I'm sure you have a lot to add. We have 13, Young Frankenstein. I believe this is the highest rated of the parody films. It was my highest rated. So I had it at 28. I had it at 28. Sean at 20, Brian at 14, and then Rudy at 8, and Charles at 5. I'm actually surprised that Charles ranked it higher than Rudy. This one I did enjoy most of, more than any of the other parodies. I think just because I love Gene Wilder. I think something about Gene Wilder and his hijinks, just I got to enjoy it more. Like where he's, don't open this door no matter what, and then he's like, never mind, I was kidding, open the door, open it now. Like, I just got some laughs out of that. Much like the other ones, I feel like a parody short would work well for me, but I just get exhausted with it, and I always by the 45-minute mark I'm spent. And so the same thing happened with this one, where I just kind of trailed off in the last half of it. But I dug it more than the others. I don't have too much else to add, but Charles, you had it the highest.
I'm a big Madeline Kahn stan, and unfortunately, we don't have Clue in here, but that's for another day.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Why wasn't Clue in here?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
yeah, a big comedy fan, and Mel Brooks makes decent pictures at the very least, and it's perhaps a bit of horror kid mentality, but it does everything really well. It balances the tribute slash homage to Frankenstein, yet still has funny lines and doesn't go too far into the absurd, like walk this way, not that way, this way. Like it doesn't get quite to the level of Spaceballs at this point, but it I think it toes the line rather delicately. And I think maybe because it's restrained to the black and white, Frankenstein story. I don't know, but it could just be, me being a horror kid really being about it. But again, Madeline Kahn, I think she's probably the funniest woman. Period.
Yeah.
Rudy.
Who we haven't mentioned, Peter Boyle, who plays Frankenstein. Him, Madeline Kahn, and Gene Wilder. They're all it's comedy gold in my opinion. And the fact that Peter Boyle can make me laugh so hard without saying a word is brilliant. Just him looking at the screen, and some scenes me. Or that little girl saying, "Sir, can you pick me up?" And he's like, he just looks right at the screen. I mean, what actually helped, believe it or not, because I know he grew up with these movies. He used the original sets, the original props from the Universal Studio. I have the old Frankenstein movies, and I've seen them all. So when you see it, you get more context, you get more jokes. The whole like random cameo with Gene Hackman as a priest, you get it when you watch the original Frankenstein, and it's more funny. Like, I was gonna make, what do you say? I forgot the line anyway, but it's a great movie. It's coming to go in again. Just the way they work off each other. Again, Gene Wilder and Madeline Kahn together are just hilarious. And again, it's one of his best.
Terry Garr, underrated performance.
Oh yeah, Terry Garr as well. Mm-hmm.
Marty Feldman. No one's mentioned Marty Feldman yet.
I knew you were going to, so that's
the
good.
eyes.
And who was the actress who played Von Fuhrer? What was her name?
Every time,
yeah, the lightning would strike him. She was great too.
This was a first time watch for me.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if even some
Cloris
of that
Leachman.
diminished some of its effect, because so many jokes in this have just been ripped off for 50 years. The walk this way joke is a joke that's been done so many different ways by so many different people, and you realize how sometimes when you watch the derivative works first, it harms the original.
Exactly.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of one that you kind of wish I could have seen it 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happened to me with Night of the Living Dead, where I watched that after seeing decades later zombie films, and it doesn't have the same punch, unfortunately. All right, moving on to number 12, we have National Lampoon's Vacation. There was a lot of confusion. People thought we were doing the reboot version, but no, did this one. So Rudy had it the highest at Sean had it the highest at 7, Rudy at 9, me at 14, Brian at 18, and CP at 25. So I'll let Sean kick this one off.
Surprised me that CP had it that low, to be honest.
Me too.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I was
surprises in here.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of grew up on the Vacation original trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
And just they were on cable all the time, and then of course, like so many people, Christmas Vacation is a December classic.
Yeah,
but
that's my favorite of them.
Even kind of to that, just watching this movie as well. Even European Vacation, watched all those movies all the time in the 90s, and it's almost like the dysfunctional family that you get used to spending a lot of time with, and that's kind of what this movie is a little bit to me. There's just a bunch of just really memorable little vacation anecdotes and bits. So yeah. And it's weird because like Clark, like my wife hates these movies because Clark is such a jerk, which is entirely true. But Chevy Chase is able to play this charming, absolute, utter jerk that's a terrible person that is still kind of endearing in the process.
what I love about Vacation is it's kind of a comedy in its most classic form, where it's literally just a collection of bits with some narrative to string them together, like where you have they get pulled over and he's like, you want to explain this, and you go back and you just see the leash, he's like, oh shit. Like there's things like that are really great payoff but are so crass. So yeah, I've always enjoyed this one and Christmas Vacation are comedies I've watched quite a bit. Christmas Vacation probably have a little bit more love in my household just because it's holiday themed. That's usually what we start our Christmas movie season with, is that movie every year. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this one. Charles had it a lot lower than most of us.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, I don't know. It's been so long. Whoops. Who did that? Who took so long getting these out?
Well, yeah, you only 25. Yeah, that's pretty low.
I'm like,
I thought it said
far
15
away from everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
So somebody said it in the chat, and I agree with that. I relate more to something like Christmas Vacation than this. I'm an only child, split household, so this stuff just doesn't hit me the same way it would all you guys with your both parents together and things like that, and siblings. See, I figured it out, Sean. No, it's funny, but it doesn't hit me the same way that it would somebody else. But yeah, as an adult, it's funnier, but it doesn't have the same sticking power that it does for everybody else.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something in that, in the way that you relate to it. Because I kind of like it in some respects, because I remember the family trips. I remember you end up meeting a side of the family that you're not really that keen on. But
Yeah,
the
I'm
family,
probably-
so you got to meet them. But I don't.
Your
I'm
cousin
in Randy
Ed.
Quaid's. Yeah, I'm in Randy Quaid's family.
Yeah, but where I draw the line is where, like, my mum and just who my dad was is not who Clark is in this, and like I find his leering at other women, and not just leering, but the fact that he goes the whole hog of trying to get with this other woman. I'm just like, dude, you're married. Come on, like, I can't get on board with a character like that. I just can't. Like, if you're asking us to laugh at that, and I don't, I just find it abhorrent behavior. So
the side of Clark that I get the most enjoyment out of, because everything else about him is so far from who I am as a father and a husband. But the one spot of him that I always I'm like, yep, is where he loses his shit inevitably by the end of the movie. Like, you have the one where he loses it on his family, like, I think you're all fucked in the head. And then whenever he's at the theme park and he just goes and gets a gun and comes back, like, we're not leaving this theme park. Like, something about that is always the funniest payoff.
We're on a pilgrimage to see a moose. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I love that side of him. Rudy, did you speak on this one at all?
No, I grew up on it, like Sean said. It came on all the time, and you know, as you get older, you watch it, and I can relate to Chevy, the character in the movie, a lot, because in the beginning he's saying, we could fly. You know, why are we driving? He goes, well, the kids are growing up. I'm working all the time. I hardly see them. So as a father, I can relate to that. We all want to spend time with the kids, especially when they're in their teens, and you know, you have that small window of time before they go on and do their own thing. So he's a family man. He wants to spend time with his family, but he's also an idiot as well. I've been compared to him by my now wife and the ex-wife too. So it says a lot about me and how I act as a husband.
Both of them agreed. That's pretty
They
bad.
both do, man. But the humor and just, he's got a good heart, but he's just an idiot at time. He makes some decisions is something I can definitely relate to as I guess a dad, but they're just timeless, man. Because again, it's real. I mean, I think we all have family like Cousin Eddie. I think we all do. And, you know, we hate going to visit, but we have to sometimes.
Yep.
But I just love the dynamic and just them going in the slums, you know, roll them up, you know, that whole scene.
I relate to them more, the people in St. Louis. Fuck your mama.
Steve, his hubcaps and everything. It's hilarious, man. So again, it's just a father who wants to spend time with his kids and have this one last trip to create some memories. I think any father can relate to that. And it's a great movie. A classic, man.
Yeah. Gotta love it. Now moving on to one that kind of broke my heart a bit. 11 Happy Gilmore. I was shocked when I got the numbers, and I was the only one that had it fairly high. So I had it at 5. Everybody else was actually pretty
But
damn
nobody
close.
has it that low either.
Still, it's Happy Gilmore. So CP had it at 19, Sean at 17, Brian at 16, Rudy at 15. So you guys actually all agreed I was the weird one here.
Yeah, you should be 18, Cody. That would have made everything
Exactly. That would have been the one movie that we all somewhat agreed on. But yeah, I don't know. This one, perhaps on a list that was more dominated with Adam Sandler films, things would have turned out a little differently. But this one has always been top 2, top 3, maybe Adam Sandler movies. I think it's back whenever his shtick was at its height, where it was just the right balance of kind of his goofy man-child thing with also having a bit of an endearing thing with him trying to save his grandma. Really great bits, just one-liners that are awesome. Basically everything that he says with Norm Macdonald throughout the entire movie, I think, is gold. Like, you eat pieces of shit for breakfast, like things like that.
That's my wife's favorite joke in a movie ever.
Oh, that's awesome. So you have I'm echoing. Must be somebody's headphones.
Somebody's,
So
go on.
I'm gonna mute those two until they get back.
I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. So yes, you have just a lot of great moments. Like, to me, the best comedies are ones where you can take an isolated scene. You don't have to know the context. You don't have to know the rest of the movie, but you can get the same laugh out of it. And this is one of those classic comedies to me, and a good sports movie. So this is a comedy classic in my mind, and it's high up for me at number 5.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at it, we're all pretty. I mean, everyone has a pretty deep, respectable placement on it.
Mm-hmm.
And of movies on here, it's one of the ones that has the smallest spread for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's just like a really solid Adam Sandler comedy filled with all kinds of quotable lines, memorable bits, characters that you enjoy. That's when you think classic 90s Adam Sandler stuff, Happy Gilmore is one of those films. Yeah, I don't know if I have too much to add beyond that. I don't feel like I need to explain why it's not in the top, because it's just not a favorite, but I think it's really good for what it is.
I looking at the numbers, like, I feel a bit more self-conscious about being the lowest ranked one at 19.
Why do you hate Happy Gilmore?
I don't know. I didn't feel bad about it until I saw everyone else's score, and I guess I'm just a troll. It's a movie that I think is funny. I think it's not that great a movie, but it has laugh lines that are certainly valuable. But this list is just so thick with like legendary comedies. So it's weird if we didn't focus on directors. If we focused on like 90s Adam Sandler, it'd be a very, very interesting list. And again, you give me 31 different comedies at different occasions and take one movie out and separate it, it just changes for me, and I don't know why that is. But I guess I was the grumpy one on this one. Rudy, what do you got?
For Happy Gilmore?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's probably one of my favorite Adam Sandler movies. I know he's made a few and many after the fact, but this is just, he's rude, he's a dick, and I think I like that about him. I think I've de-escalated a lot of fights with friends and random people, by yelling, "I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast." And everybody gets a joke. You eat pieces of shit? No. So it's just a funny movie. The Bob Barker scene's timeless. And again, it's just one of those ridiculous movies. A hockey player who plays golf. And I don't know the actor's name, but Shooter McGavin's probably one of the best.
Christopher McDonald.
Yeah, he's one of the best villains in movies. And I love everything about it. It's silly, it's stupid. Carl Weathers is in it.
Yeah.
Randomly.
I'm a hockey kid too. So like when I see the numbers, I'm like, oh wait, why am I so cruel on this movie?
Yeah.
But,
it's one of his best. It's a simple character. It's a simple story. And I love it.
Brian, we'll kick it to you for Happy Gilmore, and if you don't mind, at some point in it, let me know what your thoughts are, positive or negative, on them doing a sequel to this.
What? They are? Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I like the film as far as Adam Sandler, like, out and out comedies go. I think it's definitely one of his better ones. But I don't love it to the extent that I'm going to be butthurt if a sequel comes out and it's crap. I'm just like, all right, cool, whatever. It's a pretty decent movie. It's quite heartfelt, kind of feel good movie. So yeah, it's one of the comedies on here that you can watch and just feel good. By the time it's over, and it's like, oh, that was nice, and I got a few laughs out of it. So yeah, cool.
One thing about this movie that's always been odd to me, specifically because it is a deleted scene, is that we never got the payoff with Ben Stiller's character. The fact that he kicks the shit out of everybody else in this movie that he has a problem with, Ben Stiller gets off for treating grandma that way. And there's a deleted scene where he throws him out the window. And I'm like, why is that deleted? That makes no sense. So that's my random thought to add in there. But yeah,
You will sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
You trouble me for a warm glass to shut the hell up.
Yeah, this is the movie where that meme comes from, where you
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. I was trying my hardest to figure out a way to edit that in to my 31 on video and make that Brian. But I couldn't like, it wasn't as clean as it was in my head. Anyway, what I'll say about Happy Gilmore 2 is that I just hope if any of Adam Sandler's comedies get the extra TLC nowadays, I hope that's the one. I love the guy. I think he's one of the few people in Hollywood that you just like can't root against. And so I'm much more akin to be interested in his dramatic work at this point in his career. But if we're going to do a sequel to any of his classics, and they're clearly doing this one, I just hope it gets a lot more love and care than a number of the other Netflix comedies. So I'm going to try my best to stay optimistic.
don't watch Coming to America, Dumb and Dumber 2, any other 20-year comedy.
Hangover 2.
Hangover.
I thought
Zoolander 2.
That's the only one.
Anchorman 2.
I didn't think Dumb and Dumber 2 was that bad compared to.
It's the best of the ones we just listed for sure. My daughter actually kind of got me to like that one a little bit more. I won't go into it too much, but she loved Dumb and Dumber when I watched it for this list, and she watched it a bunch of times since, and then so she wanted to watch the other one. And watching it with her and hearing her laugh at things like the cat being named Butthole, for some reason made me like it more. Like as an adult, it just didn't work, and I got joy out of her getting joy out of it. Anyway, so moving on to number 10, and this one was wild. So we have Step Brothers at number 10. Charles is going to have some explaining to do.
Yeah.
Then you got the rest of us that are pretty well in sync. Rudy there in the middle. This is another one like Talladega Nights that it really hits with the stupid humor. Like there is nothing in this movie you can take seriously, even a fraction, but it's gold. It's perhaps the most quotable comedy on this list, which is a tall order, especially in my house. It's another one that my wife adores, my kids adore, so it is like a family event when we rewatch it. But something about the chemistry between those two, it hit great for those two movies, and this one perhaps maybe arguably the best. And the way that they were able to tap into all of the things that bratty, entitled children do as 40-year-old men just works. Like when they're at the table and they're getting divorced and they're like, ah! Like just things like that. You don't for any moment think this is ridiculous for 40-year-old men to do this, because they're children essentially. When they interview together in tuxedos, and I think Richard Jenkins is very underrated in this movie too. He's a guy who always hits with comedy. The guy that plays the dad, Dobek. And so there's a number of lines from him that kill me, where as a dad, I definitely, again, I get sympathy for, where he's, can we build bunk beds? Like, I'm not making myself clear. I don't give a, like, there's things that he says that I'm just like, yes, been there. So this is probably the comedy in my house that everybody loves the most as a collective. So I have it pretty high. Charles, what the hell, man?
It's funny, we call it the Lomax Award, but you reminded me that Lethal Weapon 2, that was my doing. It's called the Lomax Award, but I usually have the scandalous take. I set it up earlier. Will Ferrell stuff, and especially when it was with John C. Reilly, kind of got old for me. And Talladega Nights was probably my favorite. And by the point of Step Brothers coming out, it was just like capitalizing so much on everything you enjoyed about Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly, and I had no interest in it, especially as them acting as doing silly kid shit as grown-ups. I had just everything about Will Ferrell as a lead had worn its welcome with me. Anything like other guys, like at that point, it was just all. I could be unfairly just tuning out to the movie, but I just didn't want to see it.
It's also worth noting you're the only one of the stream that doesn't have kids, so there's probably a bit of that too, where you don't. There's a side of the humor that you're not able to completely latch into.
Yeah. So yeah, reminder: Vacation, Knocked Up. Those are all pretty low for me. So me and my solo ass are just just done with it. And no siblings too. That's like I can't relate to.
Yeah, I think given what you've kind of mentioned as well about your own family background, I think any of these comedies that are rooted in family kind of ideals, they're not gonna hit the same with you, because it's kind of like,
right,
screw you. That was not my experience.
I really married the perfect person, because Emily has very similar background as I do, and the things that we laugh at. I mean, Brian, it's weird. I think we would actually get a bit more to like on dark humor, because Emily and I don't know what the hell your story is, but we've had a weird upbringing that we laugh at like weird shit, and it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, families, silly normal family stuff, boring, and Will Ferrell to boot. No thanks.
Brian.
Yes, so this was like a first time watch really for me for this, but I'd seen lots of it before, because like I used to work in a cinema, and like I'd go in the back, catch 5-10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, so I'd seen loads of little bits and that, but it can't, in those bits I'd always thought it's going to be one of them movies I'm not going to like. It's just going to be stupid, and it's just not going to do it for me. So then it came on this list, and it's like, oh man, I'm going to have to watch Step Brothers. And in the run up to it, I met someone, a friend of mine, and I asked them like, what's their favorite movie, and they said their favorite movie is Step Brothers, and I'm like, what the hell? And he said, I cannot stop laughing during that film. So I'm like, all right, okay, well we're doing it for this 31 and 31. So I looked on all the streaming services and that, find out it wasn't on any of the ones I had, and it was fairly cheap on YouTube. So I was like, I'll buy it on YouTube. I bought it, and I sat up one night watching it, lying on my bed with my iPad, and I just found myself laughing so much that
shit, Brian, you could have taken my copy. You literally could have taken my copy.
But it's just like, it's literally one of them where the bed's shaking because I'm laughing, and I'm just hoping I'm not going to wake anyone up, because I'm just
video or there's no proof.
It's just, but it's just like I can't even remember what the bit was that really got me going. It might have been the job interview. Was it one of the job interview bits where I cracked, and I was just like literally crying, laughing, and so I was trying to get my daughter asleep at the time, so I was sleeping on the bottom of her bunk bed. She was getting asleep on the top, but I'm laughing so much at this scene, the whole bed's just like shaking, and I'm just trying to keep quiet, because I know if she hears me, she's going, "What are you laughing at, Daddy? What are you laughing at?"
Yeah.
So I thought that was hilarious. But so yeah, that got me. That was a big surprise, real big surprise. And it's heartfelt. It's like, ultimately it's about two guys that don't like each other and find common ground, and then you end up rooting for them. So even though they're insanely stupid, and the bunk bed scene. That was it. No, that was the scene that got me. It's when he jumps up on the bunk bed and it all just collapses, and that was it. I was gone. I was just absolutely gone.
There's so much blood.
You're looking at this thing, and it's this contraption that's like, that is not kosher in any way. That just does not look like it could survive the night. So when he just jumps on it and the whole thing collapses, I was just, I lost it. I completely lost it.
It's a movie that's funnier too when you watch some of the behind the scenes and you listen to some of the actors talk about it. So like you have like Richard Jenkins, where they get to the Catalina wine mixer, and he's like, they just told me just to try stuff. Like they had nothing written, so he's like, When I was a kid, I wanted to be a Tyrannosaurus. I used to roam the backyard. It's so stupid. But Uncle Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm the other side of CP on this. The John C. Reilly, Will Ferrell pairings is just comedy gold to me. They're just so funny as these man children that play off each other so well in the most random, insane ways. And so, like, this whole movie, it's just setup after setup of insanely stupid but really funny scenarios. And just taking something that, you do a sleepover and you build a fort. What's the insane version that 2 40-year-old men would do, and just play it out to the most extreme version of it. And I'm burying you alive, but I'm not dead.
Waking the neighbors, shut up.
It's just so wild, and it's so funny.
Yeah. Oh man. Rudy, anything to add?
Prestige worldwide. Prestige worldwide. I mean, it's like I think somebody touched on earlier that Will Ferrell by himself is, to me, is not funny, but him and John C. Reilly is a perfect pairing. And it didn't work for me in Talladega, but for them just acting like 40-year-old children, it works for me here. And Adam Scott's like the perfect villain older brother. I love how he's just giving him shit the entire movie. So that's really all I wanted to
hug.
Oh, the hug at the end?
They're trying to finally, but perhaps we should hug. Yeah, you'd like that.
So that's all I got to say. But it's just my favorite Will Ferrell movie. One of them.
There you go. All right, moving on to number 9. There is something about Mary. I had it at 3, Rudy at 5, Brian and Sean not nearly as much of a fan, and CP right there in the middle. So this is one of those comedies that I remember feeling like it changed comedy somehow. Like, I remember just the climate when it came out, and my parents were dying, and I was watching it again, perhaps too young to understand some of the humor, but still getting a lot of laughs out of it. This was one of those movies that came out that was like the must-see comedy of that time. And so it's one where I think it still holds up. It has a lot of really... It has funny bits in it, but it's also like the whole opening of the movie with Keith David and with the zipper, and then you have later on with the multiple payoffs of her brother. It's just one of those movies like that when the Farrelly brothers were on, there was all these genius little bits that were whatever the line is today of what's offensive. Like they were 10 miles past that back in the 90s. And this is probably one more than anything where I watched it, and I think I texted you guys in the group chat. I was like, I forgot how many jokes in here like are just way over what we accept today, and that's why I love it about it. It's one of those things that just taps into so much about what made classic comedy great to me. A lot of great characters. I mean, I'm rambling at this point, but I love this movie. It's always been one of my favorites.
The thing that people don't understand or get about the Farrellys is they've had a lot of over the line humor, but they're using people from within that community to help tell those jokes, where that part gets lost on a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could all laugh at each other. Nobody's perfect.
So I remember you told me a story before where you were working at the theater when this came out, right, Charles? And then was it the same thing that I was feeling, where like this came out and all of a sudden it was like the must-see comedy of the time? Or
yeah, it was around when Armageddon came out, and I was too young to work certain hours, but I was old enough to clean theaters that I wasn't supposed to be watching, and it was something that you would just hear people rolling. Like before you get ready for a theater or check theaters, you used to have to bring a flashlight in to make sure people weren't using their phone or whatever. How far we've come from that. But like there were certain parts where you would know to go into the theater and hear the laugh. And the one for that movie was when he gets the zipper. When he gets how'd you get the beams off the Frank? It was like a first little baby hint into comedy for me, like how a joke works like that and how it works with different audiences. Like some things would work, some things wouldn't, but that beans above the Frank line always killed. And the thing that I noticed more than anything was the laughter was always so hard that they would carry over the firefighter saying, "Oh, you've got to come here and check this out." They were always still laughing by that point, and it's just it's fascinating. Laughter is contagious, and it was just something like that where you wanted to be in the room just to like get that energy. It's so wild.
That whole sequence at the house is great because it has all these smaller bits that slowly start to like loosen you up. Like whenever he knocks on the door and Keith David answers and he's like, like double checks the address, or when he gives the baseball and gets thrown into the table. Oh man.
The firefighter just peers into the window. Like,
what's going on here? We had a little girl screaming. You're looking at him.
What the hell? How'd you get the zipper all the way up?
That scene, Cody, where he goes to the door. He's like, "I'm here to pick up Mary." He goes, "Mary, she went to the prom 3 hours ago." He's like,
with a boyfriend.
Yeah. He's just destroyed.
Would you left?
Oh.
So on the flip side on this one, I've never liked this. I've never particularly cared for it as a whole movie. As a movie I go back and rewatch. I saw it whenever it first came out because everyone went to go see it, and I was like, there's these things in it that are just so unbelievably funny and just stick in your brain. That it gets a funny concept, and then they go just far enough to show the image of the zipper and these other things. And so there's bits that are so good, and I just don't feel like the whole movie sustains that. So the zipper, the hair, the dog,
the hitchhiker,
and like, you know, have you seen my wiener? Like, there's these bits that are so funny, and then there's the everything between that and the actual plot itself that I don't care that much about.
It's a really dark comedy because it's about stalkers. They're all stalkers in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
I love Mary, man. Oh God, I need to watch it right after we're done.
I will say, like, adding to Charles's point, I had it so high because it's the only movie in my entire life where it was Friday night, 10 o'clock showing, and the entire theater was just laughing. I have never been, it was like the Def Jam. It was like we were just knee slapping. Everybody was just, it was a contagious laugh throughout the entire movie. We're all even singing that Buttercup song at the end because the energy was so damn high.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just an event. And again, no other comedy has ever come close to that energy. Never.
Brian.
I'd argue Ace Ventura and Dumb and Dumber kind of got to that energy personally.
Truly dramatic comedies.
Did you say dramatic comedies?
He's still giving it to you.
Wait, are you still, dude? You get hung up on things, don't you? Start
He's
bringing
a
out
comedian.
screenshots in a
He's
bit.
a comedian. That's what you do. There's a laugh. There's a better laugh later on. Oh,
It's
man.
called a running gag, Brian.
You can hammer the
much
joke
drama
home
in
as
running
well. Yeah. You can rule to 3, man. You can hammer the joke home. Look,
One more. So we got one more coming.
I'm kind of pretty much what Sean said. There's moments that are like iconic, and you remember them. But then when I watch the film as a whole, I'm just like, once you get past those moments, everything in between for me is just a bit like, all right, cool. Like, whereas like Dumb and Dumber for me takes what they do here and literally puts it in every scene, where I'm just laughing in every scene. It's not strung together with connective tissue that's just kind of waiting till you get to the next big funny payoff. It's just constant. So. Because
the ratio of
we got Dumb and Dumber coming up.
Jokes per minute, I think, in Dumb and Dumber is much higher than in this movie.
Yeah, and it's because Dumb and Dumber came first, so I came to. There's something about Mary with the from the guys who brought you Dumb and Dumber, and it's like, oh, this is gonna be hilarious then. So because it didn't quite hit me the same way Dumb and Dumber did, I was just like, all right, it was a step down. So I've just never been that big on it. But.
Okay, fair enough.
Real quick, as a Green Bay Packer fan at the time, to have Brett Favre show up randomly at the end as being the Brett of the entire story. Hey, what the hell is Brett Favre doing in Miami? I'm here to play the Dolphins. What do you think, dumbass? One of the best cameos ever, dude. Does a random cameo.
It's good stuff. Moving on to number 8. We have The 40-Year-Old Virgin. So I had this the highest at my number 2. Rudy in the middle there at 7. Brian and Sean pretty close to green. And then Charles the lowest. Did you rate anything above 22, Charles? Jesus. I don't know if I've seen one yet.
I've got 45 in the 20s, apparently.
There you go. So 40-Year-Old Virgin is a movie that I was very late to the party on. I was not sold on Steve Carell at all. Similar to Will Ferrell, I saw like little bits of him and I was like, I don't know, doesn't work for me. I never really thought his bit in Bruce Almighty was as crazy as everybody made it out to be, and I was heavily annoyed when they did Evan Almighty. And so 40-Year-Old Virgin, I don't think I watched until after Knocked Up, and I was like, oh shit, it's the same director. I really like Knocked Up. Maybe I'll give that a chance. And this is one of those comedies, for as much as I'm very much of the camp that feels like comedies need to be on the shorter end of things to keep the jokes per minute working. And Judd Apatow has since gone way too overboard. This is one that I would recommend watching the director's cut or the unrated cut, whatever you want to call it, where they put in all the extra bits and all the extra ad libs. This is a movie that to me is the perfect mix of having absolute crass, sexual fueled, really raunchy comedy in a movie where the story and the message is very sweet, and like the central romance between Steve Carell and Catherine Keener, I think, is very sweet. And even the way that he kind of finds friendship in these guys, and they're trying to be like, you know, the horn dogs that are trying to bring this dork out of his bubble, and he ends up like humanizing them in some weird ways by the end of the movie and like brings the best out of them. Like, it's a really, really good, smart, sweet movie that also just happens to be incredibly crass and hilarious. And just so many bits. Like whenever Jay comes in and his girlfriend found the speed dating card and he blames it on Steve Carell. And so Steve Carell tries to like basically disarm his girlfriend. That's one that gets me pretty hard, but it gets sounded really wrong. I was going to say,
Clip it.
Why are you watching that movie for that reason, Cody?
We've been talking so long. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, dude, please. Yes, clip that one, because that is a classic moment for me. But yes, that one, it hits pretty hard. It's what I was trying to say.
Cody's rocking a tripod during that movie.
Oh my God. We've reached the derail segment where we've been going for 2.5 hours and my brain is working words that don't work. Let's see, where did everybody else land on this one? So we have Rudy. You were right there in agreement with me.
Quick
Pretty
question, clarification. Which other movies on this list get you hard?
Clip.
Let me see. Is Salma Hayek in any of these? No.
Hey,
all right.
Grown Ups is not on the list.
You know,
Maybe
it's
we
Lin
should put
Shay
Grown
and
Ups on
Kingpin. Come on.
There we go. All right. Rudy, so you had it pretty high too. 40-Year-Old Virgin.
And you know what? You everything, all the points you made, I was going to speak to, so I don't want to repeat everything. But yeah, I love it. And it's another one of those comedies that grew on me. It's timeless. I can watch it at any time and still laugh the way I did the first time watching it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Charles.
How many movies do I have in the 20s? What the hell?
31 apparently.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How does this math work?
Yeah, I'm running out of numbers, it seems.
A sense of Lomax award heading your
Our
way.
splits are so extreme in this one that the math does not compute when you look at it. It only makes sense when you realize how big the splits were and how the math works.
Yeah.
And like, so a lot of this, even the ones in the top, would normally be numbers that would make a movie be in the middle of our list. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Oddly enough, unrelatable. Even though it's a dweeby 40-year-old guy that hasn't had sex. I definitely had sex by 40, maybe a year or two before that. But that's really it.
I was really wondering about
just maybe once or twice. It was a favor. But
now I know.
I'm not incredibly enamored with Judd Apatow's style of humor. I think it's my favorite comedy of the three in this list. But he makes better films, better dramatic films, as far as I'm concerned, which is such a weird thing to say. But it's funny, but it just doesn't last for me for some reason.
Okay, Brian.
Well, going back to around when this came out, I could relate to the guy quite a bit.
How long have you been 40?
Well, so I didn't lose my virginity till I was 31. So I related to the guy. I was, but in a sense that I was rooting for him to keep his principles and not listen to all his douchebag friends that were around him. And like for me, that's the heart of the movie.
It is very much.
Is him getting to grips with the fact that actually all his friends are completely clueless, and he shouldn't be listening to them because their advice is terrible. And the relationship at the heart of it between.
Thank you, buddy.
The relationship between him and is it what's her name?
Catherine Keener.
Catherine Keener. I find to be I like that stuff. I don't all the Seth Rogen stuff and all that kind of let's bring it down to lowest common denominator. I'm not really that bothered about, but
I'm glad you said that because I think that's one of the reasons why I've always enjoyed this movie so much, because not so much on like the title and some of the more the crass humor side of things, but I very much identify with his journey of finding love in a lot of ways, not to bring it into a more romantic side of things, but a very similar journey where like for a long time I kind of felt like, I don't know, man, like it just kind of feels like failure after failure as far as relationships. And I had a lot of friends that kind of did the same thing where they're like, well, I've been successful. Let me tell you what you got to do. And then you follow their advice and it just crashes and burns. And you keep thinking like, maybe it's me. And you have the story here where everything that he does as a part of their guidance crashes and burns, most of which with Elizabeth Banks's character. But when he follows his own path and does everything the way that he would always do it himself without the advice, he finds Catherine Keener. Like everything about that relationship is completely removed from all the friends' advice. And that was very similar to me and my wife, where amongst dating and following advice and taking all these different paths to be somebody else and not who I am, it never worked. But then, found Holly just being me, and things just happened to work out that way. So I'm glad you said that, because I never really thought of it that way. That might be one of the reasons why I like the story so much, because it's kind of a parallel there.
Yeah.
Uncle Sean.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add here. Kind of building on what I said about Knocked Up and what you guys have even touched on, is that these first couple of Judd Apatow films were really kind of fascinating because they're so raunchy and overtly sexual, but also very wholesome and sweet at their cores.
Yes.
Where like, the movie starts off with I went to Tijuana and there was this dog and this girl and I felt bad for everybody.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's this movie that it's all about you're rooting for someone to keep their values, and like there's something very sweet about that. And the blend of the two it's just an interesting mix. I found Knocked Up to be a little bit more one that I connected with a little bit more. But Judd Apatow, I think, touched on an interesting little formula with his comedies for a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's a nice movie for demisexuals. Most of the story they tell you don't really need sex. And that's kind of like the principle of the movies. Let's get this guy laid. Not everybody needs to have sex.
I think it does really good with workplace humor too,
Yeah.
especially with Jay and the Indian guy. They're always like at each other's throats, and then 5 seconds later, he's like, "You gonna cover my shift on Saturday?" Like that's something too that's pretty relatable. Rudy, and then we'll move on.
I think it's like the ultimate guy movie. I remember being at a young age, and all of us trying to help each other hook up, and it's just bad advice and one after the other. So I can relate to that, and it's really just guys trying to help in their best way because they care about the guy, but they're going about it wrong. I love the whole. Yeah, I brought you a whole box of porn.
It's Boner Jam Zone 03.
Mixed
guys would do that. We would do that.
Everybody loves
Older
Raymond.
jams.
I don't know whether this is a good show. I just like record it sometimes.
Yeah, that's the way guys are. I mean, we care. We're trying to help you out, but we don't know the first thing about actually starting a healthy relationship. So I do love that movie. It's the ultimate bro comedy, in my opinion.
There you go. All right, moving on to number 7. We have Shaun of the Dead, and yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble on this one. So I have it at 24. Charles and Brian have it very high in theirs, and then Rudy and Sean there in the middle. This is one of those movies that I try desperately to like more than I do. This was the fourth time that I've watched it when I watched it for this list. And it always feels like it should work more than it does. Like, I like zombie movies. I like everybody involved with this, like Simon Pegg and Nick Frost and everything. And it's a movie that it seems almost universally everybody loves so much that I feel weird that I don't like it. Like, I always feel like I'm in a bad mood, or there must be some reason why. And every time that I watch it, I don't know if it's just my disconnect from a lot of British humor or what, but it never really lands for me the way that it lands for everybody else. There's a couple of bits that do, but and I think it's interesting how they blend in some drama in there unexpectedly with his stepfather and his mother. But I don't know. This is one that I can't exactly put it into words why it never quite lands for me, while being a movie that seemingly everybody else has it in their top of all time. So I'm gonna kick it over to I'll kick it over to Brian really quick. So you had it at number 4, and it was surprising that this wasn't your number 1, because this seems to be the easy number 1 for most people with the Cornetto trilogy, it seems.
Yeah, I just find that of those 3 films, it's the one that's most rough around the edges.
Mm-hmm.
It's you can tell that this is the staging Wright's career when he's moving from TV to film. So I'm not used to seeing British surroundings up on the big screen. If I see a British street, like a street in England, up on the big screen, it feels like TV to me. Like I don't know how you guys feel, because like it seems to me like most movies that are up on the big screen are American. So for you guys, you're watching your streets, your architecture up there all the time. So I don't know how you feel about that, but to me, when I see America on the big screen, it's cinematic. When I see some British town on the big screen, I feel like I'm watching TV. It's just weird, but it's a bit rough around the edges, and I feel like the lack of budget kind of doesn't help with that. It's still really great. I still find it very funny, but I just feel like with Hot Fuzz, he kind of really polished his aesthetic. He had a lot more budget to do things like with effects work and all that. And then obviously with At World's End, he had everything at his disposal to do whatever the hell he wanted with. So but yeah, I think this is the best paced maybe of the 3, because it's a very simple story. It's quite a short running time. It just gets in, gets out, does its thing. But yeah, I just don't connect with these characters as much as I do with like At World's End. At World's End, I know those people. I feel like I am one of those people. Whereas with, and I feel like their concerns are more relatable. Whereas with Shaun of the Dead, it's literally just the age old, oh, he wants to get the girl. It's like, okay, cool. And we'll know he'll get the girl by the end of it. So, you know, because that's the trope of the rom-com mix. But this is mixed with a zombie.
The tragedy
movie,
of it is him and his friend.
Yeah, but it is at its heart. It's about him trying to get the girl. Whereas I feel like with At World's End, there's a lot more relatable kind of. It's not a romantic thing. It's about people growing up and maturing and leaving their school days behind and learning to get responsibility and things like that. So that's like I say, like so the Cornetto trilogy for me was like 2, 3, and 4 on my 31. So there's really not that much in it. It's just if I have to tell you why this is the bottom of those 3, it is that kind of rough around the edges quality about it. So
The funny thing with this movie is that the biggest laugh I ever got out of it was because I misunderstood the scene and I laughed for the wrong reason. So the first time I watched this, I was watching it with my little brother, and there's a scene early on where I think Sean is, or maybe it's Nick Frost. Nick Frost is playing video games, and Sean sits down. It's like, player 2 has joined. Player 2 has left. And it's because he wanted to talk to them. And when I first saw that scene, I thought he just died that quickly. And it was something that, because me and my brother played a lot of video games, it just hit me. And so he's like, player 2 has joined. Player 2 has left. I just cracked up. And every time since I watched the movie, I was like, damn, that's not even the joke. I can't laugh at it now. So it's kind of funny how much I just misunderstand that humor that my brain just interpreted it the wrong way. Uncle Sean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid, fun Edgar Wright spin on the zombie apocalypse genre. So just there's plenty of little witty bits in there. It's a fun spin on the zombie genre. You're seeing the start of this incredible talent in cinema. Obviously, he'd done television before that, but the launch of this career, you're seeing the launch of multiple actors as kind of more prominent players in space. And yeah, I mean, don't have anything interesting to add to it. Just all it's Edgar Wright doing a zombie movie. Cody, what's wrong with you? This is wrong that you don't like this movie more.
I agree. It makes no sense. This is one that hurts my brain, where I'm just like, I should. It annoys me that I don't. What for curiosity's sake, what is your favorite Edgar Wright film?
Mine?
Yes.
I don't know. Let me look at my notes. I think normally go Hot Fuzz.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Action.
Well,
And
we'll get
Jennifer
there soon.
likes that one too, so
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the one I normally say.
Gotcha. Charles, have you spoke on this one yet? Because you had it at the highest.
Again, cue the Young Frankenstein defense. Comedy fan, horror fan, both very creative. The more I watch it, the more time I spend in the UK. This is a very good, like Brian said, the wide lenses, the way that England is shot is very cinematic, to use his terminology. But there's this like hybridization of British lifestyle and American cinema, and it does get perfected by another movie. This isn't my highest Edgar Wright movie, but the more I watch it, the more I go to UK, the more it like really hits for me.
Rudy?
I remember when it came out that I was like, another zombie movie? Haven't we had 1,000 of these things? I mean, what can somebody do to make it original or even scary? And then I watched it and I loved it. It's one of my favorite zombie movies. I love the fact that it's a comedy, but it's also very gory. I'm talking like Day of the Dead gory at times, like, whoa, like I didn't expect that. But again, it was one of the first times I started appreciating directors and just how brilliant they were in storyboarding their sequences. Like there's that oneer of him going to the gas station and just buying, I think, an ice cream or something like that, or a Coke. And then the apocalypse happens, and it's the same oneer, but you see the aftermath of the apocalypse starting and him going back to his house and going through the channels and having the Smiths and Morrissey kind of play in sequence of what's going on into the world.
Panic on the streets of London.
Yeah, I'm like, this is brilliant. I like what he's doing here. So that's when I first started appreciating director Edgar Wright with his attention to detail. And I as a movie lover, I appreciate those details because it's so hard to do and to sync up and to plan that out. And again, it's gory. And I absolutely fell in love with that one bartender getting beaten to death with a cue stick with Queen playing in the background. And everyone's just going with the beat. It's amazing. I love the movie, dude. So again, Edgar Wright's one of my favorite directors.
There you go. All right. Moving on to number 6. This one had a pretty big split to a degree. We got Groundhog Day. So me and Rudy had it down there at 18 and 19. Brian and CP agreed, and Sean had it at number 2. So I will let Uncle Sean kick this one off.
Yeah, I mean, I love time travel, time loop movies, and this is like the one. This is the standard for this genre that I'm a big fan of. That anytime any movie does a time loop, this is the point of reference. This is the comparison. Even if they're wildly different, totally different genres, well, you're just doing Groundhog Day as fill in the blank. And
Are you familiar with Back to the Future?
No, that's time travel. He's talking time loop.
Time loop.
When you're doing the same bit over and over again.
Time travel, you can do whatever you want, but time loop, it's same like with music parodies. If you do a music parody, you're compared to Weird Al instantly. If you do a time loop movie, you are going to Groundhog Day. But certain other ones, time travel, there's tons of them. Time loop. Classic Bill Murray with Andie MacDowell in her prime, and just so fun playing the two of them off of each other. It's able to repeat the scenario while still feeling like there's forward movement to it. You have a subtle character arc going on inside of it, and it doesn't feel the need to answer questions that don't really matter, like why this is happening.
Yeah. Let me see here. Rudy had it the lowest. So Rudy, Groundhog Day.
Oh, I really don't have much to say on it. Again, it's a charming movie. I love it. Who doesn't love Bill Murray, right? But I love the gimmick of it. And I love how at times it gets really dark. I mean, he kills himself a few times, and I read that in the book or the novelization of it that he actually spent 10,000 years.
Wow.
It was like thousands of years of going through the same thing. So when you see that in its context, you understand why he went to so extreme lengths. He just gave up. But it's Bill Murray at his finest, and I love Chris Elliott in this movie as well. And again, it just it's funny, but again, there's been so many other films that have taken that gimmick. What's that Tom Cruise movie that came out that he was fighting aliens?
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah, I love
Live,
that
Die,
movie
Repeat,
as well.
whatever the hell it's called now.
And there's the other one, Happy Death Day. You know, so it's been done before. So I guess seeing it too many times in that genre is kind of like taking away the appeal for it on my end. But I love it. It's a funny comedy, just not high on my list.
What type of movie is Butterfly Effect then?
I've never seen that.
It's time travel because he's
time
going
travel?
back and
Yes.
because he is changing things, whereas Bill Murray can't seem to change anything.
Okay.
He's just got to live it again and again.
All right. Any more thoughts on Groundhog Day, or move on to 5? Moving on to 5. Oh man, this one, Rudy.
What?
This one almost broke us up, my friend.
Why?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. This was my number
What
one.
on earth?
Oh yeah, this was my number one. Everybody else fairly high up, and Rudy with number 27.
Yeah. What
So
the hell?
Oh,
before I
man's
let
a
bastard.
Wow.
before I let Rudy embarrass himself, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is, if there's a movie in this house that is a beloved tradition, it is that movie. Every Thanksgiving we watch it, and it actually kind of brings my family together even across distance. Like there's quite a few times where my parents will have Thanksgiving with us, but even when they're not, at some point on Thanksgiving Day, either me or my dad will text each other a picture of the TV screen at whatever scene in this movie. And it just, for some reason, it makes everybody feel like we're together. And if it gets to a certain part of the day where I haven't yet put this movie in, like my son just puts it in, like, so it's going to carry on even to my kids. So that's one of the reasons why I love it. But beyond that, I just think that this is my favorite John Hughes movie, and it's in my top 5 comedies of all time. I think that this is one that, much like with like 40-Year-Old Virgin, has really sharp, really great humor, but has such a sweet and emotional story to it. That has a bit of dark, depressing nature to it, but it never really lets you stew in that without the payoff of it feeling like optimistic. So having Steve Martin in a very relatable situation where you're stuck trying to get home, but also stuck with possibly the most annoying person on earth. And what I like about it is it's a movie that forces you to kind of understand John Candy, because too many times a lot of us will see somebody that annoys us and we just ought to just write that person off like, they're annoying. And this one kind of makes you stew in why he's that way and the value that comes with that and the good side of him while being somebody who can be very annoying in short bursts. And so I love all of that, but just even on the comedy side of things, I mean, whether it's him, with the underwear in the sink and he's stuck like drying his body with the little wash rag, or where they wake up, where's your other hand? Between 2 pillows.
Pillows.
Yeah, the scene where he goes to get the rental car and just rattles off on this woman, just takes his whole trip out on her. The car scene where they're driving the wrong way and you got the people, you're going the wrong way. Oh, he's drunk. How could he know where we're going? It's a movie that embodies the term classic comedy for me. Like, it's not really a movie that goes for too much low-hanging fruit. It's just very relatable, grounded scenarios that are played for great laughs by 2 comedy legends. Yeah. So number 1 for me easily. When we did this list, I knew that was going to be number 1. So we'll pivot to Rudy.
Wow, I got to follow that.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, again, I want to be clear. I had not seen this movie. I think Cody, CP, and I had a conversation via text like maybe 2 years ago that it was around the holidays, and I mentioned I hadn't seen it, and Cody said, "What the fuck? Why have you seen it?" So I'm like, "Okay,
exactly that. Like,
yeah,
same tone and everything."
yeah, same pitch and everything." And truthfully, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I never sat all the way through it. So, and again, watching everybody's video when it came out, and I saw your number one, it was touching in a sense because I understand why it's special to you. Like the drawing of family, everyone bringing closer. That movie to me is Christmas Vacation. So if that movie was on this list, it will probably be number one because of the sentiment and the family and the memories, etc. Plus, it's a funny movie. But this one, I didn't have any of that nostalgia or that tether of family kind of gathering and watching this movie. It is a great movie. I love John Candy. I love all his movies. The Great Outdoors is one of my favorite movies.
Me too.
And the fact that he had me crying. This is the only movie in this entire damn list that had me crying at the end because I did not expect that twist at the end. That he had no home to go.
The chat keeps mentioning the "I like me" scene too, but go on.
Yeah, I did not see that coming, so I was crying. I'm like, oh my god! So it kind of made everything that he had done before more emotionally relevant. And I'm like, oh my god, this poor soul, he's got nowhere to go. So it broke my heart. It really did. And it is a good movie. It is funny, but again, it's not something I have a history with. I will watch it if it comes on. I'm sure on AMC every year when the holidays come out, they'll play it again. I will watch it, but again, I just don't have a lot of a tether to it. I don't have a history with it, but it is a funny movie. And everyone's kind of shared something private. I'll share this. After my divorce in 2016, I didn't celebrate Christmas for 5-6 years. I stayed away from Christmas movies. I stayed away from the Charlie Brown Christmas special. I didn't put up a tree. So Christmas movies are barely now coming back into my life. I barely put up a tree when I met my wife now. So it's like I'm still trying to finding that magic again after going through a horrible event. So
well, this is a Thanksgiving movie, so that shouldn't count.
Well,
so
holidays, you know what I'm saying? It's every one of those movies kind of reminds me of the holidays. They play it during Christmas and such. So
most people, I think, retroactively like the Mandela effect of it is they think it's a Christmas movie because there's so few Thanksgiving movies. But yes, a lot of the same themes, same value. Brian, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you like Due Date more than this?
I think I have it rated higher than this.
Is that the one with Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah,
it's kind of
where
the
he punches
same,
a kid.
The Todd Phillips version of this movie, kind of.
Yeah, there's one scene in Due Date where
Closing time.
I really could have done without it. But other than that one scene, Due Date for me, I just thought it was a really well measured version of what this film kind of essentially got the ball rolling with. Again, it's just one of those examples of like a good heartfelt comedy. I don't find it like belly laugh funny. I get a lot of chuckles out of it, but it's got a lot of heart. You get to the end of it and you feel good. You feel like a bit more faith in humanity by the end of it. I find some of the situations, as is often the case with John Hughes, to get a little bit too stretched, a little bit like, oh, I'm going to milk this a little bit too much to the point where it becomes just too silly. Like with the car getting completely destroyed and you're just like, ain't no way in hell they're driving that and not getting pulled over. And just
they do.
Like, yeah, I know, but then they're still driving the bloody thing. It's like, but it's just,
You have
it's just,
no mirrors, no running gauges.
yeah, and it's just like, so I like it. I really liked it. It's top 5 John Hughes for me, but it's not number 1.
Fair enough.
Still say Some Kind of Wonderful is my number 1 John Hughes film.
I didn't know he did that. I love that movie.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
It's
Charles LaShawn?
basically a retread of Pretty in Pink, because
Mhm.
Pretty in Pink kind of didn't quite go the way he wanted it to. So
I forget his name, but the guy who's a punk rocker, I forget his name, but he's one of my favorite actors. He was in Zodiac and a few other movies. What's his name? Anyway, sorry. Off the rails, sorry.
no, it's
Yeah, I mean it's a great film that, as I mentioned, with several of these has the ridiculous scenarios, but it has the heart inside of it as well. And the only thing, keeping it from being a little bit higher is I just don't think it is as frequent of laugh out loud moments. It has a few of those that are fantastic, and then there's more of like, this is entertaining than full blown laugh out loud for me.
Fair enough. Charles, anything to add? Or moving on.
I relate to both Steve Martin and John Candy in this movie at different times. I'm very antisocial. The more I go to airports, the more I can relate to the rental car situation.
Oh, that's a great scene. I love that. Yeah.
I'm living it every now and again, which is kind of frustrating. As much as I think I'm Steve Martin, I know when I socialize with people, I'm John Candy to them. So it's kind of fun relating to both of those characters. So sure,
you are the John Candy to my Steve Martin.
See? Internally, I'm Steve Martin. Externally, I'm John Candy.
Have you guys seen that clip on TikTok where Steve Martin's reading, and like John Candy's speech was like much longer, and Steve Martin's reading it and he starts crying because it was so powerful. But they cut it half of it out.
I saw. I went to go see this with my dad last year. I think it was in October. It was when it was starting to get cool down, and they were playing it at a Fathom event. And before the movie started, they played a deleted segment where like they first meet on the plane, and he's taking his socks off. There's like a really long version of that where they just kind of let John Candy play around, and they played that whole thing unedited. But I wish I could see the ending. If there's footage of that somewhere, I wish I could see it, because that TikTok pretty much made me cry. All right, moving on to number 4. The one that we agreed on the most of this entire list as far as where it should be. And somehow it's number 4. So we have Coming to America at number 4. This is the one that I was like, no. And I rechecked the math, and yes, because the other ones have just such wide splits. But yeah, you have this one where we all kind of agreed around 10, and it made it to the top 4. So I had it the highest, Brian right below me, Sean right below him, and then Rudy, and then Charles had it the lowest at 13. So this is...
Why do you hate this movie, Charles?
Yeah,
yes. Go ahead.
I'm like constantly at the bottom. I don't feel like I'm the cruelest for all these things, but I guess I am.
At least you've moved into the 10s now, so
we have an extra 20 or so, right? We have to. I enjoy the movie. I didn't realize 13 was so scandalous, but I really don't have much to add to it.
Yeah, to me, I think this is what I often see as people's favorite Murphy comedy, just straightforward comedy. And it's one that I always enjoy rewatching. Like we were talking about, I can't remember if this was before we went live or afterwards, where we were talking about kind of a prototype for Nutty Professor. And this one with him playing all the people in the barbershop, and even it's something that really showed, like, again, like almost you already knew Eddie Murphy was a comedy legend, and this one just like amplified that even more. Like, holy crap, he can do even more than we thought. And a very relatable, like, fish out of water thing, like very similar to 40-Year-Old Virgin, a guy that just, he wants to find love, and he's rejecting all of the things that he's told he's supposed to follow, like the traditions, and we're going to arrange a wife for you, and she's basically just going to be a servant dog, and he doesn't want that. And so there's a lot of heart to this one while having just genuinely good humor. And I'm surprised you don't have it higher on the fact that there's a lot of New York humor in it too, where he's like, "Hello, New York, I love you.
Fuck you.
Fuck
yes.
You." So I don't know, it's a classic to me. We'll go to Brian.
You too.
Yeah, I a little bit like 40-Year-Old Virgin. One of the things that kind of surprised me about this was the sweetness of the central character, in that everyone around him is telling him, like, look, you got all the hanging fruit you want, just take it. And he's like, no, I want to do what's right, and I want to do it in the way that is... Yeah.
He's a genuinely good person on a bunch of different fronts.
Yeah, yeah. So like that for me is what kept me hooked into it and surprised, because I'd seen this way back when as a kid, but I couldn't remember anything about it. So came to it this time around a few years ago. I'd seen Trading Places, and I was like, I wasn't quite as into that as I thought I would be. And so I was kind of expecting more of that here, but the fact that we get this really sweet character at the center of it all, played by Eddie Murphy of all people, was quite a surprise, and that kind of hooked me in and got me invested, and then it leaves you free to laugh at the more absurd characters around him who are doing things that perhaps you don't approve of, but you can kind of laugh at them because really they're not the people you're following. The person you're following is the Eddie Murphy character. Going back to what we said before about this, kind of prototype of having actors play multiple roles. They do that here with, what's the name of the other guy in this? I can't remember.
Arsenio Hall.
Yeah, Arsenio Hall. He does a really good job as well of playing multiple roles with Eddie Murphy, and it's just like, oh, that's cute. I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Very underrated. Arsenio Hall. So yeah, I agree. Anything to add, Sean? Rudy? Anybody?
I don't think so. Yeah, great fish out of water, and I just love once again kind of the wholesomeness at the center of it, and it's Eddie Murphy playing this wholesome character, the wholesome noble character.
He lets everybody else be the more crass characters.
Well, even himself at times too.
Yeah.
The barbershop, he's a little crass.
It's one of my favorite scenes ever. And give it up for Randy Watson.
Chocolate. That boy good.
It's my favorite Eddie Murphy movie, but then Heart of Nights would be a second. No one talks about Heart of Nights. That's one of his best. I think he directed that one too.
He did.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Moving on to number 3. We got Hot Fuzz here, and this one is my favorite of the Cornetto trilogy. While I still had it way lower than everybody else. 21. You had Charles and Brian up there near the top of their lists, and Rudy and Sean right there in the middle. So I'm actually going to throw this one over to Charles since this was your number 2.
So everything that I enjoyed about Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz does better. It really captures the quaint, small town living of England as far as I've perceived it as an American, and it presents it in this epic homage to American action films, and it does all these gimmicks in a way that, as an American action fan, you can recognize it. But now that I've lived over there and experienced, small town shops and a spot of bother, the way that they like understate things is it's hit more for me since I've been over there, where like they really do speak like that. It's hysterical how dead on that is. I thought it was a gag to juxtapose the action, but no, it's just right on for
it's just reality.
Yeah,
just putting reality on screen, and
it's wild.
It's
just perfect. If you want, as an American, go over there, and it'll feel better once you hang out in England. And again, the class of comedy filmmaking for the 21st century, as far as I'm concerned, is Edgar Wright.
I think the big thing with Edgar Wright is like what you got to look at it in certainly in the Cornetto trilogy. His films set in England is you're dealing with a director who's been raised on a diet of American movies, and so when you have like a Michael Bay-esque scene in which he's literally shooting 2 characters standing up in slow motion with a camera panning them round them like a Michael Bay movie, except it's in some village somewhere in the greenest area of the UK. That's not where you shoot a Michael Bay movie. And it's that juxtaposition of where it's set, along with the robust, ridiculous American kind of Michael Bay trappings of filmmaking. That's what kind of makes it funny. Like as a Brit sitting there seeing a town that probably looks like 10 minutes away from me, and then seeing all this Michael Bay-esque nonsense kind of play out there, that's where a lot of the real humor comes from.
And they telegraph a bunch of the absurdity too. Like you never point your gun up in the air and go "ah," like in Point Break, and they end up doing it, and it's just
And you know me, I'm not one for blasphemy. It's just something
I know what scene you're talking about.
But it's like, even like if that is the only scene of blasphemy that I've ever seen that has actually genuinely got me to laugh, because it's a priest, and it's this guy who's in priest getup saying it, and like even I couldn't help but laugh my ass off and then feel really guilty about it afterwards. But it's just, it's that. It's again what he's doing all the time is juxtaposing two things that don't belong with each other, and when you stick them together, that's where the humor comes from. So
what I like about this movie, why it's my favorite of the three, is I really like the balance where it starts off as kind of like a slasher flick to a degree, and then it kind of morphs more into a buddy cop action movie. And so I just really like the change where it changes pace and it changes tone enough where it really keeps me invested. And I like Nick Frost's character a lot, where like the scene where he's been talking up these American movies the whole time, and so he gets Simon Pegg to his house, and he's like, Point Break or Bad Boys 2? He's like, which one we're gonna watch? Like, we're watching both of them. Which one are you gonna watch first? And I'm like, that feels like something I would do. So yeah, I have fun with this one.
just that walk-in closet as well. That walk-in closet with all the DVDs included. I just thought
there's it's my favorite of the Cornetto trilogy, and there's like two lines of dialogue that always get me in tears is when he starts carding all these minors at a pub. He goes, "What's your birthday?" And he's like, "March 28th. What year?" "Every year." It's just it's just witty and smart, and just this goose that's like kind of like in the movie the entire time, and kind of helps with the climax and defeating the bad guy at the end. It just cracks me up. It's my favorite, and just to see Simon Pegg drop kick an elderly woman is just it's comedy.
Something we've
comedy
all
gold.
fantasized about.
Yes.
Anything to add, Uncle Sean?
Not really.
Okay.
Just it's Edgar Wright doing action. I like action. I like Edgar Wright. It's fine-tuned enough where I think there's a little bit more gloss to it because the budget was a little bit bigger. So, of the Cornetto trilogy, this is my favorite and the one that my lady friend likes to watch with me the most.
What was the name of the actress who had a mask in the beginning? Like it was like a famous actress, but she
Okay,
had a mask.
Blanchett.
Yeah, that was I just found out that was her. Like what? Like
when she pulls the mask off and she's still like, it's funny.
Yeah,
you're just focusing on the eyes doing the acting. And very good.
There you go. Moving on to number 2.
Oh,
we have Dumb and Dumber. Rudy, what the hell? We have Sean at 3, Brian at 5, me and Charles at 6, and Rudy at 21. So I'm gonna kick this over to Rudy first.
All right. Fine. Okay, here we go. All right. I saw it in high school, and I said in the live that I was inebriated with a fellow cigarettes that we did in high school back in the day. So things were funnier when I did that, right? So yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
the wacky tobacco.
Yeah, so
Devil's lettuce.
Yeah. So we went, and I was on the floor, just tear crying. I loved it. It was hilarious, and especially that one scene, "Die" at the end. I couldn't stop laughing for like a few hours, man. But again, I hadn't seen it since high school, and again, here we are, 30 years later, and I saw it again. It just didn't age with me. I don't want to say I outgrew the humor because it is timeless to a lot of people, but for me, it's silly, it's funny. I think Jeff Daniels is better than Jim Carrey in this movie, in my opinion. I think his delivery and the way he acts, and he's the counter. He's, I guess, the straight to what Jim Carrey is.
That toilet scene, just the way he
that's
plays
hilarious.
that toilet scene. It's just when you hear the little beep kind of thing, and then it gives this little laugh of relief, like
The snowball
Like it's
fight scene is hilarious to me.
I have like a
No, don't finish. Brian, tell Cody what's in my bathroom, please. The picture that's in my bathroom.
Oh man, I've slept since then.
I was like,
Is it the picture of Jeff Daniels doing the?
No,
no.
I told this story. So anyway, it's a picture from Red Dwarf, and it's all these characters pointing at you. And my original idea was something that I had seen, and I was kind of frustrated, and that is what Cody has. So go ahead, Cody.
In my bathroom downstairs, I have it's made to look like a oil painting, but it's Jeff Daniels on the shitter, and it's right above the toilet. So at first glance, it just looks like wall art, and then you're like, wait a minute, and it's that scene. And God bless my wife, she actually liked it and let me keep it. Normally, I put it on there as a joke, thinking she'd be like, absolutely not downstairs. But it's been there for a couple years.
It's hysterical because it was literally an idea I had, and then I saw it like in person. I'm like, oh. Can't do this now. That sucks.
All right. Brian, Dumb and Dumber.
Just for sheer laugh per minute ratio, if we were going off CP's methodology for ranking, this would be my number one, because this is the one that just for sheer number of laughs, Dumb and Dumber, I don't think you can beat. It's so childish in so many ways, but it's seen again. It takes what Step Brothers does, but like takes it to the next level, and it's just like, yeah, and because it's a road trip as well, it just allows them to throw these dumbasses into any situation and then move on to the next thing. But yeah, so for that reason, just sheer laughs per minute, this is top dog on this list. It's maybe not the best made, far from being the best made movie on the list, but just if you want to crack me up.
You sold my dead
Dumb and
bird
Dumber.
to a dirt. Fucking I'll just.
It was almost a good moment.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Uncle Sean.
Yeah, I mean, just what Brian just said of just pure laughs per minute, jokes that land, the best batting average of throwing jokes out there that actually get on base.
The salt thing
this
up the shoulder.
There's so many bits that are so funny in different directions and in different ways. Yeah. And, you know, when I watched it for this, showed it to my middle schooler, and I saw it for the first time when I was his age that he is now, and it's still funny 30 years later. It still holds up. It still makes me laugh.
Whoa, check out the butt on that. Must work out.
I absolutely loved rewatching this one. Like, it is one of my favorites, but I loved rewatching this one with my daughter. She was home sick that day, and so she was just had to watch it with me because it was on the docket for things for the day. And I have loved how much she has enjoyed this, because I had a video, I think I put it on Instagram or something, where when my wife got home that night, I filmed her. I said, "Tell Mom about Dumb and Dumber," and the way that she recapped the movie was so funny and adorable, especially if you know my daughter's personality. But like, even the way she ended it off, where like, and then they have this truck full of girls come up and they tell them that there's going to be hot guys in that next town, and then they run. They said, "What do you do?" "They're back that way." She did it all dramatic, and it was so funny. It made me love the movie even more. Yeah.
I love the line when it's like, "Just when I think you can't get in, you pull something like this and totally redeem yourself."
Gotta love it. All right. The crown goes to Tropic Thunder. Came in at number 1. And Charles and Sean had it right. They had it at number 1. Rudy had it at number 3. I had it at number 8, which felt low to me whenever.
That's very low.
Yeah,
low.
it felt low to
What's
me.
wrong
And
with
then Brian had it at 21. So I'm actually going to kick this over to Brian. I don't know if he's led too many off that weren't in Bruges. So your turn, Brian.
Like, I like the film. It's a good film. Gets a pretty good, decent number of laughs from me, but it suffers a bit from the same kind of things that There's Something About Mary suffers from, which is that there's like a few big scenes that I can remember them, I can quote them, and they're really funny, but then there's a lot of connective tissue to get between those scenes where I'm just like, I'm not laughing as much. It's not that it isn't funny, it's just that, like we said with Dumb and Dumber, just the sheer, like, I'm just laughing all the time and everything's landing. Tropic Thunder, I'm like, you got Tom Cruise, everything he's doing is funny. You got Robert Downey Jr., everything he's doing is funny. And then everything else is kind of like, oh yeah, there's some funny bits there, some funny bits here, but it's really about Downey Jr. and Cruise, really.
It's a shame this movie came out the same year as Dark Knight, because I want to live in a world where he won Best Supporting Actor for this. I want that to be my reality. Yeah, this is one that when it came out, this came out the same year as Step Brothers, and I remember I watched them both back to back. I had to use CP's uncle at the time. Is my first year in college, and I remember just dying laughing and being kind of shocked at how many jokes were hitting, especially with Robert Downey Jr. and then Tom Cruise, who's not even like advertised, which is crazy for a star of his level to just sneak into this movie kind of uncredited. and delivering some of the best lines, and then even some of the smaller stuff. Like I thought Matthew McConaughey is hilarious in this. Nobody ever brings him up. They're always looking for the TiVo, and so this is one where, you know, I think because of nostalgia and because I've been with it longer, I do have Cable Guy a little bit closer to the heart for me than this one, but I think this is probably a good argument for like Ben Stiller's satire masterpiece, because he just takes everything down. And it's another one of those movies too where, you know, modern audiences are discovering it and missing the point. You know, people were trying to cancel Robert Downey Jr. for this like 3 years ago.
So like 2 weeks ago, I was at the beach with my sister and her family, and I don't even remember how. I think I was sitting at the table, and with Robert Downey Jr. coming back to play Doctor Doom, all the memes have come out. So then people have been creating memes of Robert Downey Jr. as T'Challa. So I'm just at the table, and I just show it to my wife, and she just busts out laughing. I start showing it to everyone, and so then my niece started asking, like, what is this? Like, what? Why is he in blackface? I was like, well, it's a joke for this movie Tropic Thunder. And we just sat there for like 15 minutes recalling, like, trying to explain why it's so funny. And it's like the characters in blackface to make fun of Hollywood. Like the whole, it's like, well, couldn't they have just done this? It was like, no, it had to, like, you had to do this because it's so inappropriate. That's the point of the whole thing. And, but couldn't you, like, no, that's the point. To make the commentary, to roast Hollywood, you have to go there. Comedy's supposed to be transgressive, pushing boundaries, and this is an example of doing that while just absolutely roasting their peers and themselves. And ironically, he got nominated for awards for it, and he should have been, because it's so unbelievably good.
It's
it's
funnier.
very self-aware. It's like I feel like modern Hollywood doesn't have this level
They don't
of
have
self-awareness because they take themselves so seriously now.
Yeah.
That like any awards ceremony, they take as an opportunity to speak out on some kind of political issue, and everyone's just like, dude, just shut up and take the award. It's a film. Just like, so this really, if anything, it's become more relevant now than it was back then. Just. For how Hollywood takes itself so seriously.
Like even when Robert Downey Jr. was on Joe Rogan, he was discussing this exact movie, and it's like, we take ourselves so seriously, and the whole point was we just have to knock ourselves down. That was the point of the movie.
Yeah. My favorite bit of that interview is where he's talking about how, like, because this came out the same year as Iron Man, and that was his comeback movie, and this could have gone epically wrong. Like, you have a comeback and then you destroy your career months later.
Yeah.
And so he was talking about how, like, even his mom was like, I don't know about this, you shouldn't do it. And he said, I took a chance on it. He said, then all of a sudden everybody was just mad at Ben over Simple Jack, and I was like, whoo. It's a great interview. And even that, like, it's most people would say that's the most offensive thing in the movie, which is wild because it's just chocked full of offensive things. But even that is just on the same level of, like, people have done, like, how many A-list actors have had that role?
I've met so many black guys as well who always quote the Robert Downey Jr. character. It's like, that's the bit that they love. It's just like, I'm the dude that's playing a dude disguised as another dude. Because it's so on the nose. It's so like, that's what white Hollywood, like, idiots kind of think. They think they're so, like, I could play a black guy. It's just like, no, you can't.
They're going to lay on the ebonics and stuff, and like, that's it. Yeah.
Like, it picks all of the things that Hollywood does as a cheap gimmick to try and get awards. A radical transformation, so pushes it to an absurd level, playing someone with mental disabilities, or in the fake trailers at the beginning, they play these totally generic images that no plot is recognized, but two guys hold hand, and it's forbidden love. And it's like, that's what Hollywood, like, these things they keep doing to just try and force to get awards, and it's still true 15 years later.
And it's a dead, like, little details, like, it's a dead serious trailer, and it says, like, you know, Oscar winner Kirk Lazarus. This is like MTV's Best Kiss winner Tobey Maguire. it's a movie that you can unpack for hours if you're aware of everything that they're sending up and taking down at the same time. And this is often like we've talked about it even numerous times just in this episode about how we miss comedy and how comedy nowadays is too safe and they're afraid and everything's got to be PC, which inadvertently is not funny at all. And this is often the example that people give that they're like, movies aren't like that anymore and they need to be. Yeah. And I have hope that eventually we're going to bounce back, because I think more and more people are kind of our opinion where it's just like, okay, enough. Like we need to get better about certain things. We also need to be able to laugh at ourselves, and we need to not take everything so seriously. And I'm hoping the pendulum is going to swing back at some point. But we'll see. Time will tell. Anybody else want to talk about Tropic Thunder?
I'm laughing right now because one of my favorite lines, it's not even what you think. It's just a scene where they're just going through the jungle and this one guy's rambling about 4K versus Blu-ray and how the dominant.
Talking to me this whole time?
They've been talking to me. That like gets me every time, dude.
Oh yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Anybody who's listening. Oh, it's good stuff.
Oh, somebody. So Sean in the comments just says, "Let's bounce back with Tropic Thunder 2."
What?
That could be an interesting prospect. I'm not really that big on sequels to these kind of movies, like so far after the fact, but that could be a good way to kind of bounce back and really take shots at Hollywood where it's at now compared to where it was then. I'd be sold on that. Tropic Thunder 2. I'd go there.
Along those lines, I just hope that Ben Stiller eventually takes confidence in how brilliant he is, because he did an interview not too long ago where he's basically said Zoolander 2 kind of broke him. Yeah. Where it felt like everybody wanted it. He thought it was good. It turned out badly, and he just doubted himself as a filmmaker ever since. And now he's been doing producing and Severance and things like that, which is very interesting. But I hope he gets back to that. And if he came back and did Tropic Thunder 2, like I don't think it would happen, but I think that might be that very well could be the recipe to get us back. Charles, I don't know if you talked on this one.
I said this in my video, and this is cheating because you get two feature-length comedies with this movie. You watch the director's cut with the cast commentary, and Robert Downey Jr. stays in character. And the third act, if you think he's racist in this movie, the third act, him as the guy doing like Vietnam voice, I have a clip of it in my video, but you get a whole another piece of that character. And yes, he deserves really unfortunate what happened that year, but he's certainly in the conversation for best actor because he stayed doing it in something that most people haven't even seen. And it's hysterical, and it's just irony because Lex Grossman is do we know of an exec in Hollywood that who he's based on? And the other funny thing,
I think that's the reason why the little spinoff movie didn't happen, because they were talking about that pretty heavily for a bit there, and it was around that same time.
The irony with the Jack Black character is he's essentially playing Robert Downey Jr. from 10 years earlier. Robert Downey Jr. was known for his drug problem.
Yeah.
So it hits rather close to home if you're Hollywood. So right on.
There we go. All right, guys. Well, that is our 31. Now I have a couple of our little stats here at the end, and then we have a teaser for October's 31 on 31. And then I'll do the super chats just in case anybody needs to head out. I can we don't have to do that as a group, but if everybody wants to stay, we will. So I got 5 different stats here. Again, big shout out to John Connor for putting these together. So our biggest splits on this one, number 4 was Funny People.
Sorry.
Number 4 was Funny People, 25 split between Brian and Rudy. Planes, Trains, 26 between Cody and Rudy. Blazing Saddles, 28 between Cody and Rudy. And Airplane, 29 between Cody and Rudy. The movies that we agreed on the most, which is almost not even worth bringing up in this one. Coming to America had a split of 6. Old School and Happy Gilmore had a split of 14, which would normally be enough to put them in the biggest split. But that made it the most agreed for this one. Most often correct, which is people that whoever matches the group averages the most.
Just give it to Sean.
So I shit the bed on this one and didn't get a single one right.
Wow.
Charles, Rudy, and Brian got 1, and Sean was correct 5 times. So landslide victory for Uncle Sean here.
Yes.
Now we have movie slasher, which is somebody who just chopped down the average score on a movie the most. And so Charles knocked up an Anchorman with 7 places. It would have been 7 places higher without his score. Rudy, Cable Guy, and Multiplicity would have been 8 places higher. And I Destroyed Airplane would have been 11 places higher without me. And then on the flip side, we have Movie Savior, which is movies that would have been much lower without us. And number 2, we have Rudy saved Blazing Saddles from being 8 places lower. Brian in Bruges with 8 places. Then me with Happy Gilmore, and 40-Year-Old Virgin with 8 places and 9 places. Woo! I heard a yell. Anyway,
I heard that too.
Screamed.
Yeah. Ah!
Somebody saw the score.
All right. So airplane. Ah! All right. So now we give away the coveted Lomax Award. So for those that might not have been watching us on previous debriefs, we kind of had this in joke started for a while because in a number of our earlier episodes, Brian would always have a number of them.
I'm leaving for a couple minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay. Brian would often have a hot take that would just throw the list off, a number of hot takes. So we kind of had this joke about the Lomax Award, whoever's going to throw the list off the most. And then it became a running gag. So essentially the way that John Connor approaches this is that he takes everybody's 3 biggest hot takes, the movie where their score is furthest away from the group, and he takes the number between what your score is and the closest score on those hot takes, adds it together, and whoever has the highest score then gets the Lomax Award. And I was kind of surprised this year because this was one where it was just so chaotic. I figured that things were going to be changed up quite a bit, and that people all had weird hot takes. So the person that ended up with our Lomax score has a score of 44, and the hot takes were Airplane, Dumb and Dumber, and Planes, Trains. and it goes to the new guy. 2 episodes in a row.
Stuck on that, guys.
Yeah. So it's going to be retitled the Rude Advice Award here very soon because Lomax is starting to lose slip of it. But Brian did come in second, and I was surprised about that because I actually thought I might get it this year. And so as far as the scores go, Charles was the furthest away from it.
Go figure.
His hot takes were 40-Year-Old Virgin, Step Brothers, and Kingpin. Sean was next up with his hot takes of Hangover, Talladega Nights, and Zoolander. Then I was in the middle with Hot Fuzz, Happy Gilmore, and Weird Science. Brian was only 3 points away from getting it this year for Tropic Thunder, Funny People, and In Bruges. But Rudy took it away with a score of 44. So for 2 years in a row now, or two episodes in a row, I should say, there you go.
It should be complimentary based on the In Bruges thing. Like, there should be some sort of handicap for that.
Yeah, exactly. I was surprised, honestly. I was, because I would have figured this would have been with the way that Brian admittedly has a very different taste in comedy. I figured it would have been a landslide, but then Rudy comes in with.
I didn't see this coming, to be honest. I didn't. I'm keeping it real, Cody, is what I'm doing. All right, I'm keeping it real.
There you go. All right. So I'm going to take a couple of questions into. Does anybody need to leave?
I do. I got to go pick up my son from work.
All right. Well, I'll play the teaser first. Then I was going to wait until Sean came back. Or can you got a couple minutes?
Yeah, I got like 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll take a couple of super chats, and then whenever Uncle Sean comes back, we'll play the teaser for what October's 31 theme is going to be. A couple of these I've already read. Let me see here. John Sutherland, first time catching a 31 on 31 live. Love you guys. I'll drop $100 to anyone who gets Sean to drop an F-bomb.
I tried.
Just kidding. Sean, never change.
I tried.
I haven't heard Sean say the F word. I don't think. I've heard everything. I've heard everything else.
It's like
I've heard him kind of like
what?
self bleep it.
Yeah.
Where he says it and he kind of muffles it.
Frick? Does he do the frick thing?
No. We'll get there though. I'll get that $100 if anybody does. This is a night of comedy, but the stream background is a seller. We are all still in pain and suffering. Yeah, that's just my go-to. That's my go-to background. It's from the Dead Air stuff.
That's cute.
$1.99. Thank you so much. I hope Sex Drive or Tropic Thunder is on here. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude for 400 years. That word has kept us down. Well, you got your wish, and it got #1. Yo, Brian, how do they shit in
poo in Tenet? Yeah.
Oh Lord! And then what up, chat bitch? So that's an
there.
inside joke for anybody that didn't see my Q&A the other day. First time joining the Debrief Live. Thanks for the top tier content, guys. Also, have any of you seen the other guys? I think all of us have. We've talked about it. It almost made this list. I think Brian was pushing for that one, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of my favorite comedies. Feel like it kind of flies under the radar. I've never been too crazy about it. It is funny, but it's not one of my favorites.
It's better than half the ones on this list.
Switch it out with In Bruges then. Favorite Todd Phillips cameo? Definitely the one in Old School. I'm here for the gangbang. In Road Trip, he's the guy licking her toes in the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what was his cameo in The Hangover. Did he have one?
The elevator.
In the elevator.
He had like a date or something.
Okay.
They were like making out or
And Due Date, I don't remember his cameo either. So it's definitely
he was in Juliette Lewis's house. Talking about his hair, Zach Galifianakis' hair. Yeah, I got a perm. And they start laughing like,
that's right. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, my favorite's the one in Old School. Does anybody have a different answer?
No, I just like that one guy. This is the Godfather. This is the guy. Who's that one guy? He's
Brian Callen.
Yeah, I like that one character.
Yeah.
Anyway,
CP and Rudy, please continue to praise Spaceballs.
Of course.
Are you guys planning a 31 on 31 for October? Every October for sure, and you'll get a teaser here in just a few minutes. You inspired me to watch every Michael, Jason, and Freddy movie for the next couple of months. Wish me luck. You'll need it for some of them. Did you know that Step Brothers was all improvised and a camera crew was hiding and filming everything for 6 months due to the writer's strike? I want to live in a world where that's true. Fun fact, Talladega Nights is one of Christopher Nolan's favorite movies, so I'm surprised. Oh, I read that one earlier. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was refreshing to hear him say that. Even Christopher Nolan loves Talladega Nights. How dare you, Brian? She had the old bull. Now she wants the young calf. I love that scene in Step Brothers where they're whispering. He's like, only reason you're here is because me and my dad decided that your mom was really hot and we should probably both bang her. And we'll put up with the moron in the meantime. I just want to say Nothing to Lose is a banger. I love Nothing to Lose. Nothing to Lose doesn't get mentioned very much. But that one I put on often and laugh. Freaky Killer Jason. Also, Hot Fuzz is my favorite movie of all time. So, okay, well, you should be happy it made very high on the list. Very high. I'm American and I really love In Bruges. There you go, Brian.
There's one. Yeah.
Great to see the crew back together again. You guys beat out any of my favorite comedy movies. What's that say about my taste? It's up for interpretation. Thank you for making my night. Well, I'm glad we had a good time, man. You got a couple of your moments in there. You got Brian and CP in classic form, and then you got me slipping up and saying something lewd accidentally. GM Light, Goated Crew. Were there any comedies you guys were bummed didn't make it to the final list? Tons. It's one of those things where, there's a saying out there saying, you left a successful negotiation when everybody's a little unhappy. And every one of us looked at probably 4 or 5 movies on this list and like, man, get that shit out of here. Put these. Where's this? Like, I know me and Charles especially were like, damn, we need more Eddie Murphy. We need we framed the whole thing around directors and then regretted that we didn't frame it more on actors.
Too.
Super bad. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of them.
I was going to say one of the problems was the framing.
I agree.
Around directors, because like one movie I'd love to be on the list would be Grosse Point Blank, but that it's not. It's a great comedy film, but it's not from a famous comedy director. It's like it's not. Oh, that director is known for comedies. No, it just happens to be a really good comedy film made by some director, and it's just like, all right. So it wouldn't warrant being on this list just for how good it is. So there's a lot of movies like that where you're like, it's a shame we couldn't work them in, but yeah. We had to go with directors that kind of built their careers on comedy, that became like Todd Phillips now seems to have gone down the serious filmmaker route, but he made his name on comedy, and that's kind of what the theme really was. So
There you go. All right. So since Rudy's got to head out, we're going to go ahead and play the teaser for this October's 31 on 31. And then we'll continue on with the super chats. So all I will tell you as a precursor is that we are sticking with the director theme for October to have this year kind of be in unison. And here it is. There we go. 31 on 31.
Damn.
The New Breed will come to you October 31st. And we're focusing on modern horror filmmakers that are kind of the big voices of the genre today. So Jordan Peele, Ari Aster, Scott Derrickson, Damien Leone, a whole bunch of them. So we got about 2 to 3 movies per director. Ty West, we got the whole Maxine trilogy in there. And what's really exciting about this one is because of the nature of the theme, we're actually going to have 7 2024 releases on this list. One of which we all just saw a couple of days ago in Alien Romulus. So I'm excited about this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really interesting because it's a wide array of movies. But we will probably, I'll make a graphic and release it a little later on for everybody that did not watch the live stream with all the movies that we're going to be covering so that you can watch along with us. I know a lot of people like to do that, but that is the theme that we're going with. And get ready. It's going to be interesting. That one might get pretty divisive too with all these crazy averages and our different tastes.
I'm already pretty certain as to what my bottom 3 will be.
Oh,
we were pretty certain before we even decided on the theme.
This is going to be another Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibe thing going on here, I think.
Who cut the trailer? That was great.
Charles edited the trailer. Yes,
that was awesome, dude.
Oddly enough, Cody. So after this stream goes down, I'll put the original because I had it synced. I retroactively worked to sync the video to audio, and that's not the original song. So because of copyright reason, I will put up the original song on my channel. But Cody did a really, really good job finding a song that matches.
That was great.
Well,
that was great. Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass. So it was like 2:30 in the morning last night, and I got done doing all these graphics that we've been using all day. And he sent me the video, and I watched it. I saw the draft of it earlier, and it was great, but he wanted to tinker with it a bit because of the copyright song. And unfortunately, the song that he picked, I was like, man, I don't like it near as much as that other song, and so it bugged me. And so I went in there and just tried one song, which is the one that I use, and all I had to do was just shift maybe 5 or 6 things, and somehow the edit that Charles did already matched beat for 80% of it. So I only had to spend like 12 minutes editing it. I was like, oh, this is gonna take forever, but it worked out. So yeah, guys, get excited. I'm excited. And with that, Rudy, do you have to leave us?
Yeah, I got to go pick up my son. But again, as the 2-time Brian Lomax Award winner, I want you to know that I'm coming for that third, baby. I'm going to three-peat in October. You just watch it. I'm coming. All right.
There we go.
Thanks for having me. Good night, everybody. This was fun. Love you guys.
Thank you, Rudy.
Bye-bye.
All right. We'll get back to the super chats really quick, and then we'll wrap this up. Jesse gives us $4.99. Thank you. Madeline Kahn is amazing in Paper Moon. Great film. I've never seen Paper Moon. Anybody got anything to say on Paper Moon?
It's been a while.
Never seen it.
Brian, Cody, Sean put Spaceballs at bottom 3. Me. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Even George Lucas loves Spaceballs. George Lucas. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably love a movie that was sending up my movie too. Gavin Moon, Robert better not get in my face because I'll drop that motherfucker. That is my favorite line in the entire list. That is a good one for sure. if Superbad was on the list, where would it rank for y'all? And do y'all like the Scary Movie franchise? So Superbad would rank pretty high for me, and I like the first 2 Scary Movies. Scary Movie 1, Scary Movie 2, and Not Another Teen Movie are the only parody movies of the 2000s that I think are worth anything. Then it's just turned into an absolute dreck subgenre. I don't know if you guys disagree. Like Superbad, where would it place in the Scary Movie movies?
It's hard. It's hard for
Probably
me.
somewhere in the middle, I think. Somewhere, wherever I put 40-Year-Old Virgin, it'd probably be just below that.
Okay. Do you enjoy the
Yeah,
Scary Movie films, Brian? Because I know you had the same taste as me with parody.
I don't do parodies. I just not of that. Certainly not of that ilk. Anyway.
Okay.
Ryan does not like having fun, Cody.
Dude, like you say that, but you like. I bet you wouldn't sit there and watch all the Scary Movie films and think, "Oh, they were grade A comedy." So it's just that notion of it's lazy comedy. It's like let's take something that's been done and we'll reenact it, but kind of put something silly in it, and then that counts as comedy. It's the laziest form of comedy.
It's something that, like, yes, you're really wearing the "this is work for us" thing, because yes, when you have to watch 31 of them and there's something that you wouldn't go to normally, of course you're going to be a little grumpy about it. But these aren't movies like those aren't meant to be watched like that. They're meant to be, oh, I had a rough week, let me watch something silly. And I get it. It's not for you, but you're really wearing the work aspect of this pretty hard.
If I had a rough week and I wanted to watch something silly,
In Bruges,
it wouldn't be In Bruges. It'd be Dumb and Dumber.
I don't understand logic here. That's silly. That's silly stuff.
I need to get a sound bite of like
but
the
it's
fight bell.
funny. It's funny. That's the difference. It's not. It takes a bit more effort to write a joke that does the work to make you laugh, rather than just taking another film, repeating what they've done, but throwing something silly into it.
It has gotten reductive. I'll agree with that, but there are certain points when it is well achieved, like the Spaceballs, the thing that you don't even think about. Planet of the Apes, technically a space movie, and that scene at the end just. It's a really bizarre way to put that in there. All the stuff that we have today, the multiverse stuff, it's like it's an ancient version of multiverse storytelling, and it's fine. I get it. It's not for you. Sorry.
My favorite joke in any parody movie ever is the beginning of Scary Movie 2, where James Woods plays the priest from The Exorcist. And he looks in the window or the door, and she goes, "Ah!" And he goes, "Fuck this," and leaves. Like that makes me laugh every time. That's my style of humor. Anyway, Sean, Superbad and the Scary Movies.
Yeah, I mean, I would, anytime I do these, I rewatch them because it's tough. Like, when you have 15 movies that are all like a B+ to you,
yeah,
there's a 15-point swing there, but placement swing, but at the same time, they're not actually different in your brain. So, I mean, it would be somewhere in like the teens for me, I would imagine, for Superbad. Like I enjoy it. I don't particularly like the get the high schoolers to the party to do drugs and each other genre. That's just not like inherently on a moral level. I don't tend to like that genre. I don't connect with it. Yeah. I find Superbad to be funny though. So I find it enjoyable. It's one of the better of that genre. Scary Movie, actually Cody referenced Scary Movie and Not Another Teen Movie. I watched both of those movies in preparation for this video, not because they were on the list, but because I was just in that zone. And I was like, oh, Not Another Teen Movie's on this streaming, so I'll just watch that one too. Oh, Scary Movies. I've never really liked the scary movies. The Wayans brothers in particular, I think, do a little bit more of the let's just do that but silly. And like, well, this is a sperm joke. Like, it's just like throw crass humor on top of just doing a silly version of a scene that I just don't particularly care for. Not Another Teen Movie. I probably haven't watched that in 15 years, and I thought that one it plays really different. It plays interesting because it's Chris Evans, and he's like, that was his breakout movie, and then he goes on to become
his ass.
Yeah, like right, like it's so funny just to see Chris Evans in a 20-year-old parody movie. And it kind of elevates it, but also, you know, it's parodying all those movies that I watched in high school, so it plays a little bit better for me. But
one of my favorite bits from Scary Movie didn't even make the final cut of the movie, and it's where it has, I think, Marlon Wayne's character. It plays on that whole thing about when teenagers have sex during a horror film, and it shows them like they're using guns and they're pointing them at the door while they're doing this, and they switch positions. And so that, if you watch the deleted scene for it, that's a good bit. Thoughts on the news? Oh, this is one for Rudy. Thoughts on the news of Code Veronica and RE0 getting remakes next? Also, what are your thoughts on the Silent Hill 2 remake gameplay trailer? I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in on this or not, but Code Veronica and RE0, don't really care about Resident Evil 0 getting a remake. Code Veronica's overdue, but I wish they would just remake the first game first and follow that storyline. Silent Hill 2 remake, I haven't kept up with, but I'm excited for it. Charles, anything to add? I know you know all three of those games.
I quadruple your sentiment. I'm not really fired up at all for 0, but Code Veronica, yeah, it's been too long. And Silent Hill 2, if only just to see what they can do with that situation and make it modern.
Yeah. Sean, did you play any of those?
I mean, what you sent me, I played the first one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I had anything to add on to it. I don't know. Or I don't. And this wasn't one of those two, right? That you sent me.
No, these haven't been released
so
yet.
I was like, I don't think so. I thought it was just mainline games. Yeah. I mean, so I played the ones that you played, and you know, it's
Brian, another thing people do to have fun is they play video games. And what they're asking about in this, like,
yeah, I have next to no interest in video games because I have next to no interest in fun. So,
did you hear about Ben Stiller starring in a new film? I wish he would direct more. Also, here's a comedy recommendation: Black Dynamite. It's one of my favorite comedies. Never seen Black Dynamite, but yeah, I've missed Ben Stiller. You know, he. I think the last thing I saw him in was The Watch, which is a really good comedy.
It's a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's done something since. I know he did Walter Mitty, and I still haven't seen that.
2.
Huh?
Zoolander 2.
Oh, yeah, I forget about that one because I got 5 minutes into it and was like, I can't.
I can't. No, I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody that's a casual at being generous fan of the Zoolander, 10 minutes into the new one, and I'm like, nope, not working. Being at work while I'm constantly in the humid Texas heat, this stream definitely took the edge off. Now, have any of you seen Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Brother, starring and directed by Wilder himself? I have never heard of it.
No.
Anybody?
No. Ryan?
Okay.
I don't know what that's referring to.
I thought he was looking up.
A Gene Wilder movie, I'm assuming. Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Brother.
But yeah, that's not a.
I've never heard of it before. I know a lot of his movies that he did with Richard Pryor. That's mostly what I know him from outside of Willy Wonka, but never heard of that one.
Yeah, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes' Smarter Brother, written, directed, and starring Gene Wilder with Madeline Kahn.
Oh, I'm in.
There you go. Tara CP, a new one for his
That's
stepbrother's ranking.
That I haven't heard of that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I've never heard of it in my life.
Yeah,
ever.
like I wasn't ringing any bells. I was like, is this guy just making something up? Does he mean Gene Wilder? Gene Wilder is what are you talking? That's a real thing that I was clueless of. Rang 0 bells.
You gonna slap me or what?
Me? I'm not going to. We're in different states, different places.
Cody had it. He was the only one who could.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shaun of the Dead is amazing. Disappointed, Cody. Hey, that's just one. Like, there's certain movies where the first time I watch it, I don't get it. And I'm like, okay, whatever. It's just not for me. There's other ones where I actively try. Like, I put the work in to be like, okay, I need to watch it in different moods. I need to watch it with fresh eyes. I need to like try to be in a different headspace. And some just don't click for me. But that's, like I said, that's the 4th time I've watched it, and I feel the same as I did on the first watch. Any of you guys a big Tim Burton fan? I'm not. Anybody?
I'm currently watching through all of his movies. Like, literally, as we're sitting here finishing this, I'm like, should I
talk
text
about
my
eating the
kids
same meal every day?
Yeah. Like, literally, like, hey guys, do you need to pick which movie we're gonna watch tonight? That's literally a thing on my brain right now that might happen as soon as I stop talking. I mean, there's ones that I really enjoy. There's things I enjoy, but also looking at the list, I was like, there's not one that is like a like I have way up there though at the same time.
My
Yes.
favorite movie of his is Pee-wee. So whatever that says.
Which that's the one we started with.
I started my movie love with Tim Burton being my favorite director, my number one director from literally like the age of 11 up to the age of 18.
Made that decision somewhere around 89.
I made that decision somewhere around 1992.
We both have
Batman Returns. There it is. There it is.
Christmas 91. Christmas
Got your
91.
McDonald's cup and everything.
So, yeah. So like, there was a time back there where he had a string of movies that seemed like he was just hitting them out of the park. If you like his aesthetic, like I certainly think the latter half of his career is no way near the first half. But like Beetlejuice, Batman Returns, Edward Scissorhands, Ed Wood, Sleepy Hollow, that period was just like golden Tim Burton. And yeah, it was watching Burton's movies that kind of made me want to get into filmmaking, be a director, all that stuff. He's since dropped considerably in my tier of directors, but definitely had a huge influence on me. Yeah.
Charles?
cautiously optimistic for Beetlejuice. But
Same.
other than that,
There's like 4 movies of his that I genuinely enjoy. One of them is Beetlejuice, so I'm hoping that it's worth
I think I
On that
shot
too.
my anticipation load on Alien Romulus, though, unfortunately.
with great reward.
Yeah, my kids are really excited for Beetlejuice. Like and this is not coming. Like I'm not a Beetlejuice guy or anything like that. They're like, "This Beetlejuice. There's a new one coming out. We should watch Beetlejuice." Like, all right, it's cool when your kids kind of discover their own little path and get into something that's a little bit quirky and different.
Very much so. Brian would have had Benches of Inish Sheeran in top 5. Where would it have been, Brian, if we had it? Would it have been number 2 or number 5?
Yeah, I think it probably would have been number 6, I reckon.
Brian, pick 3 McDonough movies.
3 McDonough movies.
Your top 3.
In Bruges, obviously. That's
Well,
one.
I'll rank them. So,
Okay.
7 Psychopaths is at bottom. Then, hang on, what was it? What was the other one? I think
3 Billboards?
Yeah, so 7 Psychopaths at the bottom. For rewatchability, I'll put Banshees of Inisherin at number 3, then 3 Billboards at number 2, In Bruges at number 1.
3 Billboards would be my favorite, personally.
Yeah, based on that list, 3 Billboards would be pretty high for me.
The Coens have good comedies. Oh Brother is a classic. I don't operate on the Coen brothers wavelength at all. I've tried. That's another movie that I've tried to watch a couple of times. Big Lebowski, and just can't get there. I do love what's the one with
Fargo, Raising Arizona.
Sugar? Why am I blanking?
Miller's Crossing.
Blood Simple.
Josh Brolin.
Oh, No Country
Help me.
for Old
Yes,
Men.
thank you. No Country. I like that one quite a bit, although I hate the way it ends. Or doesn't end, rather. Marcy, the shoplifting scene and Nothing to Lose with the Old Man is so hilarious. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. We're going to take some things out of here. Brian, thoughts on Terrifier 2, please. Unless you want to save that anticipation for the
Got him in
31st.
October.
Yeah. If you want me to sum it up, I'll just say it's pretty much what you would expect Brian to think of Terrifier 2. But he did say, I'll do this, Brian. Tell them something positive about Terrifier 2, because I was surprised to hear what you said in that regard.
It is a better made film than the first one. That is down to having a higher budget, considerably higher budget, and the third one even more so is going to have a considerably higher budget. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with that budget. I think there is definitely more meat on the bones in terms of character and story. However, all of the work done on that character and story disappears up its arse by the time we get to the final act, because it doesn't really mean a right lot of anything, and all this weird, bizarre fantasy stuff starts happening without any explanation or any kind of wrap up to tell us what the hell it was all about. And it's just
That's
like,
the
hey,
third one. That's what the third one is for.
yeah, well,
Yeah, exactly.
It's annoying. It's annoying. It's yeah. Why that film should have been 2 hours 20 minutes, I have no bloody clue. Like, seriously. Yeah. No, I'm going to start getting into rant mode here. So just move on. The more I think about it, the more it makes my blood boil.
Oh snap! October is going to be crazy. Let's go. It certainly
Wow.
is. It's going to be fun. I saw Get Out. I love that film. You did see Get Out.
Indeed.
Cancel me. Best 31 topless scenes. Might have a harder time getting Brian into that one than I did negotiating Terrifier into the mix. Yeah, there you go. If had that one on the chamber just waiting.
I have my 31 ready.
He's got it stacked up over here.
That was his screenshot that he had on standby.
Finally, a reason to talk about this.
It's already edited. I'm ready to go. If a spoof or parody movie has the Wayans brothers attached, then I'm all for it. They have had a hand in a lot of my favorite movies of that type.
Don't Be a Menace is pretty fun.
Sequel comedy 31 on 31 for those that missed the list. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Me and my cousin Kirk would like to let all of you know that we enjoyed your ranking. We both don't want to have people sending money just to see Mr. Sean Michael Chandler use his potty mouth. Yeah, you missed that one, Sean. Whenever you were out, somebody said they'll give $100 if you say the F word.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the piece they're missing on that is that money's not going to me, so
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
You send me $20, I'll make sure he doesn't say the F word.
Sequels should continue using the original titles. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like Alien 2, Aliens, Alien 3, more alienness, Alien 4, Alien Resurrection.
Aliens
Oh,
ist.
The only annoyance I have in regard to sequel titles are the ones that try to reuse the title of the original film.
Yeah.
Like Halloween, Scream, Candyman.
Rambo's
Like
pretty confusing.
that kind of annoys me.
Yeah, Rambo's a weird one.
Hello, thoughts on the Tuxedo 2002 and what
Around the
fuck?
World in 80 Days.
Wow, 2004. I've
Jackie
never seen.
Chan comedies. He
Never
asked about
seen them.
Jackie Chan comedies earlier. That's the setup for this. That's the only reason I was able to figure that one out, because I had Jackie Chan from when he mentioned.
There you go.
I would like to do another action comedy kind of 31 on 31 with some point with the Rush Hour films
Oh yeah,
and the Beverly Hills Cop films
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. It's about time.
Did I, have,
for
never-
one of
did I have
them.
a conversation with you about that, Brian? About Beverly Hills Cop?
me.
Was it you? Yeah, I agree. I think we're about ready on the next off year to do action stuff.
For sure. I like that idea. I'm already sold.
All right, seems like we've got an idea that we've all very quickly agreed on.
And I get to use that as my Brian's idea quota. He'd be like, you never do. You picked Rush Hour and Beverly Hills.
That's the. It's like, can we do this? No, we gave you Rush Hour.
I held his feet to the fire for Critters for like 5 years, so I got to give him another one soon. Like, what about no? What if you did a 31 on 31 for the worst horror frame? We
just
already
did.
did that. We did that last October. I don't want to do that again. Leprechaun, Children of the Corn, Silent Night,
Hey,
Puppet
Critters
Master.
has got no business being in there. Take
As
that
somebody
off.
that doesn't like Critters, I agree. That's shameful. Leprechaun, it has some charm, but the fact that Uncle Sean watched all the Leprechaun movies to do a ranking and then decided not to even record it because he didn't want to be negative for 30 minutes tells you everything you need to know. Children of the Corn is the worst movie franchise that I have yet to watch. I actually watched all except for one of them with the intention of doing a ranking, and I had to tap out at the finish line because it was just all of them bled together in a way that no other franchise has, where it's literally the same plot with a couple of weird elements thrown in.
Normally with these franchises, you get like a classic original,
And then
the
shit
sequels kind of dip off. I watched the original Children of the Corn. I've not watched any of the sequels because that first one to me, it felt like one of the like number 7 or part 7 or 8 in a franchise, not part 1. I'm like, well, this is the classic that spawned the sequels. Ain't no way I'm going near the sequels after that. That was a 2-star film.
Brian, those movies would break you. You think last year was rough? If you could survive Hellraiser, Children of the Corn to me was 10 times harder to get through than Hellraiser.
I want to hear Brian talk about Phantasm.
Me too. Because he's only seen the first film, right?
First two.
How are you so
second
far?
one?
One at a time, please.
What did you think of the second one?
Much better than the first one.
Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts then. Because I set everybody up for that that was doing Dice's streams, and everybody was just like, this is just getting worse and worse and worse. And I was like, oh. Phantasm will make it onto one of these one day. I just got to figure out a theme that's not going to set us up for a bunch of trash, because
it's got to be some kind of supernatural horror thing.
Plus, there's like 75 puppet masters. You have to make your own puppet master list.
No,
that can't go in.
I can't watch Puppet Master because the director of like the 17th one blocked me on Twitter for not liking Winnie the Pooh. You guys are awesome. Alien Romulus was amazing. I agree. I think all of us enjoyed it quite a bit.
Alien Freak was in our chat yesterday. Really knows his alien info.
Better with that name.
Yeah.
31 on 31, Bond and Bourne, and Never Say Again. I couldn't make it through the Bond movies. I tried my hardest when the last one came out, and I had to tap out at Thunderball. I haven't even got to the Roger Moore movies, which I knew I wasn't going to like.
I think the way around that would be to do a particular era. So the Craig, just include the Craig Bonds, which, let's face it, are the best ones. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for the Pierce Brosnan era. GoldenEye, I love, and I have a really soft spot for World Is Not Enough. I find that to be kind of overhated. Everybody always shits on it because of Denise Richards, and I'm like, okay, the rest of it's still a lot of fun. Anyway, give your top 5 worst comedies of the past decade. I can't do that off the top of my head, man.
Zoolander 2 would be on there, but number 1 would definitely be Sausage Party.
What do you mean? Sausage Party is the movie that brought
the reason why I'm
Cody
here.
Leacci.
Yeah, I can't do it off the top of my head. I can tell you that in the last decade, there's maybe 3 comedies that even stand out in my mind as being like great comedies. And even that, I would have to kind of look back. Like the only one that I think, like Long Shot, I thought was really good with Seth Rogen and Charlize Theron. I don't know how long it's been since The Big Sick. That's had to have been more than 10 years.
I think it was 2017.
Yeah. Most comedies that get the hype nowadays, I go and see them and I'm massively disappointed. Like, what was the one from last year with all of the Asian girls going to find the mom? Yeah, the adopted girl, Joyride. Everybody was raving about Joyride. I think John Campea said that's his favorite comedy of the last decade or something. I was like, oh, and I went to go see it with my wife, and I'm like, it's literally like somebody trying to do the girl version of Road Trip, but the jokes feel like we're just trying to swap sex. And I don't know. It didn't work for me at all.
Oh, I didn't even get past the first 15 minutes. I turned it off. It was so bad. Rough Night with Scarlett Johansson. That was awful.
Yeah, less good.
Awful. Yeah.
I'm surprised to hear you don't care for animation or Leica Studios, Cody. It's not that I don't care for them. It's just for some reason, I never really have the desire to watch animated films. Most of the time when I end up watching them, they're very good, but I don't know how to really explain it without feeling like I'm down on them. Like you have things like Spider-Verse, Inside Out 2 that always end up making like my top 10 of the year, but I don't go back to rewatch them. And I'm never like pumped to go see one in theaters the way that I am for live action. So it's just, I don't know, it's something weird.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. It's just I can sit and look at my shelf and see a 5-star animated film. I know that if I watch it, it's a 5-star animated film, and it's sat next to a 3-star live action film. But 9 times out of 10, I'm going to pick the 3-star live action film because I want to see real people.
Yeah.
I just find real people more engaging, even in a crapper film, than I do in a brilliant animated one.
There you go. Brian said it better than I could. Quick question, Cody. Spoiler review for Alien Romulus. I'm not sure. I did a spoiler-free review. I did a ranking yesterday. I'm going to do a ranking where I have all the Alien and the Predator films together in a tier list. And I'm not sure if I'm going to squeeze in a spoiler review or not. I might, but typically when I do spoiler reviews, it's either for something where there's a ton to discuss. I should have done one for Deadpool and Wolverine, but I was just way too busy. Or if it's a movie like Trap, where I just have to go into a bunch of details about why it didn't work for me. But maybe, possibly. Off topic, do you guys have more excitement for James Gunn over Cameron with Superman Legacy over Avatar 3? Okay, so are you more excited for Avatar 3 or Superman Legacy, Brian?
Avatar 3.
By a good margin?
Yeah, I just like after the way they screwed over Cavill with Superman, never really gave him his fair shot. That aside, I just everything that's coming out from like production stills and that, and you can never judge a film just on them, but I feel like what I'm seeing, it's going to be an overload of characters. It's not really going to be Superman's movie. It's going to end up
being like a universe builder.
Yeah, and I am getting burnt out now with comic book movies, like, which I never thought I'd say.
Took you long.
Like, unless it's if it's not Batman that's on the poster, then I'm not overly like, I'm not like, oh, I've got to go and see it. Whereas Avatar 3 for me, I know some people are like, oh, James Cameron needs to stop making Avatar movies and start doing other stuff. I'll watch anything James Cameron makes, and the Avatar movies are no exception. I think the worlds he's built there are just what cinema's all about, taking you somewhere that you can't otherwise go. I love the Avatar movies, so bring it.
Uncle Sean, Superman Legacy or Avatar 3, and why?
Yeah, Superman Legacy by a good margin. I mean, like, even to what kind of Brian said, anything James Cameron puts out, I'm interested in. Like, I'm going to show up excited. Wouldn't be surprised if it's in my top 10 of the year. It's just not interesting to me. Like, I don't know exactly what to expect, but I know ballpark of what I'm going to get for an Avatar 3. Whereas a refresh of a DC universe, a new Superman movie, all of that, it's like a fresh opportunity to grow a new DC universe that maybe is more cohesive, that they actually stick to the plan. I like James Gunn, so it's just there's more fresh new things that are distinctly interesting that I'm curious to see where it's going to go, versus Avatar 3. Like, yeah, I will not be surprised if I'm like, wow, that was an incredible immersive film that's in my top 10 for the year. But like, I've never watched Avatar 2 at home. I've only watched Avatar 1 at home to talk about it for this channel.
Charles?
For exactly the same reasons that Sean is bringing up, let me see Superman 3. It's for some bizarre reason, Avatar, I know I'll watch it, but I have no rush to see any more of that world. At least Superman, a different perspective. Can't screw it up any worse than they have been, can they?
Yeah,
Can they?
Avatar is a weird one, and it's impossible to discuss on the internet too, for the same reason that it's weird, because it's both movies. Massive doesn't even say it properly, and yet both films now feel like they don't penetrate into pop culture whatsoever, which is so opposite of any other movie that's up there. And
right. Their theatrical impact is enormous, but there's not, the fandom hasn't grown out of it the way that it does about all of these other things.
Yeah,
theatrically
you don't have
enormous, culturally zilch.
Yeah, and it kind of feels that way when I leave the theater. Like, I wasn't as high on The Way of Water. Is that the Way of Water?
Yeah.
The second one, as some people, like, I liked it. It was immersive. It was certainly impressive. Like, you can't help but marvel at it. But after that, I'm like, okay, like I couldn't rattle off a single scene of that movie. I couldn't tell you anything about the character. Like, it just it doesn't hit me the way that a lot of other Cameron stuff is. So same as Sean, I'm sure I'll watch it. I'll be blown away. I'm sure it'll be high up for the year, but I'm rooting so hard for James Gunn. I haven't been completely won over by what I've seen so far, but as Brian said, I try not to judge still images too hard, but I just, as somebody was so frustrated with how they did the DCEU, and it's even more frustrated now that they've reset, they've given the reins to James Gunn, to see the amount of people just wishing for it to fail. The same people that want a cohesive universe, that want good films, that want to see a proper Superman film. There's some same people that just want James Gunn to fail simply because his name is not Zack Snyder. Or simply because WB did all this stuff, so I just want anything they do to crash and burn. And I just don't know how you win as a movie fan with that. So I really root for him. I know the movie's going to suffer because of some of that. I know it's going to probably take 2 or 3 movies optimistically, if they're all really good, to get momentum and people bought into that universe the way that they have like classic Marvel MCU, where it was every movie hit. I'm just rooting for him. So I really like him as a filmmaker. I think if anybody can do it, it's him, but we got to see. Thoughts on the Reanimator movies? I've only seen the original. It's a lot of fun, very campy. I would be very interested in watching the others at some point. Have you guys seen Reanimator?
Never seen it.
Never seen it. Charles?
Yeah. Very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sean,
I saw it way back in the day. Like, didn't really even know what, like, what's this thing? It's like, if
memorable.
you go into that one not knowing what it is, like, it's wild. And watched
Yeah.
all the special features, and like the old man in it like got divorced because his wife was so offended by the movie, and it was pretty wild.
In real life?
I mean, this is Barbara Crampton on the special features. When she watched what his head does at the end of it, she's like, "How dare could you?" And like, it ruined his marriage.
Wow.
So that's what Barbara said in the, like, when it was watching the commentary, and you're like, "Oh, okay." She said that, like, that's like the one quote from that stuck with me 20 years later from watching.
Nice.
it.
Did you tell me
What?
that? I don't. Why do I not remember that? That's fascinating.
It's very fascinating.
And then I was at a film festival with Cody. We were holding hands, and we walked by Barbara Crampton. That's my whole story.
After the worst film we've ever seen at any festival, unfortunately. So I didn't have the desire to stand and talk to her about it.
You were in that film. It was awful, but you were in it, and now I'm talking to you. That's pretty cool.
Exactly.
It was for a better movie.
Romulus and Maxine are my top 2 horror this year. There's a 2 good ones.
Romulus is in my top 2 horror of this year.
Right. I agree. Halfway.
What's more worrying, Blade or Scream 7? Worrying.
Blade.
Scream.
Why?
Blade, because it's the start of a new franchise.
Is it?
And it's
Earmuffs. Everybody in the chat, earmuffs. If you have not got caught up on recent Marvel films.
right. Maybe I'm missing something here. I'm assuming we're talking about the Mahershala Ali Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, because like I feel like I feel like Scream 7. It's a sequel. It's one of them that's you could rotate someone in, get them to do a bit of a shuffle round, and they'll get it back on track. No problem. It's fine. Blade is they're trying to get something going that currently isn't going. So it's like if they're having this much difficulty getting it going, then that's concerning, because it makes you feel like when they eventually rush something out, it's going to be a load of crap. I just feel like it won't hurt the Scream franchise as much to have this stuff that's going on now as it will a franchise that they've not even got off the flipping starting block yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you have a movie that's just stuck. Something like Blade that doesn't feel like a movie that is that difficult to crack the code on. And it takes them 5 years to not have a script, not have a director, just there's something very wrong in the production process. And like, you could win me back over if they like were starting over and then they announce we're bringing in this person that go, oh, that guy's going to write and direct it. I could get excited really quickly. But so long as they're currently in this process of like, we're going to bring in this random writer and this random director and just trying to fix the same broken foundation, I'm not interested. Whereas like Scream 7, yeah, it's like, all the drama surrounding it is kind of, it's not things that make me think the movie won't work.
Yeah.
I'm of the mind of Scream 7 being more worrying for me, because I think Scream 7, while I agree with Sean's sentiment that I don't think that the off-screen drama will necessarily translate fully to the screen, hopefully, I do think it has the potential to knock this franchise off the tracks a bit. Not only with just the story, like we're abandoning what we've built in the last two movies, and now we're going back to Sydney. Like, how much of that's going to feel like been there, done that, and like just them doing whatever's obvious to try to repair rapport. But also, and again, reminder, earmuffs if you have not seen recent Marvel films. I'm not really convinced, or actually, I'm pretty convinced that this Mahershala Ali blade is dead, and they just have not announced it yet. I think that the conversations were already starting. I think that Deadpool and Wolverine put the final nail in that coffin, because the amount of support, excitement, people getting really buzzed about Wesley Snipes returning to that role, even for just a side character moment. And then you had Ryan Reynolds that did a thing on Twitter where he shared like 4 behind the scenes pictures of him and Wesley Snipes, and basically said, if you want a Logan style send off movie for this man, sound off, and it just went wild. I think Disney is too stupid, or is too smart to I think Disney is too smart to look at that.
I think you were right the first time.
Yeah,
to be honest.
yeah.
With certain things. I think Disney is too greedy, put it this way, to look at that and not immediately capitalize on it. And not immediately see all the reactions that everybody that I have heard that has seen that film, the biggest reaction of the theater, that whole film, is when Wesley Snipes walked out.
I think you might be crediting Disney with too much intelligence.
See, like what you're saying, I would put that in the category of that reset I'm talking about. If they come out next week and they say, we're actually going to do Blade Legacy and we've got this person, like, totally shifts my thoughts on it. But so long as we're currently in, the thing that's currently announced is the thing that's stuck in development hell, that's where I'm building off of.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that one certainly is more worrying, but I don't know. My mind, I've kind of moved on past it. I feel like Mahershala Ali is moved past it. I think he's too old at this point to start that character. I really don't want to see an MCU Blade. Honestly, I don't want to see vampires be a part of the same world as Tony Stark. To me, it's just not going to make sense. They're going to have a hard enough time doing that with mutants. That's my thoughts on it. I think that the chances are high after Deadpool and Wolverine that we're going to see Wesley Snipes come back, and that's what they're going to pivot to. They're going to do the standalone thing and capitalize on it the way that they did Deadpool and Wolverine, and not even bother trying to integrate it. And I actually want to see them do more things like that. Not everything has to be a part of the same universe. Some things shouldn't. Worked in the comics, it's not going to work in movies, in my opinion.
I loved Deadpool and Wolverine.
Same.
But how it all fits into the MCU is now just like, so the X-Men are in the MCU, because
the multiverse makes it confusing, because it's like, are they gonna commingle with Iron Man and all that, and mutants have not been unearthed, or are we gonna have to go to a different universe every time we visit the X-Men?
But it's been clearly established in Deadpool 1 and 2 that Deadpool exists in the same universe as the X-Men, the Fox's X-Men. But then we have a scene in Deadpool and Wolverine where he's still in his universe, and he's talking to what's his tits in Stark Tower.
John Favreau.
Yeah, and it's like, so that kind of confirms that the X-Men were there all along. But so
don't think too hard about it.
Well, that's the point.
That's the one
You
scene in the
can't.
movie. The
You
John
can't.
Favreau
It's
scene
like-
is the one scene that I have trouble bringing logic to, because he very clearly jumped universes to go to that job interview, but all that takes place before this TVA stuff that pushes him to the true timeline. So it's a movie that once I started to have questions, I was like, I don't know, maybe I don't want to think too hard on it.
It's like, just go with it. Watch the punchy, stabby stuff, and just enjoy the jokes and that. But yeah, I feel like the whole cinematic universe now has just gone way off base, and they need to end it. Basically, they need to put a final nail in the coffin, a complete ending, and then give it a few years, start again, but don't do shared universe stuff. Maybe for certain characters, when you got certain characters that like Blade existing alongside someone like Morbius makes sense. Let them exist in the same kind of universe, but something like that. But stop having to put all of them in the same one, because otherwise you end up with a situation like Eternals, where a big ass thing looks like it's going to eat half the planet, and no one seems to give a toss. It's like no one mentions it. It doesn't pop up at all in content. It's just stupid. You can't contain all these things.
Agreed. For Brian, thoughts on Titanic and True Lies? Not full reviews, Brian.
I love
We're
them
trying
both.
to wrap up,
Yeah.
guys. That's
No,
I said
I love them
stop
both.
super chat. Sorry.
Love them both. So I feel like True Lies is Cameron kind of slumming it a bit, but he takes a movie that in someone else's hands would just be rote and kind of generic, and he elevates it by just being a classy filmmaker. Titanic was the last film I went to the cinema to see with my whole family, my two brothers and my mum and dad. I remember having that shared experience of something that was a genuine phenomenon at the time that it came out, and feeling everything that you feel going through that experience. It's a good movie. It's well made. It's a bit schmaltzy, but if you really kind of look at it, most Cameron movies are. It's just something he does very well. So, yeah.
There you go. Keep Watch Burn 2025 edition based off anticipation. Superman Legacy, Mission Impossible 8, Avatar, Fire and Ash. So for me, it would be keep Mission Impossible, watch Superman, burn Avatar.
Double for me.
Watch, burn, keep, watch. That's
I tried making
Okay.
it faster, Cody. I'm
well.
sorry.
I don't know, doing a keep watch burn on something that you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Kind
Well,
of
I'm
the
definitely
Anticipation.
of it.
It says
I'm definite.
anticipation.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
definitely.
but like the idea of like keep and like the idea of the difference between keep and watch is which ones do I want to keep on watching?
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you have not seen it.
I'm just going off of my track record with Mission Impossible. I
Yeah,
imagine I'm probably going to want to rewatch that one more.
Yeah,
Unless they
I
completely shit the
I
bed.
get what Sean's saying, but like based on what I know about the filmmakers and about what we've already seen, Mission Impossible 8 is definite keeper for me. Avatar would be the watch, and Superman Legacy the burn. And I do hate to say that, because everything Cody said before about Superman Legacy and James Gunn in particular, I completely agree with. I'm not rooting for Gunn to fail. I will be there opening night when Superman Legacy comes out. It's a character I love, and Gunn is a filmmaker I love. So, but yeah, that's what I'd go.
Sean?
I don't know if the formula fits.
Protest.
Yeah, it's,
Rank them off your
Married Will.
anticipation. Just rank them
Yeah,
off your
like-
anticipation.
like the one I'm most interested in is Superman Legacy, because I don't know what it is. Whereas I know what a Mission Impossible 8 is from Christopher McQuarrie. I know it'll be great. What's the safest bet in there? It's Mission Impossible 8, but that's also kind of what makes it the least interesting in another sense. And then Avatar's kind of in that same ballpark of, I'm sure it'll be great. I'm not in any way concerned that James Cameron's going to suddenly stop being great, but I also kind of know what to expect. So, Superman Legacy is the one that's the most interesting to me. Of like, I'm just very curious. Like, will it be good? It's the one that's has the biggest potential to also flop too, or just not work. But I just don't know. So that's interesting.
There you go. Josh wants us to talk till 8 o'clock. Brian, since you're a fellow comic nerd, what are some of your favorite Batman stories and why?
Why? Oh. Better be $500, not $5.
Yeah, just to save these guys. I mean, it is movie. We are supposed to be talking movies, not video. I get bored when they start talking video games, and I imagine they'd get bored when I start talking graphic novels. So, short and sweet. Batman Year One. It's probably the single greatest comic book Batman story of all time. I really love the Nightfall storyline. Gave us Bane, which is one of my favorite comic book villains when he's done right. He's been done wrong so many times. Hush, the first like Hush storyline. A more recent one that I liked was The Detective, which opens up in England, right near me. Actually, there's a hill up in Lancashire. And it's just there in the comic book, so that's kind of weird seeing that in a Batman comic book in the opening. But just that story line was a good one as well. So yeah, this probably ain't the time and the place to really get into it, but there's just a few that kind of stick out.
Subscribe to Brian and ask him this question again in the future.
More exciting, the Batman Part 2 or Avengers Doomsday? It's
Batman
not even
Part
close.
2.
It's
Batman
Batman
Part
Part
2.
2.
Yeah.
I'm not completely burnt out on all comic book films, but the Batman is, phenomenal. I mean, it might be my favorite comic book movie of all time. That's how much I really like it. It's right there with Captain America Winter Soldier. So I am anticipating that movie more than anything else. And every time I get a little scent when there's the rumors start and the whispers start that James Gunn's going to quietly cancel it because of his, my heart has palpitations. So yes, it's not even close.
To be quite honest, I'm anticipating more over Avengers Doomsday, Penguin, which is coming out next month. It's the TV show for the Penguin. I'm literally anticipating that more than I am Avengers Doomsday. So, yeah.
Charles?
Batman 2, only because we have a bit more to go on. Like, I have the 2 directors and one of the stars. Great. That's all I have from Doomsday.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be like, finally a new Avengers movie, but just I don't have enough information. I don't know who the Avengers are. Like the whole idea of the Avengers is like a specific group of people coming together. How do you get excited for an Avengers movie when it's like, who are even the Avengers going to be? We know you're reworking the whole deal, and it's both the thing that I want and need the MCU to do, but also the thing that because they haven't done a good job of it, I'm not as excited immediately for it. So I kind of by default a little bit the Batman Part 2. I'd love to be won over back to MCU, but then again, also was a big fan of the Batman. So
there you go. More. No idea how many of their movies would be combined, but 31 on 31, Cameron versus Scott.
I'd say that in front of Brian.
Yeah. We've had the director showdown one before, and unfortunately, it's the worst performing by a landslide, at least on my channel. So we've talked about other director mashups, but that's the hard part with it, with the amount of time.
I think this year Scott puts out his 31st film. That was either last year or this year. Last year, was it?
Too late.
So it's just he's already got 2 million on the chopping block.
Darn, too many.
Yeah. This is the longest debrief you guys have ever done. Yeah,
not
no,
helping.
I was trying to stop the super chats because I desperately have to piss, and there's family that has not seen me in 5 hours. So I was like, "Love you guys."
You could turn off super chats if you go into your deal. You could just
or you
turn
could
them
just
off
go
so you can't send them in.
pee.
I couldn't figure out where that was, so I was trying to look. Anyway, guys, there we go. So that is the end of it. Thank you so much. It was a long time coming, but we finally we got back caught up. We got the 31 on 31 debrief going. So everybody,
we'll be back next week for the fantasy 31 on 31 debrief because we know you've been waiting for that one.
Anyway, I have the link to everybody's 31 on 31 episodes in the video description. So if you're watching this on repeat or if you're watching us live and you have not seen those, please check all those out. Subscribe to everybody's channels. Is there anything that you guys want to promote as we bid adieu, Charles?
I just commented in the chat with the original inspiration behind the trailer. I don't make money off of that. If you enjoy it and want to throw me a super chat, but I don't, it's like super comment or something like that. That's the only way I make money off of that. Not asking, not expecting, just you'll see the inspiration behind the cuts, at least, I feel. Thank you.
Brian, anything coming up in the future?
Yeah, so I've got a top 100 movies of the 90s coming up. And so that's, I think we're going to be dropping that on 31st of this month. Either 31st of this month or the 1st of September, one of those 2 days. And then after that, I'm going to get editing on my Buffy the Vampire Slayer season rankings. So I'm ranking all 7 seasons, but I've kind of gone quite a lot into them, giving my best episode of each season. And
call me when that Breaking Bad ranking comes. Uncle Sean.
Nothing in particular. I've got a talking aliens, all the aliens movies tomorrow. It's taken me 3 days to shoot it and months to do all my prep on it. So
there you go. Everybody keep your eyes peeled for that one. So I've got, like I said, I got the Predator and Alien tier list ranking coming at some point. I also am going to do a review for Strange Darling, which comes out later on this week, I believe, maybe next week. We have The Crow and Stream dropping on Thursday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch and review both of them because I'm leaving for Phoenix, Arizona for Gathering of the Ghouls on Friday. And I'll be there all weekend. So if you guys are going to that or you're in Phoenix, come say hi, come check it out. And with that, guys, thank you for watching. That is the end of the show. And we will see you in October for The New Breed.